Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Hidden Angel Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. From a young age, Midoriya Izuku idolized heroes. Everyone who knew his name had at some point heard one of his near-endless rants. Though only a handful knew about his obsession with music. To him, his life was broken into three parts. About 49% was for heroes, another 49% was for music, and the remaining 2% was anything left. His room was a wonderful example of this, crammed with hero merchandise and any instrument or piece of music he knew, or on occasion, made himself. The people he dared tell about his love for music was Katsuki's mother and father, his own mother and father, before he died, and his music tutor, of course, Morini-san. He didn't even tell All Might when they met or any time past that. Other than that, well, it wasn't Izuku who loved music. He made sure that the quirkless nerd no one liked was never associated with Kagamito Kamen, the faceless young musician, drowning in talent since their YouTube debut at 5. Kamen played the flute, piano, violin, trumpet, harp, anything they could get their hands on for long enough. People everywhere knew that their music was exceptional, and that most of it was written by the artist themselves. That made Kamen extremely well known, and for that Izuku had to turn down countless offers for public appearances, awards, or anything that could link his identities together. No one ever heard their voice though. Everyone who's heard them either thinks they're mute or don't want to be found, which neither was entirely wrong. Izuku did want to be found. But what held him back from revealing everything was the unsettling feeling that everyone would abandon Kagamito Kamen when they found out that title belonged to a quirkless, as far as most people knew, plain-faced boy with double dreams of being both a great hero and a great artist. With that in mind, and his custom green viola in hand, Izuku, now 15, slipped on the old mask of Kagamito Kamen, a green hood and a purple eye mask, accompanied by white gloves. He checked over the music one more time to catch any mistakes, but came up with nothing. He'd run out of new songs to play that he actually liked, so he'd started making his own constantly. Then with nothing else left to be done, he clicked play, and let the camera roll, placing the bow on the string. What came next was otherworldly, at least that's what the comments always say. Quick sixteenths are drawn into solitude between quarters and halves, sweet high notes curl after bitter lows ring. His whole body moved with the song, dramatizing the performance just a bit more so the eyes could be just as enchanted as the ears. The strings themselves more than vibrated, they shivered at the melancholy sound of a weighted winter. So he wasn't the best at naming things. Sue him. By the time he'd lifted the bow up in victory, finishing the song, he'd realized that his UA acceptance letter was visible just at the end of his scroll. He figured it was fine to leave it in the video, and it wouldn't be that big of a deal, and if it blew up in his face, he could always fight it back, like he usually did. Besides, he needed to help Mom make dinner tonight. He posted the video within seconds, and by the time he'd closed the door to his room, it had reached 3K views, and gained 26 comments. Most of which in no way were ignoring the letter in plain sight. By the time he'd finished dinner, it was almost out of control. Every other word in the comments was about the letter, what it meant, if Kamen was flaunting it or not, or just the fact that Kamen was going to attend UA, and how they knew they were only just getting into high school. Of course, there was the occasional comment that featured the words, "Everyone calm down," or, "What about the music? Isn't that what we're here for?" But alas, they were few and far between. He should have just redone the video, or tried to Photoshop the letter out to avoid this. It took a lot of convincing to get himself to type anything out in response. "Please, it's not a big deal, just ignore it. I'll do another Q+ soon, I might say something there." Replies came in quickly. "We can't wait that long. Can't you answer it now? But you're going to UA. That's huge. This is a huge deal WF. Kamen, please, you have to tell us now, we're dying." He winced at their rapid speed. He didn't know if he should write something more or leave it alone, but neither option seemed to work in his mind. So he went with repeating what he already said. I'll do a live Q plus A in about a week after orientation, I'll mention it there. After that he ignored the video comment section and threw himself into bed, forcing himself to ignore the insistent pings of his notifications, which people marked important. Maybe it would blow over? In no way did it blow over, it blew up right in his face, in the form of his classmates, somehow excluding Kaken. On orientation day, he stepped through the giant door to the sight of most of the class ranting about, "One of us could be Kagamito. Can you believe it?" Or, "How can we identify them? We don't even know their voice or gender." He was terrified of his other classmates just as much as he was terrified of Kaken, but for an entirely new reason. Oh, it's him. He physically jumped when all eyes turned to him. The zero-pointer kid. He then visibly sagged, mentally reprimanding himself for showcasing his nerves. The best way to remain undetected is to be completely detached from his relation to the topic. He knew this. Hey, did you hear? Well, of course you did, everyone knows. But Kagamito Kamen is going to UA, as of today. Do you think they're in this class? A pink girl leapt into his face. Oh, I really can't say. I mean, barely anyone knows anything about Kamen. The pink girl hummed. True, we only know as much as we can dig up. But did you hear the video? The music was so good, it made me shiver. It's like it was actually snowing. He chuckled, a blush coming to his cheeks. You think so? Of course. Honestly, Kamen has to get there, but to a competition, I can't bear them being so detached from fame. If they're going to UA like we all know they are, they can't avoid it forever. I agree. A sparkly blonde appeared from the girl's left. Such talent as Kagamito's must be admired from a podium, not a YouTube account. Really, how did they keep out of the news? Izuku laughed half-heartedly. Who knows, right? How many public appearances do you think they denied? He knew the exact number, of course. Hundreds, probably, a girl with plugs on her ears added. I've seen all the ones posted under the videos, and they've declined every single one. Who knows how many were sent privately? In the last year, 27, he thought to himself, it's amazing how they keep avoiding the press. I thought for sure someone would find them after the letter was recorded. Oh, you're the plain-faced boy. He turns to see the brunette he'd saved the other day. Oh, hi. Hey, have you seen Kamen's new video? That pink girl really liked Kamen, huh? Have I? I've been watching Kamen for ages. I knew about them before the news found them. That only made Izuku's blush worse. But then you'd have to have been watching Kamen since you were, what, 6? She grinned wider. Nope. 5. If you want to play at being friends, do it somewhere else. The group he'd gathered quieted instantly, turning slowly to meet eyes with the yellow mass on the floor. This is the hero course. Time is essential. Then their day began. 708 meters. Kaken made the amazing feat of 708 meters by throwing the ball with his quirk, and Izuku couldn't hope of doing anything near that spectacular. His body broke with one use of one for all, and his quirk couldn't help him physically. At least he didn't think it could. He never tested it on people, he'd only discovered it by accident and decided it wasn't important enough to announce to the people who'd marked him as useless. It didn't seem all that interesting anyway. So he took his quirk out of the equation and tried to figure out where and how he could use one for all effectively and not wind up in Recovery Girl's office for the rest of the day. But after going through the 50-meter dash, the grip strength test, the standing long jump, and every other test he completely bombed, he was starting to lose confidence. The brunette got a score of infinity on the ball throw, after all. His turn arrived all too soon, and he decided that it was now or never. The rest of the test would be way too hard to find a creative way to use one for all in. Just think about a song. About playing the piano. He'd already reached the overpowering sound of an angry fortissimo. Now he had to make it calm and mellow, a gentle mezzo piano. Play it softer, tap the keys, make it quieter. Though, he'd been trying the past 4 tests to play the song softer, to use less power, but it was obviously not working, since he was falling so far behind everyone else. Just play the song loudly. Break the keys. Go out of tune. As long as he stayed in UA, he could fix the piano as much as he needed to until he could figure out how to play at any volume. He pulled his arm back and up, ready to break the piano and snap the strings, before the chair was pulled out from under him and the beautiful, weak instrument disappeared. 46 meters. I was definitely trying to use it just now. I erased your quirk. Even after his great demonstration of whatever he did, he was left standing and staring at his spot on the board. Last place. Number, what did he expect? That one good try at getting a high score would instantly keep him in the hero course? That he could actually get to be a hero when he had another dream he could follow so much easier than this? That just suddenly having a strength-enhancing quirk that destroyed his body would get him a one-way pass into the hero world? By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. Aizawa grinned wildly when everyone looked at him, shock vivid on their faces. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. His thoughts spiraled around aimlessly. Oh my god. That's good, right? He just said it to motivate us? He couldn't mention any of that day to his fans, since the brunette, Uraraka, he reminded himself, could connect the dots and figure him out, and she was just becoming his friend. Could he manage not saying anything about orientation day? Since he wasn't even at orientation, he wouldn't know what to say about it, so he might as well keep the details to a minimum. A very low minimum. He knew people who were in UA listened to him, so he couldn't fake what he experienced that day. How many people were looking for who he was? Has anyone figured him out yet? Was he saying this all out loud? Oh, thank God he wasn't. Midoriya, Aizawa called him out of his head. Have the old lady fix you in the nurse's office. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourself, he warned lazily as he stepped away. He got through it then, but there was too much he couldn't do. He was starting from last place. He had a lot to learn from then on, in order to become what he dreams of being. God, he was tired. Recovery Girl's quirk only sped up a person's natural healing process, which sapped their energy. If he wasn't careful, he could die. A hand landed on his shoulder. He turned to meet the stern, blue-haired kid. Oh hi. I don't remember your name. Ida Tenya. Is your finger healed? Oh yes, thanks to Recovery Girl. He held up the bandaged finger. He was lucky he didn't have to play anything for a little while. It only reminded him of how he couldn't keep getting help from others, and he had to get this quirk under control. I was really taken by Aizawa-sensei. I even thought, this is the best of the best, and such. I didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie. So, he wasn't really scary. Just earnest. You too. Uraraka's voice rang as much as his quirk made his. He turned to meet her gaze. Going to the station? Wait for me. You're the Infinity Girl, Ida stated. I'm Uraraka Ochako. You're Ida Tenya, and you're Midoriya Deku, right? Deku? Izuku exclaimed. Where did she hear that? But during the fitness test, the boy named Bakugo said, Deku, you be STRD. Right. How does he say this? My real name is Izuku, but Deku is what Kaken calls me to make fun of me. An insult. Ida sounded offended. Oh, is that right? Sorry, but I thought it sounded like, you can do it, you know? I kinda like it, it reminds me of our hidden idol. Hidden idol? You mean Kagamito Kamen, don't you? Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin at their words, for many reasons. Uraraka nodded to Ida. Oh, I can't wait for their upload tonight. I'm dying to know how their orientation went. Izuku chuckled lightly. I can't either. Are you going to ask something? Oh no, I can't. They're too popular, I don't think they would ever notice my comment. He hummed. What's your account name? I'll be watching too, so I know I'll see your question get answered. Well, unless Kamen can't answer it. She paused. It's Gravity Girl. But I won't get noticed. He hoped his grin didn't give him away. He remembered the day so long ago when a notification popped up, saying he'd gotten his first subscriber, named just that. He was so excited he drew a picture of it, and he still had it hanging on his wall. Not unless you ask something. Just try, other people get their questions answered, why can't you be one of them? Her eyes sparkled, and he knew he would be searching for her username throughout the entire video. You think so? You only have to try. Ida chimed. You can't get anywhere if you fail at attempting your goals. She giggled. Then I will. But what should I ask? His blushing grew a bit more. Anything. Later that night, after cleaning up dinner and doing his push-up sets, he set himself before his camera, hood already up, covering part of his purple mask. He pulled his gloves on and took off the cap of his pen, setting another aside just in case. He wrote something out quickly, started playing a set of his music he'd put on CD, and started the camera. He waved, smiling as the viewers piled up. Once the number started to slow down its counting, he flipped the paper over, showing what he'd written. Hi everyone. It's me, Kamen. You probably don't need me to tell you, but start asking questions. I'll try to answer as many as I can. He picked the first one that showed up, wincing mentally at it. What class are you in? He wrote quickly. I don't feel comfortable saying what class I'm in, but I'm training to become a hero. He checked the next. What's your quirk? Again? My quirk is a bit personal. You could identify me with it. He thought for a moment before he continued the answer. He could tell the viewers waited impatiently for him to flip the paper over. Kamen smiled. But I'm feeling generous. My quirk is called Angel's Voice, and if I sing or talk while using it, anyone who can hear me pays attention. I can sometimes get people to cry if I'm feeling sad, so there might be some forced empathy in there too. The comments exploded with praises and words of amazement. Not very many were questions, so he addressed the masses before the individuals. Thank you. You're all so kind, thank you. But on to the next question. If that's your quirk, how did you get into UA's hero course? He smirked. It's not the entirety of my quirk, you know. How did you first figure out your quirk? I sang a song in the street and everyone stopped moving and stared at me. It was kind of unnerving. When's your birthday? I shouldn't say, I don't want to reveal myself. Then he found it. Gravity Girl, such a simple name that he'd managed to keep safe in his mind from when he was 5, but he finally knew the face behind it. Uraraka asked, You're so famous, so why do you want to keep hiding? He remembered how hard it was to help her find just the right question to ask, and how they'd agreed with Ida that it was the best choice. Simple, but important. Not many people ask why. He grinned as he wrote, Hi, Gravity Girl. I remember that you were my first subscriber. Thank you for liking my music. But to your question, I avoid attention because I'm scared people won't like who I am under my disguise. You might not remember, but when I first started out, my first few Q+ videos were deleted the day after they were posted, because I thought my bullies would recognize my voice. I only started writing responses after I realized I could. I'm still scared no one will like how I am normally, so I'm sorry if my secret keeping bothers anyone. But I'm glad you finally said something. Then, through the stunned silence he'd created, he added in one more line. And sorry again, I also overheard you say your username while leaving school, but it's nice to finally put a face to your name. Her comment came quickly. You heard me? That's so embarrassing. Other viewers started talking to her excitedly, and he read their interactions gleefully. At one point someone asked her if she knew who he was, and he laughed, lifting his gloved hand to his lips. He laughed. Audibly. Your laugh is so sweet. Can you say something, please? Oh my God, you do sound like an angel. I still can't tell if you're a girl or a boy. You should sing too, your voice is so pretty. You just turned me by. Okay, maybe it was a bit more pleasant than hell. But the point still stands. He quickly wrote something in response. I'm still nervous about talking, but if I get over it, I promise I'll sing. What other questions are there? He continued through the night, answering as many things as he could without completely revealing himself too much. By the end of the video, he'd even gone as far as to tell his hair color, which scared him a bit with knowing Uraraka and his other classmates were probably watching, but he wasn't the only greenhead first year, after all. Even the froggy girl had green hair. So he wouldn't reveal himself yet. Someday maybe, but not yet. The first day was surprisingly normal, considering where he was. Required classes like English, math, and history were taught in the morning, being a little more boring than he thought. He'd looked around for a music club before lunch, just for fun, but came up with nothing. Even if there was one, if he wanted to join, he'd have to make it a point he wasn't a music fanatic, and he was there for fun. But alas, UA didn't have a music club. How he wished it did. When he'd gotten to the lunchroom, everyone seemed to be on high alert. Eyes darted every which way, glancing over any person they sat on and moving to the next without another thought. He tried to ignore it, before he noticed some eyes lingering on him. He turned his shoulders inward, making a beeline for where Uraraka and Ida sat. Midori-yakuin. Over here. He swallowed down his laugh, remembering his slip-up just last night. She slid over for him, and he took his seat gratefully. You can call me Deku. It sounds nice coming from you. She giggled, and he noticed how she held her pinkies up. How cute. Okay, Deku-kun. But you were watching the video, right? Kamen said they remembered me. Can you believe it? No, it's amazing. They have such a great memory. Didn't you say you started watching them when you were 5? Yeah, but I don't remember being their first subscriber. I thought for sure I was just another person in the jumble of names they'd seen. Your Gravity Girl? Do you have any idea who Kamen is? An upperclassman to her right called her attention, while taking a glance at Izuku. Huh, she said mildly. I can't believe it, Kagamito knows you, another girl called, eyes following him again. That means they're here, right? They saw you at the gates, so they're sure to have seen you here already. Holy F-, I'm in the same room as Kagamito Kamen. Izuku squirmed in his seat, telling himself that the attention was not for him. Well, at least not completely. Hey, you, what's your quirk? We need to know if you're Kamen or not. A blue-haired girl pointed at him demandingly, sending shivers down Izuku's spine. But he had a cover, and it was true, in a sense. Why do you need to know? Ida pressed, straightening his posture. Even if they wanted to be found, which they don't, Midoriya-hun has a strength-enhancing quirk that breaks his bones when used, so he isn't Kagamito. The girl pulled a face as she stared Izuku down, leaning closer as she examined him. I really do. Just yesterday I went home with a cast around my finger. I've gone to Recovery Girl too many times already this year, she could tell you. Oh, come on. Uraraka groaned, hiding her face in her arms. We don't want this much attention, just ignore us. With a bit of reluctance, the crowd slinked away, leaving the small group be. Izuku sighed when the girl left with only a slight glare. I'm sorry, Uraraka-san. What for? It's not your fault Kamen called me out, and even if it was, I'd be incredibly grateful. It's not your fault they came to pester us either. Well, I'm sure they noticed my hair color, and since everyone was watching me, they heard you too. She huffed. That's still not your fault, you know. They're just nosy and jump to conclusions. Kamen's hair could be neon green and half-shaved, for all we know. He laughed at that, touching his fingers to his lips. He stiffened when he realized what he did, glancing around nervously until he convinced himself no one recognized it. I really can't picture Kamen as anything but someone wearing a green hood and purple mask. Ida intervened. Can anyone really? The only reason any of this is happening is because they were in an exceedingly good mood and decided to reveal information to us. We shouldn't take it for granted or force anything. Kagamito will reveal themselves when they're comfortable enough to do so. Woo, go Ida-kun. Preach! The red-headed boy who was hanging around Kaken yelled, cupping his hand next to his mouth to yell dramatically. They were only a few tables away, after all. Ida blushed under the positivity, stiffening in his seat. Uraraka chuckled, restarting the conversation to something Izuku could handle more, and they carried on through lunch. He still wished there was a music club somewhere. After lunch came hero basic training. Before All Might burst in wearing an old hero suit, the class talked excitedly about Kamen in hushed voices. Honestly, he wished he was less popular in times like these. Of course, All Might's appearance blew the topic far away, and he didn't hear his pseudo-name once while changing into the jumpsuit his mom got him. He ran out last of the group, of course, not wanting to be the center of attention and just sneak in behind everyone else. Uraraka had an embarrassing outfit, to say the least. She said his looked Kamen themed, and he realized he shouldn't put the hood on. They ended up picking teams randomly, and he found himself paired up with Uraraka. He thanked his few lucky stars that he wasn't with Kaken, but apparently they weren't really looking out for him that day. Because what's the one thing that's worse than being paired up with the only person who scares the crap out of you? Being pitted against them, of course. And that's exactly what happened. They only had 5 minutes to come up with a strategy against Kaken. 5 minutes that only brought unease and a single good plan. So when the 5 minutes were up, Uraraka got them through a window and landed them safely in the building. He looked around warily, and he ushered her around every corner before he thought no one was coming. Kaken burst from around a corner, swinging his right arm at Izuku. He barely had time to react before he grabbed onto Uraraka and hurled them out of the blast range. "Uraraka-san, are you okay?" He immediately looked to his childhood friend. "Yeah, thanks." But he wasn't focused on her. She gasped, noticing his hood. "Deku-kun. It's just a scratch. Besides, it linked him to Kamen. It was fine, half-shredded." Kaken waved his arm through the smoke, glaring menacingly down at them. Well, really only at him. "Come, Deku, don't dodge." Izuku grinned slightly. "I figured you'd come for me first." That only made his smirk grow. He ran forward. "I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, but I'll get close." He grabbed Kaken's arm as it was thrown forward and slammed him into the ground. He breathed heavily, feeling the adrenaline pumping through his veins. His throat buzzed gently, but he forced his quirk down. Neither he or Uraraka knew about Angel's voice, or they at least didn't know he had it. To them, he only had one quirk. "Kaken," he breathed harshly, forcing back the bubbly warmth of his quirk. "You usually start with a big right swing. How much do you think I've been watching you?" He barely spoke over a whisper. "I wrote an analysis for all the heroes I thought were amazing in my notebook. In the notebook you blew up and threw away." Green eyes met red, both holding a past no one could quite imagine in any other situation. "My Deku isn't always going to mean useless. Kaken, my Deku means you can do it." The raging teen rose slowly from the ground, the force of a million typhoons spilling out of his eyes. "Deku." Izuku winced from his voice. "Even though you're scared," explosions popped from the palms of his gloved hands. "That's what I hate about you." Ida must have said something through the earpiece, because Kaken yelled, "Shut up," in the tense quiet. Right after, he threw his arms back and set of explosion behind him. Izuku needed to act immediately. "Uraraka-san, go." He covered his face with both arms, but he still felt pain spike through his body. He took a glance to where Uraraka was making her getaway. "Looking away? You must be sure of yourself." Carefully, he tried tying the capture tape round Kaken's leg, but was stopped by another right swing, as predicted. He leapt out of the way in the last second, careful to not say anything. He loses control of Angel's voice when he was emotional, and by God was he worked up. No quirks so far. How long could he hold out? Kaken was aware of his movements, judging by his change in combat order. The kick came before the punch, proving his caution. To avoid a difficult fight, he turned the corner when Kaken threw his arms back again. "Oi, come back here, Deku," he heard from behind, but he was already gone. He needed to keep Kaken occupied to give Uraraka a chance to get the weapon. Plus, he needed another plan, since he couldn't get in too close anymore. "Hey, you tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time?" The words sent chills down his spine. No, it wasn't. It was horrible lying like that his entire life. But he had to, since everyone hated him. "Huh. You've got a flashy quirk there, don't you?" "Wrong one. Try and get me with it." Explosions could be heard from far away. "'Cause I'm better than you." The villain team was surely not working together. Kaken didn't even bother with Uraraka, and the better option to send to find the hero team would be Ida, with a running quirk. He obviously knew that, but went after Izuku anyway. It meant Kaken was roaming around on his own, and that gave them a slight advantage. "Where are you?" His enemy's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "You demon nerd." He pressed himself against the wall, looking over his shoulder constantly. Then Uraraka called on the earpiece, striking him back to the class. Deku-kun. He buried his quirk deep in his chest and held it tight. Uraraka-san. How's it going? Ida-kun found me. Sorry. Right now, he's slowly. Where are you? He glanced around the corner, crouching low to the ground. The middle of the 5th floor. What a coincidence. Almost directly above. We probably don't have much time left either. If we run out of time, our opponents win. He couldn't lose this. He couldn't let Kaken rub another avoidable victory in his face. So then, of course, that was exactly when Kaken found him. He stood almost perfectly still as he raised his arm up, showcasing the gauntlets on his arms. They're loaded. He tensed up, ready to fight. Kaken. Why won't you use your quirk? Are you saying you can win even if you don't use it? His grin burned into Izuku's eyes, and every instinct in his body screamed at him to use his quirk, calm him down, make him listen. But he never paid mind to those instincts. Are you underestimating me, Deku? His arms trembled, but he only tightened his grip on the capture tape in his hands. That wasn't a good choice. He needed to keep his secrets. So, he essentially only had one choice, and he was ready for the consequences. He could do it. He turned to his enemy, staring directly into his eyes. I'm not scared of you anymore. That was totally believable. Especially when he couldn't stop shaking. Well, the explosion should have been expected. It was Kaken after all. Young Bakugo, the next time you use that, I'll stop the fight and your team will lose. All Might's voice rang over the speakers. Ha! To attack on such a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That is a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. You will lose a lot of points over it. Kaken clicked his tongue, shaking in anger. He launched himself forward, screaming to fight. Izuku had only just stopped discussing his plan with Uraraka, but even if he was paying attention, he couldn't dodge his next attack. A counterattack was the next option, but that didn't work, since Kaken flew over his head and attacked from behind. Pain burned his back, searing his nerves. He barely noticed Kaken's taunting remark. His fist hit him before he could move. Deku, he grabbed his arm. You are. He swung him around. It was pointless to try to struggle. Below me. He threw Izuku to the ground. Tears pricked his eyes. Think of a song, stay calm, stay calm. He really had no choice now. He had to break the piano. He glanced around, then ran away from Kaken, before standing and facing him again. Why won't you use your quirk? Are you underestimating me? His repeated words somehow affected him more now. No, he wasn't. He couldn't use his powers, he couldn't, but he had to now. No. You've been like this ever since we were kids. Have you been underestimating me like that since then, you BC? He shook in pain, nerves, fear, and anything else he could come up with. He could barely focus on his plan. He forced his quirk down with every word. That's not it. You're an amazing person, so that's why I want to beat you. Kaken only glared more, assuring him his quirk was suppressed. I want to win and surpass you, you idiot. He clenched his gloved fist in anger as he walked closer. Don't look at me like that. You demon nerd. They ran at each other. Izuku curled his fist, summoning the brute force of one for all into his arm. He knew he would break his precious figurative piano again. He felt bad about it, but he didn't have a choice. He could build it again, reshape the keys, give it new strings, but he had to hurt it now. Detroit. Kaken still yelled, vicious grin plastered on his face. Let's go, Uraraka-san. Tears spilled from his eyes, and he thanked his few lucky stars again that Angel's voice was still tucked away somewhere. Smash. He threw his arm up, destroying everything above him and Kaken. His right arm broke instantly and Kaken burnt the other. Ida screamed in despair, but Izuku couldn't focus all that well. His head buzzed uncomfortably, and his limbs stung painfully. You are underestimating me, aren't you? I wasn't going to use it, he managed to utter. Something tickled his throat, but he couldn't process it. Because I can't use it? Because my body can't handle the impact. Aizawa-sensei said so, but he gasped sharply as he lowered his broken and bruised arm. I could think of. Kaken stood stock still, and he couldn't tell if those were tears on his face or it was just weirdly dripping sweat. He collapsed before he could think any more. He awoke slowly to the whiteness of his surroundings. A tube was sticking out of his left arm, and his right was in a cast across his chest. He sighed gently and closed his eyes again, resting back into his pillow. He swallowed cool air, checking to find if he had his quirk on. It seemed safe enough. Gently, he looked to the clock that quietly ticked in the otherwise silent room, seeing that it was almost 5. It's late afternoon? Are you awake? Recovery Girl's face was suddenly right in his, and he struggled not to scream. He settled for gasping sharply instead. Soon, she had sent him on his way, reprimanding him for hurting himself so much, telling him how to care for his broken and bandaged arms, and reminding him to check in before school started the next day. He walked back to class, feeling ashamed for having missed his afternoon classes. Once reaching the 1A door, he slid it open slowly, not exactly excited about seeing how his classmates reacted to his battle. Oh, Midoriya's here. Good job. W.O. The redhead continued. Man, I don't know what you were saying during the match, but you were fired up. You even got All Might and Bakugo to start crying. I can't believe you fought evenly with Bakugo, who was first in the entrance exam. You did a good job dodging. You guys did that in the first match, so the rest of us had to give it our all too. You were far from elegant, but dash. You did a good job dodging. Huh? He looked between the crowd around him. The redhead pointed his thumb at himself. I'm Kirishima Iger. We're all going over the training together right now. A boy with black hair spoke up. I'm Siro Hanta. I'm Aoyama Udash. The sparkly boy was interrupted by the pink girl. I'm Ishido Mina. You did a good job dodging. Can we be friends? I'm Azui Tsuyu, the frog girl said, popping up from behind Ishido. Call me Tsuyu-chan. I'm Sato. There. A short purple-haired boy jumped out of nowhere. I'm Mineta. Everyone started talking at once, and all Izuku could pick out was another, I am Aoyama Yuga. And what were you saying during the match? Luckily, Ida started yelling enthusiastically before he had to say anything. He really never wavers, huh? Wait, Deku-kun, she didn't heal your injuries? Now there was a question he couldn't avoid. Oh, it's because of how much stamina I have, and... He looked around the room, noticing something was off. Uraraka-san, more importantly. Where is Kaken? Bakugo-kun? We all tried to stop him, but he went home just now without saying anything. Without another moment's thought, he bolted back out the door. He had to say something to Kaken. He knew their relationship was worse than rocky, but he had to try to fix it. He was hurt. In the way he spoke, he knew he was hurting behind his stone-cold demeanor. His hurt rooted right back to Izuku and his powers, so it had to be him who healed him. Halfway down the walkway, Kaken was slowly making his exit, and Izuku couldn't stop himself before he yelled, Kaken, and kept running towards his retreating back. He didn't stop walking. Kaken! Chills went down his spine as the blonde turned around, eyes more blood than ruby. What? He stopped dead in his tracks. What did he want to say to this demon who wanted him dead again? Right, the two secrets that nobody but him knows together. Not his mom, not All Might. There's a few things I feel I have to tell you. Deep breath. Come on. First, the power you saw me break the building with, I received it from someone else. He turned more. Huh. I can't say who I got it from, though. God, was he even ready for this talk? I can't say it, but it's like a story out of a comic book, except it's true. On top of that, I still can't control it properly. It's just a borrowed power I haven't made my own yet. That's why. He took another breath, swallowing down Angel's voice. I tried to beat you without using it, but in the end, I couldn't win and had to rely on it. I've still got a long way to go. That's why, one day I will make this quirk my own, and beat you with my own power. Kaken looked at him with an unreadable expression, and Izuku stiffened. He didn't show up to declare war. He came to clear things up between them. What was he thinking? What the hell is that? He jumped at Kaken's voice. Borrowed power? You're talking nonsense. What are you trying to do? Make me out to be more of a fool than you already have. Huh. And what's the other thing you wanted to say? It can't be any more idiotic than the gibberish you've been spouting. Today I lost to you. That's all it was. He was practically vibrating in anger. That's all. As I watched the ice guy, I thought, I can't beat him. Minute. I ended up agreeing with what that ponytail girl said. Minute. Minute. His eyes met the green heads. Hey you too, Deku. I'm just getting started. You here. Here, I will become number one. You won't beat me again, Mr. D. So then he left. And he let him leave. Izuku could see that he was wiping his eyes dry, and the image of him possibly crying right before Izuku had passed out re-entered his mind. He thought about yelling back to Kaken, but decided against it, realizing it wasn't all that important. Angel's voice wasn't all that important. Besides, that interaction completely drained him. There he is. Oh god, and young. Pooh. Go. Just so you know, pride is important. You definitely have the abilities to become a pro. But you still have a lot of dash. Let go of me, All Might. I can't walk. All Might looked down at Kaken. He felt bad for both of them. I'll become a hero that surpasses even you without you telling me. Right. All Might moved away from him, letting Kaken go. Izuku couldn't help the second-hand embarrassment he felt over the situation. Then, All Might turned back to him, a question he didn't know in his eyes. But it wasn't what came next. Young Midoriya. What were you talking about with young Bakugo? We were, I'm so curious. Why don't you tell me in detail? You actually. Oh, he messed up big time. The next few days may have been a few of the worst days of his life. Besides the fact that he, the day before the first, had planned to reveal 2 humongous secrets to Kaken, only said one, and it was the one that concerned the number 1 hero, but he didn't know that, and not just him, plus he had to tell All Might about all this. He still didn't mention his other persona. He had to deal with a shitload of the press at the gates. They said, All Might this, and Kagamito that. And since his hair was the same color that Kamen claimed theirs was and he'd been taught by the number 1 hero, it took way too much effort to get through the gates. Hey you! How are All Might's classes? Could you be Kagamito Kamen? If not, have you heard from them? Excuse me, I have to go to the nurse's office. Please, just a quick word. Really, I have to go. What's your quirk then? Can you prove you aren't them? It's a strength enhancer. Please, I need to leave. He started backing away quickly before they could call out to him. It wasn't any better the next day either, since the press was still sticking around the front and were getting more desperate for information. The woman who talked to him the day before grabbed onto his arm, and it took everything in him to stay polite and not use either quirk on her. But at least they were choosing class president that day. He wanted to lead as well, but it could get in the way of his music writing, plus so many other people wanted to do it. Ida pulled them all out of their frenzy, pulling a speech out of mid-air. It would have been much more inspiring if he wasn't holding his hand up higher than everyone else. But hell, if he didn't get the part anyway. I got 3 votes? Kaken stood from his seat. Why Deku? Who voted for him? Well, it's better than voting for you. No, don't intimidate him. What did you say? God, Izuku was trembling. Slowly, he made his way up front with the girl wearing a ponytail, and he still couldn't stop shaking. Aizawa started talking in his disinterested tone again. Then, the class rep is Midoriya, and the deputy class rep is Yaoyorozu. Seriously? Seriously? When would he just stay still? How vexing, Yaoyorozu muttered, turning away from him. How was he supposed to do this? Before lunch again, Izuku looked for a music club, an orchestra, a piano club, hell, even a pop singing club, but it seemed everyone in UA valued their school time over anything extracurricular, though he didn't blame them. He met up with Uraraka and Ida in the cafeteria again, who briefly interrogated him on where he's been going. He avoided their questions easily, so they went on talking about whatever they wished. Uraraka chewed on her food. The rice is so good. Meanwhile, Izuku stared at his, which he hadn't yet touched. Even though I've been chosen as class rep, I don't know if I'm qualified for it. You are. It'll be fine. Izuku looked up to Ida, who spoke last. When they made eye contact, he continued. Your courage and judgment at critical moments make you worth following. He looked back down. That's why I voted for you. It was you. But didn't you want to be class rep too, Ida-kun? I mean, you've got glasses and everything. Uraraka just talks without thinking. Wanting to do it and being suitable for it are different issues. I merely did what I judged to be correct. You don't usually say, merely. Ida looked vaguely panicked. Oh, that's... Uraraka leaned in. I've been thinking. Are you a rich boy, Ida-kun? Rich? I tried to change how I talk because I didn't want to be called that. Both Izuku and Uraraka waited intently. Ida sighed. Yes, my family has been heroes for generations. I'm the second son. Do you know the turbo hero Ingenium? Izuku thrived off that. Of course. He's a really popular hero who has 65 sidekicks working at his Tokyo agency. Then he gasped. Wait, don't tell me. He is my elder brother. Ida declared proudly. Ida-kun, that's amazing. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. However, I think it is still too soon for me to lead others. He looked right at Izuku and smiled. Unlike me, Midoriya-kun realized the point of the practical portion of the entrance exam, so he is more suitable for the job. The two looked on to him in awe. This might be the first time I've seen you smile, Ida-kun. What really? I smile. Izuku chuckled, thinking about their situations. Ida had his brother, who was like Izuku's all might. He also wanted to hide part of his life, and while not as earth-shattering as his secret was, he could find a way to link them. They were his friends, right? So they care about him and would look past his fame and would keep their friendship intact, right? He was wrong about the entrance exam too. He should at least clear that up. Actually, about all that. The alarms went off, shocking everyone in the cafeteria. Someone over the speakers explained that they needed to evacuate the building, and no one gave it a second thought before bolting for the doors. It was near impossible to actually get outside though, everyone shoving each other around so much. He was carried away, calling out to his friends as he went. He was off his feet, being carried around between two students fighting through the crowd with little to show for it. He looked around to see if Uraraka and Ida were all right, seeing that Uraraka was being carried off as well. He struggled against his unintentional captors, at least trying to touch the ground. He could use his quirk. Say something really loudly to make everyone stop moving, pry himself free and tell everyone to get out slower so it actually works. But that would reveal him to the entire school. But there's an intruder. But before he knew what was happening, Ida flew through the sky, smashed into the wall, and clung to his spot above the exit sign. Everyone, everything's fine. Oh, thank God. Come on, class rep, start. And now, let us decide on the other class officers. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves and smother his quirk. Why was he only like this in front of real people? He didn't ever have this problem as Kamen. He looked down. But first, can I say something? With the attention of the class further set on him, he continued as he kept shaking, God damn it. I think that Ida Tenya should be class rep after all. Calm down, calm down. He was able to get everyone's attention in such a cool way. He looked to his friend. I think it would be best if Ida-kun did it. He almost sighed when Kirishima chimed in. I'm good with that too. Midoriya saying it, and it's true that Ida was a big help at the cafeteria today. Yeah, and he kind of looked like the person on the emergency exit signs, didn't he? They were accepting it so easily. He felt practically blessed. You're wasting time, Aizawa cut in from his spot on the ground. To put it mildly, he startled Izuku. I don't care what you do, just hurry up and do it. Ida rose from his seat slowly. If the class rep has nominated me, then it cannot be helped. From this day forth, I, Ida Tenya, promise to do my best to carry out the duties of class representative. We're counting on you, emergency exit. Emergency exit Ida. Do your best. But he dodged a bullet there. Imagine his workload if he didn't. Class rep duties on top of writing music all the time. He'd be driven mad. But he kept up a happy face, not taking in what Yayorozu said beside him. At least he could keep his secrets a little longer, with less of a spotlight. For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and 1 more person. Excuse me, Shiro called. What'll we be doing? Aizawa held up a card with blue letters, spelling out rescue. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Everyone muttered excitedly, and Izuku was no exception. Rescue was the thing he admired so much. The way All Might saved over 1,000 people during his debut, and barely broke a sweat. He had wondered at times if he could rescue people with Angel's voice, but he didn't need to worry about that, what with having one for all. Hey, I'm not done. He silenced them in an instant. You can decide if you want to wear your costume or not this time. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities too. Their costume slots, well, that's what he was going to call them, slid out of the wall. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. He nodded determinedly, standing to get his PE clothes and basics of his costume. On his way to the changing room, his thoughts wandered from the training to his music, and more specifically, the new piano and flute piece he was attempting. The melody buzzed through his mind, and he found himself humming it as he pulled his undershirt off. Someone tapped his shoulder. He turned to see Kirishima's curious gaze focused on him. Hey bro, what's that song? It sounds awesome, but I don't think I've heard it. Echa? Oh, sheet, find something to cover yourself, you idiot. I heard someone singing it earlier, and I guess it's stuck in my head. That was fine, right? Whoa, dude, do you think that was Kamen? It sounds great. Do you remember where you saw them? And no, I don't, sorry. He pulled his shirt over his head, trying not to give himself away. But even if I did, I'm sure Kamen wasn't singing to get attention. They're probably just figuring out a new song. Lie by giving the truth, Izuku, you can do this, he told himself. I guess. It's still hard to believe that there's a musical genius somewhere in our school. But I hope they get the courage to give themselves away. I'd love to see them. Yeah, but I don't think it'll be anytime soon. Not with everyone pushing to find them. Oh, I was pushing to begin it. This is hard. He dropped his forehead into his palm. How do you do it, Midoriya? You always seem to respect people's boundaries so easily, it's hard to match. Izuku blinked at him. What? I think you're pretty good at holding yourself back. The only trick is, he tapped his chin, pondering it for a moment. How did he do it again? I guess, you just have to detach yourself from your curiosity, or from the subject. I think? I've never really thought about it. Really? With how much muttering you do, I'm surprised there's something you don't think about. Izuku jumped at Kaken's voice, glancing behind him to meet his plain glare. There are a lot of things I don't mutter about. He clicked his tongue, ignoring him in favor of grumbling like the angsty teen he was. He also dragged Kirishima's attention away from him, which he was grateful for, and continued changing in peace. When he'd gotten back outside, Uraraka walked up to him, wearing her embarrassing suit once again. Oh, you're wearing your PE clothes? Where's your costume? They got ripped up during the combat training, so I'm waiting for the support company to fix it. It's going to look a bit different too, since I suggested some changes be made. A whistle blew, turning the class heads towards Ida, who inevitably was holding the whistle in question. Class 1A, gather round. Form 2 lines by your student numbers in order to make boarding the bus go smoothly. He blew the whistle a few more times consecutively, throwing his arm in the air after each one. Izuku laughed and sighed, deciding to just go along with him. It didn't end up mattering, since the bus had sideways seating. Ida moped the entire way. As for Izuku, Azui struck a conversation. Midoriya-chan. Weiss, Azu-sen? Call me, Teeth. Alright, sorry. Your quirk is like All Might's, but you act like Kamen would. Huh. Why you think so? Wait a sec, Tsu-chan, All Might doesn't get hurt when he uses his, and Midoriya's habit of breaking his arms is something Kamen would never do. They're just similar. Izuku audibly sighed. But it's nice to have a simple augmenting type quirk. You can do lots of flashy stuff. My hardening's strong against others, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like much. I think it's really cool. It's a quirk that can definitely pass as a pros. A pros, huh? But you have to think about popularity as a hero too, you know? My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache, Mina chimed. Well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki and Bakugo though, huh? Kaken looked up at them and scoffed. Bakugo-chan's always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular, though. What the hell? You wanna fight? See? The class kept teasing Kaken, which distressed Izuku to no end, but he couldn't very well break them up, seeing as he would blame it all on Izuku once he caught the boy's attention. We're here, Aizawa announced, sounding a bit annoyed. Stop messing around. Yes, sir. It was still a little hard to believe that they'd met the Space Hero 13 that day, the person who influenced Izuku to take on a disguise so many years ago, and even more so to see how stunning the USJ was, but that was at the back of his mind as he listened to their speech. They talked about how dangerous quirks can be, and how easily one slip-up could end up hospitalizing someone. Izuku looked at his hand, which he knew had the power to kill with one punch, or even one snap. Angel's voice most certainly could do something, but probably couldn't get anyone hurt. It was a safe quirk he could keep easily hidden, with no worries. He couldn't be a hero with only that anyway. All right then, first dash. The lights above sparked and flickered, then plunged them into a dull darkness. Near the fountain, a dark purple hole appeared, unsettling Izuku to the very core. That was just part of the training, right? To set the mood? Aizawa's fearful look dashed his hopes. Out of the misty hole, a man with a pale, severed hand over his face poked through, stepping onto the brick walkway around the fountain. Behind him, hundreds of people who just screamed no good appeared, and Aizawa demanded the class stuck together. 13 stood in front of them protectively. Is this like the entrance exam where the lessons already started? A few people, including Izuku, started to move forward, before Aizawa called to them to stay still. Izuku looked at their teacher, gasping when he put on his hero goggles. Those are villains. 1A gasped, looking on in horror at the scene before them. Izuku shook in fear as the crowd spread, desperately trying to calm himself by humming gentle tunes. What? Villains? No way. There's no way they could get into a hero school. Sensei, what about the trespasser censors? Yaoyorozu stepped forward, just to the front of the group. We have them of course, but 13 trailed off. Did they only appear here or around the whole school? Izuku turned to Todoroki, a little surprised that he said anything. He's usually pretty quiet. Either way, if the censors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separate from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. The class jumped at the notion, freezing in their spots like he'd covered them in ice. Aizawa seemed to have already gathered that, telling 13 to evacuate them and get help. Kaminari, he called. You try contacting the school with your quirk, too. Yes, sir. What about you, sensei? Izuku found himself yelling. He shoved down his emotions, drowning his quirk and keeping a steady voice. Will you fight by yourself? With that many, even if you can erase their quirks? Eraserhead's fighting style is capturing after erasing the enemy's quirk. A frontal battle is... His voice trailed away. You can't be a hero with just one trick. That surprised him, but he was right. I'm leaving it to you, 13. Then, without a moment to lose, he was down in the battle, one against who knows how many. He didn't have much time to marvel over his teacher's skill, but he took it anyway, possibly for too long. Real pros were enchanting to watch. There's no time for analysis. He turned to Ida. Hurry up and take shelter. The purple mist appeared in front of them, stopping the class in their escape. I won't let you, a surprisingly formal voice announced. Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of the heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath. I believe All Might should have been here. The glowing yellow eyes narrowed. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play. Kirishima and Kaken jumped out at the villain, and while their attack was flashy, it left him unharmed. Oh dear, that's dangerous. That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs. No. Move away, you two. My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death. The purple mist surrounded them, and everyone hid from and fought it off the best they could. Before he knew what was happening, Izuku plunged into a huge body of water. As he tried to swim back up, he analyzed the situation. A fish-like villain swam right up to him, teeth bared, before Azui kicked him in the face, sending him off. Midoriya-chan. Ribbit. Her tongue tied around him as she dragged him through the water, throwing him onto the shipwreck in the center of the lake. He got up, rubbing the back of his head that he'd hit a bit too hard. He vaguely noted Minetta's presence. Thanks, Azui-san. She climbed up the side of the ship, popping her head up. Call me Tiki-Tikan, thanks. She looked over the side. This has turned into a bad situation, though. Yeah. What the villain said earlier. They knew UA's schedule. Looking at the big picture, those guys must have set up the media intrusion the other day to get information. They were waiting to pounce, just as Todoroki-kun said. But dash. Mineta started. It's not like they can kill All Might. Once All Might comes, he'll pound those guys. Mineta-chan. Huh. Don't you think they are trying so hard because they have a way to kill him? Izuku gasped. Guys that strong just told us they would torture us to death, you know. I wonder if we'll be able to hold out until All Might arrives. Even if All Might comes, I wonder if we will make it out in one piece. Mineta looked like he was going to cry. And Midoriya. What the heck is that? Izuku looked to where he was pointing, past Azui to you, and to the water, where villains were appearing out of the water like poppies in snow. Mineta screamed. They had a way to defeat All Might. She's probably right about that. But a question popped into his head. Why do they want to kill him? Because he's become someone who deters villains and evil? Because he represents hope? Memories of him and All Might together flashed under his eyelids as he clenched his fist in anger. No, he didn't care why. They wanted to hurt someone he cared about, and he wouldn't allow it, no matter what. If those guys have a way to defeat All Might, then right now, we should be stopping whatever they're planning. By fighting and winning. But if he was being honest, he wasn't prepared whatsoever. Mineta whined about their situation the whole time Izuku and Azui discussed their predicament. Our only hope lies in the fact that our opponents don't know what our quirks are, he concluded. The enemy isn't trying to climb the boat. That supports my hypothesis. But that also means they aren't underestimating us, either, he said grimly. Through a tense pause, Azui, goddammit, Tsuyu spoke up. I'll tell you more about my quirk. I can jump high, stick to walls, and stick my tongue out up to about 20 meters. I can also spit out my stomach and wash it, and secrete toxic mucus that actually just stings a little. The last two are practically useless, so you can probably forget about them. I already kind of knew, but you're really strong. I have super strength, but once I use it, I'm basically out of commission. And a weak singing quirk, he mentally added. It's like a double-edged sword. Mineta pulled a purple sphere off his head, which was instantly replaced with another. My quirk lets these stick super tight. Depending on how I'm feeling, they can even stick for a whole day. They grow back after I pull them off, but if I pull off too many, I'll start bleeding. They don't stick to me. They just bounce off. The two green-haired teens stared at him with a blank expression. He started crying again. That's why I said we should. Just wait quietly. My quirk is totally unfit for battle. That's not it. It's an amazing quirk, so we just have to think of a way to use it. A huge hand made of water appeared above them, cutting Izuku off and the boat in half. I'm getting impatient. Let's end this quickly. What power? Tsuyu mumbled. The ship's broken. Mineta whined again, running up to the edge of the boat and tossing his hair down as he cried. You can't give you dash. Angel's voice almost surfaced as he spoke, but he shoved it down again. He momentarily wondered if that was healthy, suppressing his quirk so much. What are you doing? The enemy will figure out your quirk dash. He looked to the villains, who were shooing away the purple spheres warily. Then an idea struck him. When the enemy becomes certain of their victory, that will be our chance. All Might said so before on TV. What? His fists shook in fear, but he drowned it all out of his voice. This is the only way to win. He briefly told them his plan, then without warning he threw his foot on the rails of the boat and screamed, jumping off the side, screaming, "Die!" He then aimed at the water, bracing himself to break his piano. He couldn't sacrifice the whole instrument, seeing as there were sure to be more enemies to fight, so he had to use only a few keys. Play the chord, destroy the keys, but leave a couple left to play again. That was what he was supposed to do. He snapped his fingers, feeling the pain sting his eyes immediately as he watched a vortex form under him. The water consumed the villains, and before he joined them, he screamed, "Tsuchin! Mineta-kun!" He heard Tsu rib-bit and felt her catch him, wincing as the wind around them waved his poor broken fingers around. He then saw Mineta throwing his hair down at the villains, and almost laughed when they panicked over what was sticking to them. When they were all SED in the middle together, they got stuck in a huge ball of limbs and anger. Rounded everyone up at once, Tsu said. I guess it's like we've cleared the first hurdle. You're both amazing. This time he did laugh, though it sounded rough and raspy as he fought back the pain. You're amazing too, Titsu-chan. Once the water was calm again, and the villains were rendered harmless, Tsuyu dropped them into the water. We were lucky that was all of them. I took a huge gamble. Normally, they would have kept some people underwater in reserve. I was trying to keep my composure, but I couldn't stay calm. Midoriya-chan, stop that, she stated. It's scary. Huh. Rather than reflect back, shouldn't you think about what to do next? Why, you're right. He winced again, gently blanketing his broken fingers with his other hand. Are you all right? Why, yeah, I'm okay. Anyway, we should make getting help our top priority. It would be best to follow the shore and avoid the central plaza as we head towards the exit. That's true. Aizawa-sensei has drawn a large number of villains to the plaza. They looked to the fountain, where their teacher was fighting every villain that got in his way. There were too many around, and the majority seemed to be in the plaza. I think he's overexerted himself by jumping into that crowd of villains to protect us. Wait, Midoriya, don't tell me you... Stupid, stupid, stupid. He looked back at them. I'm not thinking of doing anything that'll get in his way. But if we can just find an opening and lessen Aizawa-sensei's load, even a little. They both nodded gently, following him out of the water, but Mineta still seemed scared. Hey, Midoriya, we're just here to see how things are going, okay? I know. We'll run away the instant it seems dangerous. Ahead of them, their teacher was fighting with his whole spirit, throwing a punch after landing a kick and cycling over again. The man with the hand over his face ran towards him, but was elbowed in the gut. But whereas Izuku thought this another victory, Tsuyu noticed how Aizawa was caught, and how his hair fell, and his elbow started disintegrating where the man held it. Izuku gasped when he saw Aizawa's skin chip away, holding that breath in as he escaped. Another villain approached from behind, followed by another and another, all of which he dodged while holding his exposed and bleeding elbow. The hand villains seemed to be taunting him, and just as his hair fell again, the others leapt back in to fight. Then, in a horrifying moment, a huge villain with their brain exposed appeared behind his teacher, then sliced off his goggles. Izuku almost cried as it continued to beat him into the ground. Aizawa-sensei. That villain wasn't a person anymore. He could tell that much as he watched it break his teacher's arm with much ease and no emotion. Anytime he tried to do something, that monster broke a few more bones. Midoriya, I can't take it anymore. I'm sure you must be having second thoughts as well, right? Ribbit. The purple mist appeared next to the hand villain, which seemed to draw his attention away from Aizawa. He couldn't tell what was being said, But he knew it wasn't good for either party from the hand guy's reaction. He reached up and started to scratch his neck feverishly before he suddenly stopped. Izuku tried desperately to hear what they were saying, but they were muttering from too far away. All he caught was, "Let's go home." "They're going home?" Mineta repeated. "Did they say they're going home?" "That's what I heard." "Alright. We're saved." Mineta obviously did a Mineta thing, because Azuitsu shoved him under the water as punishment. "I have a bad feeling about this, Midoriya." Yeah. For them to simply retreat after doing all this, didn't they want to kill All Might? If they leave, UA would just beef up their security, and they wouldn't be able to do that again. What was going on? What were they planning? He picked something else up, and horrifically, their eyes met. "Oh yeah. Before we leave, let's smash some of his pride as the symbol of peace." Before they knew what was happening, the hand villain was in front of them, reaching out to touch Azui. Izuku knew what would happen if he touched her. She would end up looking just like Aizawa's elbow, cracking and crumbling with blood seeping through, or completely gone for that matter. He was too terrified to move, to even speak, so when he reached her face, nothing happened. "Do you mean it? You really are cool." Erase her head. Izuku caught a glimpse of Aizawa's bloody face, staring directly at the villain to protect them. His heart sputtered and skipped in fear and amazement, but he still couldn't think straight. He jumped up and hurled a fist at the despicable person before him. And just like Aizawa, the only thing he had on his mind was to protect Azui, protect his friends, protect everyone they're worth protecting. "Let go of her," he screamed, voice filled with something he didn't have time to process. Smash! A gust of wind formed from his fist, strong enough to knock away villains that stood all the way across the plaza, and to break the light bulbs high above. Needless to say, he was shocked to find his arm wasn't broken from it. He took a short moment to celebrate his control, before looking up to see the thing, standing with Izuku's fist in its gut, who was holding the hand villain back. "What in the world?" he muttered, staring at where his fist should have carved a hole through the thing's stomach, but was still fully intact. Wait, it didn't dash. With a start, he recognized the sound of his quirk, covering his mouth as the thing kept staring at him dully. "Numo, let go of me," the hand villain wailed after Izuku stepped away, tugging quickly on Mineta's and Azui's costumes to get them away. "Away, away." The villain landed back on his feet, chuckling lightly. "You move well. You're Smash. Are you a follower of All Might's? Well, no matter, I can't let you control my weapon." Numu his throat. In a moment the thing's hand was around his neck, crushing his windpipe in an instant. He tried to cry out in pain, but blood filled his mouth, drowning out the rest of his voice. Pain filled his senses, spilling from his eyes, spiking through his body like a million ghost spears, the real ones aimed for his broken throat. He was let go after an eternity, falling to his knees, trying to gasp for air. He couldn't hear. He couldn't see. He couldn't feel. He definitely couldn't talk, for what that's worth. His center of balance was disturbed as someone tried pulling him to his feet, but he fell the moment they let go. He focused as much as he could, on just breathing, that he didn't hear the conversation around him, didn't feel the hands on his shoulders, didn't even notice All Might arrive, smile long gone from his face. He didn't hear his teacher's scream of fear. He didn't feel the terribly gentle hands picking him up. He didn't see the dark mist, changing his surroundings from the slightly familiar USJ to a dimly lit bar. He had to breathe. Focus like his life depended on it, which it most definitely did. He was growing tired. It hurt so much, but he had to breathe. He had to expand his lungs and try not to fill them with blood. He had to force the blood from out his throat so he didn't drown. He had to breathe. He had to breathe. He had to... His thoughts were interrupted rudely by another stab of excruciating red-hot pain, like someone dug their fingers into his wounded throat and tried reshaping his windpipe. He coughed roughly, fire erupting on bits of his skin as tears slipping onto the concrete under his feet, both hands wrapped painfully around his own shifting neck. What was going on? What was this? Why this? His ears seemed to work again, and he finally noticed the deafening stillness of everything around him. Blood splattered on the floor, mixed with tears, all his own, But what was much more disturbing was the heavy atmosphere, like someone was there, someone was watching him, someone was in that dim room with him at that very moment, and that feeling kept his eyes locked on the splotch of red under him. I assume you've already healed. The voice, coming from right over him, sent chills up his spine and froze his veins. His mouth hung open, trying to form words hopelessly in the presence of unimaginable terror. His body, mangled and bloody, laying on the ground in a pile of his own guts, was nearly slashed beyond recognition. He had tears in his eyes, mixing with the blood around him, but the life had long left them, dispersed in the red mess he'd become. He was shaking, trembling even, but the voice was right. He had healed, despite what his brain tried to tell him. "I'm glad," the voice said, which he now recognized as a male. It grated on his ears, the attention-demanding ring in that man's throat proclaiming superiority. Shigaraki will be pleased to have another person at his beck and call. "I hope I did not waste that quirk on you, it's quite useful. Aren't you lucky, it's meshed quite well with you." "Quirk? What quirk?" "Stay here," he ordered, but he couldn't move if he wanted to, which he so desperately wanted. "They will be back soon, entering this very room. Have a nice day, Izuku." He vaguely heard a door open and shut, feeling the weighted gaze fall off him. He took a deep, shaky breath, barely feeling more tears slip off his cheeks. He could still taste the iron of his blood as he coughed, letting out that little bit of red still caught in his throat. He needed to leave. He needed to get away. He needed to get back to his friends and classmates and teachers. He needed to know if they were safe, if they got help, if they were winning. He didn't think they could, but he deeply hoped they weren't losing. He wished with everything he had that they were still alive, and that they would all make it out okay. As for him, he couldn't stay here. He needed to leave, get back to them, even though he couldn't do anything but roughly sob. He pushed himself onto his feet, stumbling 3 times before he'd managed to keep his balance through the thick fog of fear in his head. He needed to move. He took a step forward, towards the only door he saw, then another and another, until his hands clamped around the knob. Of course it was locked. He hit his fist on the wood uselessly, before vaguely remembering that he could just break it. But would that man show up again? Would he stop him? Could he escape before he was caught? He couldn't let his thoughts run through pointless what-ifs, though. That creature, that monster, it was with them, and he needed to help them as much as he could. He needed to help. He slammed his one-for-all empowered fist on the door, splintering it immediately, finding a stone staircase leading right up to a street. He thanked his lucky stars and made a run for it, turning every which way in hopes of figuring out where in the world he was. Was he still in Japan? He thought so. The people around him were all speaking Japanese in concerned voices. "Hey, are you okay?" "Where am I?" he croaked quietly, still feeling the lingering pain of his previously crushed throat. "Kamino," she replied straight. The woman shook her head, and he realized he'd used Angel's voice on her. "Why?" "Kamino. Kamino, Kamino, Kamino." Yue was in Mizudafu. How far was he? How far is Mizudafu? He asked before he'd really started thinking about it. "A couple cities over." "Wait, are you okay? You're really bloody dash. How long would it take to get there?" "How would I know that? The train station is a couple blocks over, but, hey." He was already running, not minding the looks he got from fellow pedestrians, eyes searching wildly for the train station. When he found it, he ran directly to the map, found what direction Mizudafu was in, and kept running. He wasn't tired. Not really. All he could think about was getting back to his class. He was sure that he should have at least a scratch on his arm from running so desperately, but there was nothing. His throat didn't even hurt anymore. He tripped and sprinted through the gates of Yue, dangerously close to skidding his cheek on the cement, but kept going. He threw the front doors open and didn't take a second to stop before rushing to 1A's classroom. He burst through the enormous double doors, locking eyes with Azui immediately, feeling his anxiety relax at the sight of her, safe, like everyone else. "Midoriya-chan." "Degun, oh my god." "Midoriya-kun, where were you?" "Midoriya, what happened?" The last one came from a bear mouse thing soon next to him. He quickly recognized him as Nedzu, kneeling to the principal's height as his paws rested on Izuku's shoulders. "Where did they take you, Midoriya? Can you tell us?" He struggled to keep his quirk under control. I was in Kamino, in an empty bar, stairs led up to a street. But, I don't know what street I just ran, I couldn't dash. It's okay, Midoriya. We're very thankful that you're safe. Who healed your wounds? He stopped at that, trying to think. The entire experience was blurred in his memories, but he remembered a few distinct things. There was a man there, and he mentioned a quirk, after his throat reshaped itself. He'd left before he could get himself to move, but he'd done something. There was a man. I couldn't get myself to look at him before he left, but Ichi terrified me. His cheeks were wet as he forced himself to breathe deeply again. It took him a moment to understand that he started crying. He made me think I was dead, just by standing next to me dash. It's okay. Did he heal you? No, he was sure that man did not heal him. But if not him, then what happened? His throat was bleeding, then it closed up and it felt like someone messed with it, but was that really what happened? Did someone really heal him? He mentioned a quirk, but no, it wasn't true, right? He looked up, glancing around at his concerned classmates, before reluctantly walking straight up to Kaken. I need you to punch me with your quirk. Please. What the hell are you getting at, shitty nerd? Please, Kaken, I need you to punch me. If you won't, someone else has to, and no one else would want to, so please punch me dash. It happened fast, much faster than he could follow, but he thought he got through to Kaken, making him send a powered-up right hook straight at his jaw. Izuku was knocked backwards when a loud crack echoed through the classroom, feeling both the harsh sting of his broken jaw and the searing heat he'd formerly felt on his throat. They both flashed for just a moment, before he stood flat against the wall, his jaw intact if a little sore, and tears collecting fast in his eyes once again. He slid to the ground, muffling his broken sobs with the back of his palm as his friends gathered closer, placing a few comforting hands on him as Izuku wept, fearful of something he couldn't put a name to. He muttered to himself, over and over again, countless denials to what he knew deep down was inevitably, undoubtedly true. At one moment, he'd blinked away enough tears to see an equal amount of water in each pair of eyes set on him, which he soon realized were every pair in the room. Ida and Uraraka walked him home silently. He clung to their arms the entire way, only letting go when they'd reached his front door. Ida rang the doorbell, their sad eyes meeting his mother's desperate ones before she'd met the distant sight of her own son. She'd asked them if they wanted to stay, but they assured her they needed to get back home as well. Izuku's mother let them go much more willingly than Izuku had, clutching her arm instead. It was noticeably quiet for an awkwardly long time, until she patted his cheek and drew his eyes to hers. Izuku, do you want to talk about it? He didn't respond. Honey. He shook his head minutely, leaning his forehead on her shoulder, if a bit awkwardly. He heard her stifle a sob. It was on the news, Izuku, she muttered, carting her fingers gently through his hair. The principal called me twice. He said that you were kidnapped, then that you escaped on your own dash. She choked on her own words, hugging him tightly. I was so scared, oh sweetie dash. He felt tears forming again, but he barely tried fighting them back. He gripped the fabric of her cardigan tightly, leaning into her gentle touch. They stayed like that for a while, silent tears forming and falling with each passing second, only accompanied by a harsh, shuddering breath or a very quiet whimper. They finally broke apart when she insisted they needed to eat, but he didn't say a word throughout dinner. He disappeared to his room, collapsing on his bed with the full intention of drifting off in that second, but something nagged in the back of his mind. It told him that something was still wrong, something needed to be addressed in that moment, and he couldn't ignore it. He sat up reluctantly, eyes catching on his own through his mirror. He stood and ran to it, hand delicate on the scar gracing his neck, jagged and dull red. He pressed on the skin, finding no pain or resistance accompanying it. He tried to feel a difference between it and his clean skin, but the textures were exactly the same. Of course it would scar. Why wouldn't it? It was a horrible wound that some monstrosity inflicted on him, which a terrifying man he couldn't even look at made him fix. He did not give him a quirk, he had 2 quirks, 2, not 3. Maybe, somewhere in there, the scar could have been avoided, but where? He had no clue, and it didn't seem like that mute red would go away anytime soon. His neck was visible from inside his Kamen hoodie, wasn't it? Would his listeners notice it? They would definitely notice. They noticed the letter, which really wasn't all that hidden, so they would never miss a huge, obvious scar right on his neck, unless he somehow covered it from then on. He didn't want to think about how many questions he would get, either way he went at it. A choked sob grated at his throat, but he held it back, pressing the heel of his palms against his eyes. It wasn't that bad, right? He didn't need to cry about a scar. He didn't need to cry. But he was, and he couldn't do anything about it. A distinct buzz from his phone roused him from his sorrows, dragging his attention away just momentarily. He decided to respond to the YouTube message, since it was obviously directly for him. He opened the app and clicked the chat, finding a username he vaguely recognized. It was a music company that tried to recruit him before. The only reason he didn't drop his phone on his bedside right there was the surprisingly unprofessional format of the message. "Hey, were you in Kamino this afternoon?" Plus the fact it was way too specific. "Why are you asking?" The response was quick. "I know I'm using the company account, but you asked me where Muzudafu was, right?" "Oh shit. Why do you think that was me?" The boy, with green curly hair, freckles, and a scar on his neck, looked completely panicked with blood covering his UA gym uniform. His eyes glowed and his voice changed when he asked me a question, and I immediately complied with an answer. Now, this might just be speculation, but I'm pretty convinced that it was you, mostly based on the hair and quirk. Am I right? I won't tell anyone without permission. The mention of his new scar hurt his chest, but he buried the feeling, which in hindsight probably wasn't very good. Besides, there were more curious things in the woman's message. Did his eyes really glow? Either that or they reflected the sunlight. Was that boy you? Damn it, he couldn't lie. He was so bad at keeping secrets, how was he still unknown? It took a monumental amount of convincing to send the next message. "Yes, that was me. Please don't reveal me." "I would never. I just wanted to know if you were okay. You seemed really spooked back there, and the blood didn't help the first impression." He breathed a sigh of relief, hanging his head over his phone. God, that was nerve-wracking. How was he so confident in front of the camera again? "If you ever need anything, Kagamito-san, you can always ask either me or my company. There's no reason to hide." He bit back his scoff. She couldn't hear it, but it was better not to scoff while texting. There's plenty of reasons. But none of them make much sense. Before she could send anything else, he needed to get himself out of his situation. "I need to go to sleep. You can check the news for me, if you want to know anything else. I can't talk right now." He dropped his phone on his nightstand, ignoring the memorable ping that followed right after. He buried his face in his pillow, trying his damnedest to drown out the rest of the world. The soft trills of nighttime birds outside his window, the quiet rustle of the leaves they perched beside, the insistent sound of his fresh memories, the ones of that man's voice, his heavy breathing, the trains rolling past him as he desperately ran, wondering where is the school, how did he get there, why does nothing hurt? That night, he had the first nightmare of many to come. He went to school the day after the next, emotionally drained past empty after 2 sleepless nights. Izuku walked through the doors and didn't spare anyone a single glance as he made a beeline to his seat. He folded his arms in front of himself and dropped his head on his desk, trying to channel his normal self through a series of deep breaths. No one talked to him. He appreciated that. Instead of interacting with anyone, he eavesdropped on everyone else's conversations, pleasantly surprised he was not a topic in any. Yet, he could feel the lingering sense of unease growing and twisting and writhing within itself, because he knew they couldn't avoid it for. He was sure at least a few of them had figured him out, after all. He'd completely broken down in front of them, letting his quirk override his control and slip out. Maybe it was fine though? Maybe they wouldn't say anything? But what if they did? Could he handle it? He vaguely wished he hadn't gotten back, but quickly shoved the thought back down. He heard the door slide open, lifting his eyes when the room fell silent around him. He met the sight of Aizawa, or rather, the sight of Aizawa's living mummy as he called a short morning to the class. "Aizawa-sensei, you're back too soon," his classmates proclaimed, erupting from their previous conversations to pull their attention onto their teacher. He'd tuned most of everything out still, tugging gently on a particularly long curl as the voices around him droned on. Aizawa had mentioned the sports festival, earning a bit of interest from him as the class cheered, but he dropped his head again as Kaminari and Jairu questioned the safety of holding the event so soon after the villains attacked. He could feel eyes setting on him, but he didn't move. Aizawa quickly reassured the class, carrying on with his explanation, inspiring excitement in their hearts. He could feel it too, but it was a vague feeling, like a memory, don't think about memories, of joy and expectancy. Like it wasn't really him that felt this. "Oh, and Midoriya," Aizawa drawled, making him finally look back up to his bandaged face. "I'd like to speak with you for a moment." All eyes fell back on him suddenly, and it took all his self-control to keep his chin up under the pressure of countless unasked questions. He nodded slowly to his teacher, scooting out of his chair in the deafening silence that no one else dared to break, and quietly tottered over to Aizawa's side before the door closed behind them both. Aizawa kept walking, so Izuku followed, drawing his usual personality out of the depths of his mind. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere far enough that they can't eavesdrop. I have the feeling you won't want to say much otherwise." He gulped down sharply, dropping his gaze against his usual judgment. To himself, he seemed much more hollow than he should be, or maybe not hollow enough for everything. But he was definitely leaning towards the former. He tried to amp up his Izuku-ness. Aizawa turned to a door suddenly, wrenching him out of his thoughts. They both walked into the room, a quiet conference area with a table, a notepad and pen, a couch, and a wooden chair. He took the chair while Aizawa took the smallest sofa cushion, taking the notepad. "Do you want to start or should I?" He didn't respond, which was really a response in itself. "The other day, at the USJ, I passed out soon after the creature broke my eye contact with the villain Shigaraki. He was starting here." Izuku wasn't sure before that he'd passed out then, but it made a lot of sense. "Azui and Mineta informed me that you had spoken to Shigaraki and attempted to punch him, but the creature had grabbed Shigaraki and shielded him from your attack. They also mentioned that they were near hypnotized by your voice." He flinched at the exposure of his quirk. He'd silently hoped he wouldn't mention it, but he knew that was a useless endeavor. Izuku nodded without prompting. Aizawa hummed, continuing his recount of the events. "You had tried to get them to safety before the creature had broken your neck dash." "My neck didn't break," he clarified. "Just my throat." Aizawa took the pen and scribbled the fact down, raising his eyes to Izuku again. "Has anything else been wrong so far?" He thought for a moment before shaking his head. That's what I remember too. But things get fuzzy after that. I don't want to think about those things, though. Please don't ask." Aizawa was the one to nod this time, setting the pen back down. "Azui told me that the villain Shigaraki had ordered the creature to set you down, and had then ordered the villain Kurogiri to form a warp gate. He'd then tried to make you stand, and when that failed, Shigaraki had carried you through the portal. They couldn't stop the villains, and neither could All Might. He'd arrived too late." At Izuku's shocked and horrified expression, he asked, "Do you remember this?" Slowly, he shook his head, accompanying the action with a short, quiet, "no." Not seeming satisfied with this, Aizawa held his gaze until Izuku continued. "No, I don't remember that." "Distracted?" "A little bit. I couldn't breathe very well." Aizawa nodded, but he didn't write anything down. He watched Izuku with careful eyes, like he was waiting for something, but didn't want to draw it attention. Izuku thought he knew what it was, or at least thought he had two possibilities of what it could be. "I don't remember much, sensei," he said, instead of the truth. He didn't like the truth. He didn't want to address it. "What do you remember?" He took a deep breath, filtering his thoughts so he could speak clearly. "I already told Principal Nedzu." "Do you remember anything else?" "You were in a panic state, so things could have slipped your mind." Another breath, another thought filter, and he replied. I was in a poorly lit, underground bar. No one was there but myself and the man I couldn't look at. After he left, I broke down the door, ran up to the street and made it back to school. There's nothing else to say. Aizawa had written down Izuku's every word, and now held the pen over the paper with some form of necessity and intrigue. Could you have met that man before? No, feeling the answer was too definite, he added. No, I don't think I did. He flipped to another page. The students and Nedu's description of your newfound powers hint to two separate things. First, for your reaction in the classroom that day. I have no type of healing quirk, he responded, mind blanking out of anything else as he tried to stare that thought into his bandaged teacher. After a long moment he sighed to Izuku. Then back to your voice. More than a few of your classmates claimed that your voice had shifted and your eyes glowed, but they couldn't all agree on an explanation of how. He dropped the notepad in his lap. Uraraka, Ida, and Kirishima specifically claim that your eyes shined as your voice lightened, but Shuji and Tokoyami believe your eyes turned yellow after your voice became raspy and hoarse. However, Azui informed me that your voice and eyes were different when you were facing the villains and when in the classroom. Additionally, everyone who had heard you felt compelled to listen and follow you, whether they felt they usually would or not. He held his gaze a few seconds longer. These are obviously the effects of a quirk, but your quirk does not have these qualities, I believe. He had no idea how to react to this. Didn't that woman say his eyes glowed? What was this about them turning yellow? He knew his voice changed, but he'd never been in front of a mirror when he used his quirk, so he never knew that his eyes changed as well. Did other things about him change? Did his skin change at all? Or his hair? Midoriya, did you lie about the nature of your quirk? Ah, right, still in a conversation. He cleared his throat, dropping his eyes from Aizawa's intense gaze. I'm sorry. He shifted the notepad in his hands, tapping the pen against the paper. Will you tell me now? Izuku took a deep breath, sighing quietly to himself. Will you tell anyone? At the minimum, I will tell the principal, your other hero training teachers, and your classmates. They would all find out eventually. Izuku pursed his lips, twiddling his thumbs idly in his lap. How much could he say? He could certainly tell him everything he knew about Angel's voice, which was admittedly not a lot, but he couldn't tell him about One for All. He could say that the strength was a secondary part of Angel's voice he discovered after naming his quirk, but would he believe that? He wasn't sure. Midoriya. Do you know about Kagamito Kamen? Well, you probably do. There isn't much reason you wouldn't. Are you going to tell me you are a world-famous musician? He winced. Yeah, it's why I lied. I didn't want unnecessary attention. It was Aizawa's turn to sigh again, and he could swear he heard him mutter something like, I understand that. Hisashi watched your last video and made me watch with him. Is what you wrote all you know? It was pretty jarring to think that two of his teachers watched his videos, whether or not they were pro-heroes. He quickly slapped his cheeks to focus again, ignoring how his cheeks didn't even sting. Kinda. Super strength is the part of it that I don't quite understand, at least with how it links to my voice. I didn't know that my eyes glowed either. So you barely know anything about your quirk. The bluntness of his observation hit a little hard. Yep, that's, kinda it. Aizawa closed his notepad and set it back on the table. If that's all you have to say, then you can go back to class. I'll go to the principal to inform him of your situation. Oh, okay. He stood up and walked to the door, turning just as he was about to leave the room. Aizawa-sensei? What is it? Izuku held his words in his throat, questioning whether or not he should really ask. He spoke before he'd really thought it through, and he wondered if it was a mistake to do so. Thank you. Aizawa looked at him strangely for a long moment. For what? He knew why he was thanking him, in his heart he knew, but Izuku just couldn't form his thoughts into any other words without breaking himself. Just, thank you, Aizawa-sensei. He seemed confused by the undefined gratitude, but took it as it was anyway. You're welcome, Midoriya. Now get back to class. He laughed with his face half hidden behind the door, and it was probably the happiest he's sounded since he'd entered the USJ. It was still vacant and maybe a little forlorn, but that was fine. He didn't need to be all there yet. He could take his time coming back. No one besides the teachers talked to him during class. He appreciated that. Hey, Midoriya. Kirishima appeared beside his desk at the beginning of lunch. He matched eyes with the redhead for a second longer than necessary before responding. What is it, Kirishima-kun? I was wondering if I could eat lunch with you, just the two of us? If you want anyone else to come along, I'm fine with that, but I'm fine with it just being us, he said, not mentioning how he'd rather spend lunch either not talking or alone. He grabbed his bag and slung it over his shoulder, ignoring the lingering stares of his other classmates. Okay. I'll meet you in the cafeteria. Izuku hummed and smiled, walking past everyone to leave the room. In the hallway, he let other quick-to-leave students rush past him as the hallways slowly filled up. He wandered his way to the lunchroom, managing to be one of the first people to get into lunch rush's line. He chuckled as he handed Izuku his food. You seem a little down. Do you want something extra to cheer you up? Izuku looked down to his food. He didn't feel like much that day, so he'd only taken a bowl of udon. Maybe he did need something more. What else should I have? How about some sushi? I personally think shrimp would be good for you now, or maybe tuna. He smiled again, more habit than sentiment. Shrimp sounds good. I think I'll have that. Lunch Rush grinned under his mask, he could tell as he whipped together the new dish. Here you go. One comforting tray of shrimp sushi for the green-haired boy up front. He lowered his head to Lunch Rush and expressed his thanks, wandering around to look for an empty table to sit at. He found one near the entrance, luckily, and settled down, glancing up now and again to find Kirishima. The redhead found him quickly enough, already having his own food when he sat down. Yo, Midoriya. Hi, Kirishima-kun. How are you? He laughed, taking a bite of his food. You know, normal. What about you? The mood dropped with his question. You've been a little, well. Izuku poked at his food, wondering how he should respond. Should he tell the truth? If he did, how much of it? He couldn't very well dig out the reason he felt so horrible, but he could work around it, or give a fake reason as to why. Should he lie? If he did, how would it catch up to him and how fast? Even if he tried, he knew he was bad at lying, he was just good at not talking about the truth. Midoriya? Izuku jumped a little embarrassed that he'd ignored responding twice already. Oh, I mean, Aizawa-sensei said he'd tell them anyway. You remember when I was humming a song in the changing room? And you said it sounded really nice? I remember. You told me how you respect people's boundaries so well. Oh yeah, I did. Well, he let his chopsticks drop in his bowl. I lied in that conversation. Kirishima's silence indicated he already knew. So, you want to know the truth about why you were singing Kamen's unreleased song? Geez, Izuku really sounded suspicious when he put it like that. That is, he lowered his voice, leaning in closer to avoid being overheard. I'm actually Kagamito. It's me. A beat of silence passed between them in which Izuku second-guessed himself again, or maybe it would be third-guessing. Either way, Kirishima sighed loudly, leaning back in his seat and throwing his arms over his eyes. Izuku could do nothing but blink at him. Midoriya, you are so, God, I don't even know how to describe you. Sorry? Kirishima matched eyes with him, a bland stare that most definitely meant he wasn't surprised. Why haven't you told anyone? There's no reason to be afraid. He picked up his sushi, shoving one slice in his mouth. I don't like having too much attention. I don't think I would be able to handle walking anywhere if I thought someone would recognize me and make a big deal out of me. Plus, I don't know, I think people would be disappointed. He kept his eyes down, poking his food some more. You know, this famous musician no one knows anything about turning out to be a green-haired boy with anxiety, a sheet ton of insecurities, and some dumb voice quirk I know almost nothing about. I think people expect a bit more from me. He sighed, dropping his head between his arms. Plus, I have this huge scar on my neck, and now that the festival is coming up, I'm scared that someone will see the scar on me in a video and link it to me in the festival, and I really want to try my best, but I don't want to drag attention to myself, but even if I don't, I know I still want to be a great hero, and I know that people will figure me out soon enough. That woman in Kamino already did. So at this point I'm just dragging out my secret for as long as I can, and it's all going to blow up in my face and I can't dash. Midoriya, slow down. Kirishima's hand grabbed his shoulder, and it was only then that he realized he'd completely curled in on himself. He tried straightening out, stretching his arms away from where he gripped his hair and sitting back up from his tight position. He took a few deep breaths, looking back to Kirishima, who was clearly very concerned. Sorry, Kirishima-kun. I'm a little stressed. The understatement of the year. No, it's... He stayed quiet for a few moments, tapping his finger against the table. Their meals were nearly forgotten. If it means anything, I won't tell anyone. I really didn't expect too much from Kamu. He chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. It sounds rude when I say it out loud, but I kinda knew that the kid behind that mask was really just a kid, like me. I mean, I didn't know you were so much like me, but dash. How are we similar? He thought about the indications of his words, and hurried to fix himself. I mean, I don't want to be rude dash. It's fine, dude. I just mean that it's nice to know that you worry about things so much too. That you're also insecure about yourself. Izuku blinked at him, trying to understand what he was saying. You're insecure? You. He laughed, showing off his sharp teeth in his amusement. You didn't know me in middle school, dude. I was worried I would never have any friends my entire life, and I would never be a hero. What? But you're such a great person. You have a great sense of justice, and you're so friendly. I'm sure you'll be a great hero, a top one at that. He laughed louder at that, pressing the heel of his palm to his forehead. Don't flatter me, Midoriya. I'll be lucky to graduate you. I'm not very smart either. Then you just have to study more. You can even study with me, or ask Kaken to help. He's really smart. Maybe I'll take you up on that. Hey, how do you write so many songs? I can't imagine figuring them all out. Their conversation drifted from then, touching on close subjects here and there, but they both tried to keep their attention on gentler things, Izuku could tell. They talked about cats and mathematics, and heroes they liked, and everything in between. Izuku had fun, despite the way he woke up that morning. He'd rather not remember the sickening crack of his own bones that was created in the depths of his fears. Izuku managed to get through hero training without breaking down from his lack of pain or the weighted attention he received from his classmates. He was rather shocked they didn't drown him in questions, but then again, they hadn't that morning. Instead, Uraraka and Ida followed Kirishima's example and stood by him, Uraraka or Kirishima cracking a joke to relieve the tension every now and again and Ida telling them all to pay attention to the task at hand. Ashido slipped into their group at some point, and even if he knew she had the most she wanted to ask, she didn't fall out of her cheerful tone for a second. The day ended quickly after that, but he couldn't shake the feeling of dread lingering over him, reminding him with every step that he was avoiding something important. He was greeted with the problem face to face right at the gate, in the towering form of All Might. Right? He hadn't told him about Angel's voice. Aizawa told him instead. He was a horrible successor. Young Midoriya, he began, but was abruptly stopped as Izuku's eyes filled with tears, spilling down his cheeks in great big blobs. Izuku's voice hitched, empty of a quirk, but it was all the boy needed to make All Might flinch. He sniffed, wiping at his eyes pointlessly to clear them of their sorrow and regret as his teacher ushered him away from the gates to avoid unnecessary attention. They had already caught a few eyes. Soon enough, Izuku found himself sat on a bench in the school garden, a large but comforting hand resting on his shoulder. The corners of his eyes stung a bit, but they didn't hurt. He didn't think about it. My boy, are you all right? Dejectedly, he nodded, stopping All Might again before he could start the conversation. I'm sorry, I know it was selfish of me to lie to you, B, but it was second nature to say I was quirkless, and by the time it real mattered I realized I didn't correct myself, and I didn't know how to fix it, so I avoided it, but I was going to keep myself from using my quirk anyway, so I thought it was okay, since it wouldn't matter dash. My boy, slow down. It's dash. All Might stopped himself there, hand stiffening on Izuku's shoulder. He looked up to his mentor, trying to decipher his scrunched face through his jumble of negativity. No, it's not okay that you lied to me. Do you understand that? He nodded quickly, nearly giving himself whiplash. Before he could try to elaborate on his jumbled speech, All Might intervened again. I understand why you would, but I'm still not happy about it. I appreciate that you have apologized, but I cannot accept it. You understand this too, right? Izuku's heart clenched, but yes, he knew. He nodded slowly, dropping his gaze from All Might's. He swallowed hard on the lump in his throat as well as his quirk. I know, All Might-san. I know it was wrong of me and I'm so sorry, I really am. I wanted to fix it, but I know, young Midoriya, you didn't know how to break the news. He sighed, rubbing Izuku's shoulder. Still, as this wasn't the most ideal way to learn of your quirk status, it's very important information. I've been told you don't know how to control it. Izuku shook his head, raising his head again. All Might hummed. Then you'll need extra training to build up control. But how would I do that? I've never controlled Angel's voice before, I just held it back. All Might frowned at that. My boy, holding your quirk back is very unhealthy. You're lucky you still have your quirk, let alone that it's so powerful. Izuku blinked up at his mentor, a little stunned. Powerful? But it's such a lacking quirk, it's not My boy, he started, voice dripping with empathized hurt. Do you really think your quirk is weak? Izuku stared at him, confusion spreading in his mind. What else could it be? I don't understand. It's weak and pointless and unimportant. It doesn't matter if I want to be a hero and I do. All Might looked heartbroken. His smile was long gone, replaced with a flat line oozing sorrow. Steam rose from his shoulders, but neither of them broke eye contact as he changed forms. Izuku couldn't figure out what he was thinking, but he looked so sad. Midoriya, my boy, you have a stunning quirk. He jumped at those words. When he tried opening his mouth to argue, All Might held his skeletal hand up silently. He continued. Your quirk, Angel's voice, is a marvel and one of the most potentially impactful quirks I've seen. With just a few words, you were able to sway the minds of your enemies with no lag time. In your battle against young Bakugo, while you were struggling through a losing fight, your quirk amplified words, over the microphones may I add, were enough to instill pain and despair into me immediately. I believe your classmates had told you I began crying, right? He smiled gently, sadness still lingering in his eyes. It's amazing. Your quirk, while not physically empowering, is wonderful for hero work. It's perfect for calming any situation down. Izuku was speechless. He sat perfectly still as the words washed over him, trying to process them past years of self-deprecation he'd put upon himself. His mentor, All Might, the strongest hero known in the world, believed that his voice quirk was powerful? Amazing? A marvel? He felt his quirk rising up his throat and pushed it down. He didn't push it down. He let it rise up and flood his voice with emotion. With tears spilling out of his eyes, he let it free. Yo, you really think so? You think I can be a hero with this? The tears from All Might's face poured down quickly, but he couldn't watch very long as he pulled Izuku into a tight hug. His voice hitched and his throat ached with his heart, and he tightened his arms around All Might, burying his face in his shoulder. He couldn't express this emotion, this feeling of pure acceptance that he hadn't even gotten from himself. I knew you could be a hero ever since you rushed into danger for young Bakugo. I won't change my mind for a new power. You're still you. Izuku cried until he left the school. All Might did as well. Neither one acknowledged the other elephant walking with them. What's your name? He sighed, laying on his stomach and staring at the question. The woman he'd asked for directions that day, don't think about that day, had let him be for a couple of days, but he knew, inevitably, she would come back and ask him. He just wondered how he should respond. He'd been staring at his phone for half an hour. Yes, that was unreasonable, but he didn't need to explain himself online, and he had nothing else to reasonably do. He sighed, dropping his head on his pillow as he clicked the message box, bringing up the keyboard. He turned his head to his piano, draped in the light of his lamp and littered with music sheets for various songs he was trying to work on or replay. He was just so distracted recently. For one, the festival was coming up very soon. The festival all of Japan watches every year. This year, even as a first year, considering what had happened to his class, they would be getting a lot more attention than usual, leading directly to his panic. He had a scar now, which was fine. The scar wasn't the problem, it was the sharp observational skills many of his fans had grown in regards to figuring him out. So far there's been nearly nothing, but the UA letter event, as he decided to call it, proves that they grab for anything they can get to. With the presence of his new scar and the many cameras of the festival and no way to not suspiciously cover the red jaggediness of it up, he was left with the awful realization that someone would definitely notice and point it out to everyone else. He didn't have anonymity anymore, not if he really participated and did his best. His phone turned off. He had to stop zoning out. Izuku sighed, turning his phone back on and staring at the question more. "What's your name?" was a straightforward and innocent question, but he still wasn't sure he wanted to answer it. So he asked his own question instead. "Why do you want to know?" He prepared to wait for the reply at least for a couple minutes, even not get an answer, but his attention was grabbed again when he got it a few seconds later. "You're a first year, right? I want to watch you during the festival, see how you got in, what you do. I'm just curious. I mean, you really are famous." He groaned. Exactly why he groaned he wasn't sure, but it seemed like the right reaction. He didn't want anyone watching him because they could recognize him, but she already knew, so it was probably fine, right? He leaned to the side of caution. "You can't tell anyone else." "I still won't tell anyone if you're not comfortable with it." Geez, he was nervous. He rolled off his stomach and onto his spine, scooting back on his bed to sit up. "Here goes nothing." But he hesitated. Midoriya Izuku was already typed, but his finger hovered over send as he tried to imagine any consequences to this decision. Would she lie to him? He trusted her, to a degree, by enough to know his name. She knew what he looked like anyway, and with the sports festival she would figure it out on her own, but did that mean he should wait out the inevitable or get it over with? "Kagamito. I won't use it against you." He pressed send before he'd really processed the action. "Ah, sure dash." He clapped his hand over his mouth, staring at the screen. Again she replied quickly. "Midoriya? Oh, this felt like a mistake. You have a normal name." "What do you mean?" "Well, I don't know, for some reason I thought you had this exotic name, like Shimure. That's mine, by the way. Shimure Ray. A little weird, right? Shimure. Chimuri. Shimure Sannen. That was easy to remember. A little bit, yeah. If I call you Shimure-san, can you call me Midoriya-kun? Or, San either one. Midoriya-kun, then. I promise to keep your secret." He smiled. It felt genuine to him, and he praised himself on his emotional status. Not everything felt genuine recently. Thus the mess of music on his piano. Speaking of music, can your company get permission to play music at UA's sports festival? "Yeah, we're trying now, but we're usually not chosen." "Why are you asking?" All right. He hoped he wasn't being selfish here. "I want my music to play, and I don't think I can just slip another company my music with a clear mind." "OMG, yes." Holy F dash, that was fast. Sorry, but my company would be allowed to play your music? Are you writing anything for it now?" He chuckled, glancing at the mess of paper before walking up to it. He threw a couple papers around before finding the one he was looking for, scanning it quickly and nodding to himself. "I have a song, but it's not completely done. If your company convinces Principal Nedzu to let it take over the music, I'll give it to you via PDF. If not, I guess I'll have to wait for next year's festival. We will get permission. I swear we will do everything we can to get permission so your music resounds throughout the whole stadium." His heart clenched. He put his fist over his mouth and stared at her message a little too long, letting them sink in before laughing and responding. A tear dripped off his chin. "Thank you, Shimure-san. I'll ask Principal Nedzu as well." "Of course. But I have to ask, why did you answer so late?" He looked at his rustled sheets and piles of messy papers, then out the window. The sky had darkened hours before, and the moon was in the center of the sky. The All Might-themed clock on his wall read 1:38, but it was always a few minutes off. I had a nightmare. Why are you up? Oh, insomnia. I hope your dreams get better. He appreciated her respect for barriers. He yawned. Maybe he should try sleeping again. Thank you. Good night. Good night, Midoriya-kun. He dropped his phone back on his nightstand and laid down. Of course, he wouldn't be able to sleep, but it was worth it to lay down and close his eyes despite that. Deku-kun, are you okay? He peeked over his food to match eyes with Uraraka, whose gaze radiated concern. He set down his chopsticks and smiled to her, but that didn't seem to make her feel any better. I'm fine, he started, being interrupted by Ida before he could continue. Midoriya-kun, I don't think you've been getting enough sleep. You have bags under your eyes and you've been nodding off during our classes. Getting a proper amount of sleep is vital to not only students and aspiring heroes, but he stopped himself, the air tensing around their table with the unspoken words. But to people like you too. Those weren't the words. I know, he sighed, poking and prodding his food gently before biting on a mouthful. People like me? I know I should be sleeping more with everything I do, but I can't. He laughed to himself. I use that time to do extra work. I haven't finished any projects, but I started 3 new ones. A thick silence settled over them, overbearing and charged with hundreds of unspoken thoughts. His own demanded that he told them the truth, everything that they wanted to know, talk about his nightmares, his music, the overlying threat of discovery he can't deal with without breaking down. But he said nothing, and he couldn't just say nothing. He shoveled his food into his mouth and set his chopsticks down, gulping it all down and standing up. He was still hungry, but he could ignore that for now. I'm going back to the classroom, I'll see you guys later. He didn't give them time to respond before he was back in the halls. He glanced at the bulletin board in the front hallway, scanning over it for the 3rd time that week and still finding no music club to try getting into. There weren't many clubs at all, really. Izuku continued along, bumping into Cementos along the way. He told him to go meet with All Might, who had gone to the cafeteria looking for him. So, he turned around, peeking into the lunchroom and catching sight of All Might immediately. He glanced over to his friends, who watched him steadily. He looked over to where Kirishima sat instead, smiling at his roaring laughter. The redhead turned and smiled to him, so he waved back sheepishly and made a beeline for his mentor. Cementos said you were looking for me? He asked, watching a little guiltily while All Might jumped. He grinned down to Izuku and dropped his hand on his shoulder, starting to lead him away. Yes, I was young Midoriya. Would you mind talking with me for a little while? Izuku shook his head, letting All Might lead him away quickly as mist rose from his jacket. He deflated the moment they were out of sight and sighed. What did you want to talk about? He smiled wearily, glancing around the corner before patting Izuku's back. I think it would be better to talk in a more secluded environment, for your sake. The unspoken words again. He nodded numbly, being dragged away to a quiet, soundproofed conference room. All Might handed him a cup of tea, which he took with a few too many sips. I'm worried about you, my boy. A lot of people are right now. He looked up, seeing All Might's scrawny face pinch up. I mean it. Not only does it seem you aren't taking care of yourself, but you aren't working much in your hero training classes. You know you will have to do your best in the festival, so why aren't you putting your best into practice? Izuku winced at the words he barely had time to catch. I don't want to be in the festival, was what his head wanted, but he didn't know how his mentor would react to that. Would he be disappointed? Ashamed? Sorrowful? He choked on his words. Not Angel's voice, he was supposed to let that flow free whenever it appeared. It wasn't there this time. I'm not sure I want to try my best. He was quiet. Izuku dropped his eyes to his cup, swishing the cooling tea inside before the silence became too much. I just mean I don't want anyone to see me, and if I try to win like everyone else, I might stand out, and my scar would draw more attention to me, and I don't want to be found out and... You don't want to participate. It wasn't a question, but he confirmed with a short nod. And this is solely because of your fame? Yeah, he started, swallowing down his guilt with another swish of tea. Because my viewers are pretty perceptive, and I don't want to risk anything with the festival. I know that I have to eventually let people know. I'm walking on a tightrope, but I don't want to let anyone know yet. I think I need more time. What about your new Chu Dash? I only have 2 quirks, All Might. His words were sharp and harsh, sure enough to stop any argument in its tracks. I have Angel's voice, which I was born with, and One for All, which you gave me. I have nothing else, and I will never have anything else. The room was stiflingly quiet for too long. Izuku didn't dare make a move, barely breathing before All Might set his cup down. He followed the motion after taking another big gulp. I understand. You can leave if you would like to. Izuku grimaced to himself, but nodded, standing up and closing the door behind him. He went back to class, for real this time, humming gently and staring absently through the window until the classroom filled again. Aizawa set his hand on his shoulder, turning him to face him while the rest of the class scurried to get changed back into their uniforms. Izuku wrung his hands as he faced his teacher, wondering what about his performance was less than heroic or ideal. What is it, Aizawa-sensei? I have 2 things to tell you about, and I thought it would be better if your classmates didn't barge in. He scratched the corner of his eye. Izuku wondered if he was tired, then wondered how he could still be tired after taking so many naps during their classes. What do you need to tell me? He sighed, looking away for a moment. First, Hisashi has been chosen to teach you how to use your quirk. Whether you like it or not, you have to use every part of your quirk if you want to be a good hero, so of course a voice hero would be your best private teacher over someone like All Might to teach you strength training. Izuku almost laughed at that, but he managed to keep the excitement over it. You mean I get to train with Present Mike? Yes, Present Mike, Hisashi, whatever. Try not to overwhelm him. Might be the only person who could do it. Izuku nodded diligently, waiting for Aizawa to continue. You'll be meeting him after school every day in Ground Theta until 4 p.m. The second thing I have to tell you is that before seeing him today, you have to go see the principal. Izuku stopped at those words, staring cluelessly at Aizawa. Why does he want to see me? If I knew, I would tell you. It's obviously supposed to be a surprise. He walked away with a last, I don't want to know his surprises anyway, leaving Izuku to his thoughts. After a short time of deliberation, he allowed himself to stop in the cafeteria for a snack before finding Nezu. He was getting hungry again. He didn't let himself think about it, because he knew why. Principal Nezu? He asked, peeking through the door and watching him turn in his rolling chair. Aizawa-sensei said you needed me? Yes, I want to talk to you. It's nothing bad, I'd just like to discuss the festival with you. I'm sorry, Nezu-sen, should we go? Izuku jumped at the voice, poking his head farther into the room to see 2 people standing across the room. He could swear he recognized one of them, but the woman gasped, silencing the man beside her. Midoriya-kun. His eyes slowly widened, and a small grin settled on his lips while he closed the door. Shimura-san. He looked her down a bit, holding back a giggle. You really do look like an insomniac. That's because I am, you smart butt. These eye bags don't just come from nowhere. Her lips pursed and she poked at him in a fake lecturing manner. You have no room to talk, you go to sleep at 6 a.m. The man with her reeled back in surprise, clearly not prepared for their playful banter. Wait, you know each other? We can discuss that afterward. Midoriya, please take a seat. You 2 can as well, since he's here now. He gestured to the chairs in front of his desk, and Izuku took one gratefully, before crossing his eyebrows together. But, Principal Nezu, when he stuttered at the 2 sat beside him, Shimura taking the seat closer to him. How did you know we knew each other? I've figured out a lot of things in my life, Midoriya. If I wanted to, I could discern how many hours of restful sleep you get outside your nightmares, but that would dig far too much into your personal life. Izuku nodded numbly, trying to get the thought out of his head. So, then why did you want me here? He took a long sip of his tea, pushing teacups to each of them after setting his own down. All Might informed me that you do not want to participate in the sports festival due to your social status. The man's eyebrows scrunched in Izuku's peripheral, and he struggled to not freeze up. Yeah, I don't want it. I thought, since the management students don't participate, I could do the same. Midoriya, as much as I'd like to allow for you to be as comfortable as you want to be, ultimately, you are a hero department student. After the festival, you will go into a week-long internship with the rest of your class, and I would like for each student to try their personal best. If you don't participate, he explained, shuffling a few papers on his desk, glancing quickly to his other two guests, I'm afraid no one would know who you are, let alone the hero companies taking short-term interns. Izuku looked down at his lap, pulling at his fingers as he let the words wash over him. He heard the man take a breath to speak, but stop when Shimura shushed him. I still want to avoid being noticed if at all possible. He looked Nedzu in the eye, trying to silently communicate his true thoughts as he took his tea. I don't want to take part in the festival if I can avoid it. That's why they are here, Midoriya. Nedzu gestured to the other two, who froze awkwardly at the sudden attention, which was strange since they were half the people there. I brought them to convince you to try. Izuku's eyebrow crinkled. How? Mokari-san, he said instead of answering. You are your company's third composer, correct? Third in company composer. We still take commissions. Nedzu nodded, turning back to Izuku and smiling strangely. He wasn't sure how that smile made him feel. Midoriya, I'll make a deal with you. A deal? He leaned forward just slightly, confused as to what he could be talking about. Nedzu nodded. I usually don't choose their company for the music played for the students, due to their small size, but I'll make an exception this time. He held up a paw with one toe finger extended. However, I will only do this if they play your music as you would like, and if you seriously participate with your classmates. Izuku saw Mokari cross his brows and avoided answering the principal with a long gulp of tea. Play his music? But why would he make music? He's a hero student, and we're the company that will be playing. I mean, hypothetically, he added, obviously trying to stay polite. Midoriya-kun, can I tell him? Izuku glanced at Shimura, giving her a subtle, questioning look. He won't tell anyone. He puffed his cheeks and looked away, but gave the smallest nod. Maybe she didn't see it? Midoriya-kun is Kagamito Kamen. He has music he wants us to play at the festival. Minute. He peeked over her shoulder. Oh God, was he shocked. Kagamito? Please don't say anything, please don't say anything dash. Kagamito? Yep, that's me. Kagamito. Midoriya is my real name. Midoriya-san? Sure if you want. Holy F dash. He breathed and a small thump sounded in front of them. Please watch your language. Nedzu finally interceded with his teacup on the desk, while Shimura was too busy trying not to laugh. Now Izuku had to try as well. Though I understand that our students do not have the cleanest mouths, we still hold the expectation that in professional or semi-professional situations, curses are kept out. Right, sorry, I'm just shocked or surprised or amazed I don't really know, holy F. Shimura finally cracked, letting a snort out of her fist as her shoulders bounced in silent glee, and Izuku still fought the grin on his cheeks. Nedzu waited for his guest to calm down, taking small sips here and there until they were all attentive again. So then, Midoriya, do you understand what this deal is? He nodded slowly, almost fully sobered and drawing his finger over the rim of his tea. If I don't try during the festival, they won't play my music. But how would you be able to tell if I was trying? I'll get recordings of your next 5 days in class to see if you're taking this seriously, as well as asking your teachers if they think you are doing your best. If they believe you aren't, I'll choose another company. Their faces blanched just slightly at that, and no one will play your music. Izuku nodded slightly, holding his hands together around his tea. He took another gulp and set the drink down, his mouth in an unsure yet determined line. Okay, he finally responded. Is that all? I'd like to know what you'll do if you know, that is. He shook his head. I haven't decided. He matched his eyes with Nedzu's, pushing the cup back after emptying it. Can I go now? Yes, you can go. I'll check up on you again in 5 days. He smiled to Izuku, who took that as his cue to move. I hope you make your decision by then. Izuku nodded again, opening the door and shutting it behind him. His next task was to find ground theta and hope Mike didn't think he was late. Great job again, Midoriya. You're finally getting the hang of this. Izuku heaved against the ground, feeling the pulse of Angel's voice resonate in his throat as he spoke, unchained words with no orders. Thanks, Mike-sensei. He picked himself back up again, groaning against his straining muscles, but carried on and wiped his brow. It's still really hard though. Of course it's hard. You've been keeping that power locked inside you your entire life, and it's only escaped a handful of times. Unlocking the bonds you kept so tight for so long will strain you a lot. He lowered his voice, rubbing the back of his neck. Most people don't suppress their quirks as much as you have, though. The people who keep their quirks on the down low often have uninspiring or dangerous quirks, so they wouldn't have a reason to build them up. But I have a reason, since it's neither of those? Oops, not a solid statement. Mick's eyes lit up like he was just given the Nobel Prize and $1 million all at once out of the blue, and he leapt into the explanation. Yes. Your quirk is a marvelous mutation, and while it has capabilities similar to brainwashing, the person you talk to wouldn't know it until after you gave up control. You can give them specific directions or just let them come up with something they would be able to do for you, and it works the moment you open your mouth. Along with that, while you're using it, you cannot dash. Izuku finally managed to shut off his quirk and let Mike go, whose massive grin only shrunk slightly before growing again. You see? It was that easy. I have no idea why you thought your quirk was weak. He nodded instead of speaking again, then decided against it, pulling Angel's voice out of the drudges again and back on his tongue. I wanted a flashier quirk. Mick's smile softened, maybe a little sad now. And you got it, didn't you? You held it away for so long it changed to fit what you wanted. You're lucky it still works so well. You could have suffered severe quirk damage at the expense of pretending to not have it. He nodded again, rocking onto his feet and swaying as he recovered his balance. What time is it? Mike immediately checked the wall. 3. Wanna wrap up for today? He usually would object to finishing training before the time was up, but there weren't many things they could do in 2 minutes. He grabbed Angel's voice and pulled it back down, nestling it between his heart, lungs, and ribcage, and wiped the sweat collecting on his forehead again. All right. Mike nodded, mentally noting the amount of time it took to move his quirk, and turned to grab Izuku's things. It was just his backpack and a second bag for a change of clothes, since the school gym uniform wasn't quite needed for these lessons, but the bag now held his normal uniform. Mike had already handed his things back to Izuku before he could think to help his teacher. Oh, thank you. Mike adjusted the speaker on his shoulders and smiled again, letting Izuku take a break from talking and leave silently. He let the door swing behind him as he walked, noting that today he didn't need to take a break in the middle. He'd started working a lot harder in hero training in the past week, so Nedza confirmed that his songs would be played at the festival. His music was going out to the world again, and his quirk was finally making sense to him. That only left that and actually taking part in the festival with the fear of being caught. He still didn't know how to hide his scar, and while it was less noticeable to him and his classmates now, it would be jarring or his viewers. He fancied the idea of a complete look change, but only for a bit, since he would end up covering his neck, which would be seen as suspicious for many reasons, some of which he didn't want to think about. He sighed, stepping out of the school gates and continuing on his way. Could he just add a scarf? No, same problem. Draw more attention to something else? A few people would still see it and show everyone else. Maybe he could? No, he couldn't think of anything that would work. What are you thinking so hard about? Nothing important, he replied on instinct, still not looking up from his thoughts. He got to the train then, leaning against the wall. Someone leaned beside him, and he finally turned to look at them. They had a black hoodie covering their face, but he could see a small tuft of pale blue hair. You sure? Their voice resonated, deep and slightly raspy. Probably a man. You're pretty deep in your thoughts there. He had an uneasy feeling about this man. His hands were shoved in his pockets, but he could tell the one closer to him was inching out. Izuku tried discreetly shifting away, and the man's hand shot out to grip his wrist. Something bubbled in his throat alongside fear, so he used it, knowing exactly how to now. "Let go of me," he said with unwavering certainty. The man let go without hesitation, walking to the other side of the wall and keeping his head down, surely in guilt. Izuku let his voice return to normal and promptly walked in the direction his train would take if it was there yet. He wasn't risking staying there any longer with that pervert, or stalker, or whatever he was. What was he thinking about before? That didn't matter. His mind was set on getting home now. His stomach growled halfway home. He didn't think about the obvious reason why. "Hey Mom," he called, the moment he stepped into their apartment. Slipping his backpack off, he called again. "Mom." His eyes snagged on a note by the door. "Oh, groceries." He glanced around, deciding to get the recent encounter out of his head by writing music. He sauntered over to his room, setting himself in front of his piano and placing a sheet in front of him. The notes flew, zipping gleefully in the air like an overexcited hummingbird, surrounded by the most succulent and fragrant flowers. The music hummed like a quick bee, joyful over the warm, pollinated air. The smooth notes, nearly blurring into each other, gave the faintest idea of how roses smell in the early spring. He called this one Full Bloom, or at least, that was the current title. He came across the hijink again, a part that was supposed to mellow down but seemed more quiet than calm. He picked up his pencil and stared at the music, altering and slowing the rhythm here and lowering the notes there. He played it again, but it was still wrong. He fixed different parts again, over and over, until it was finally what he wanted. Izuku set his hands back down and played the pickup, strolling through the scene gently until it picked up again and he listened to the sounds of nature, the birds chirping, the squirrels squeaking, a bear far away, taking a nap on the sunny grass as rabbits finally felt at ease around it. The music stopped, and his eyes rolled off the end of the page. Right? He still didn't have an ending for it. How could he end that though? The answer was simple. He just had to. He took a blank sheet off the edge of his piano and wrote a note, and then a rhythm, and then changed the notes and dropped his head on the keys, and had an idea. Soon, he forgot about the strange man who'd followed him, lost by the music in his head. The next morning, he came barreling into class, a grin wide on his face. "Whoa, Midoriya, are you okay?" He resisted the urge to flinch because yes, he was. "Yeah, I'm fine, Shiro-kun." He glanced around the room, quickly locking eyes with Kirishima. "I need you for a moment," he called, grabbing his wrist and dragging the confused redhead into the hall before he had time to react. "He Midoriya, what gives? I finished Full Bloom yesterday and recorded it. I want you to tell me what you think. I want to post it after the festival." He blinked, seeming to need time to process it. "The festival is in a week." "Do you usually wait that much time to post a song? How quickly do you finish them?" "If you're asking if I rush them, I don't. This took the same amount of time as all the others, I just want to wait a little longer to post it." He was about to ask for any advice on hiding his scar, but thought against it. "Do you want to hear it?" he asked, with his phone and earbuds already out. Yeah, of course, dude." Izuku handed him the earbuds while he worked to get the song playing, dancing awkwardly on his feet while Kirishima leaned on the wall, eyes closed. Izuku counted the measures in his head, not glancing down at the time spent already because he already knew. When the measures ran out, Kirishima grinned, taking the earbuds out and grabbing Izuku's hand. Izuku startled. "It's so great. You finished this just last night? Really?" It was his turn to blink. He smiled bashfully at the praise. He got it all the time, but it was rarely face to face. Thanks. And yeah, just last night." His face lit up. "Dude, I want to see you make a song. The next time you start one, could I come over?" He grinned wider. "I'm working on a lot of songs right now, so if you come over this afternoon, I could play something for you." He laughed at the way Kirishima's jaw dropped, then almost loses the air in his lungs when Kirishima tackle-hugs him. "You're so awesome, Midoriya. You're the greatest." "Yeah, okay, I can't breathe dash." He let go and Izuku breathed deeply, before a much gentler hug was presented. Sorry, you're just so cool I got excited." He smiled at that, patting Kirishima's back and pulling away. It's fine, but we're in school now. We have to focus on our studies, so you have to go back to your seat. He nodded, holding the door open for Izuku. He snickered, walking through and taking his seat. The class chattered away, but Izuku noticed a surprising lack of commentary from Kaken. He didn't question him on it. The festival came way too quickly. One day he had finally used Angel's voice intentionally in training, and the next, he was walking to UA's first-year stadium, having already spoken with the musicians, with the mask and hood now hidden in his bag, all while holding his notebook protectively in front of him, and needing to make his way to As waiting room. He caught the eye of a purple-haired student with the sort of sleep-deprived look that would make anyone want to yawn, and he barely kept himself from staring too long. Well, he didn't, but that's besides the point. Do you have a problem? Flinched but turned to face the boy. His voice made him seem even more exhausted. No, I was just wondering if you got enough sleep is all. So, you think I didn't sleep enough? More like, I hope you do well? Why was he talking? He didn't sleep much either. I hope I do too, I guess, I couldn't keep my eyes closed last night. The boy's eyes softened a bit, but the harshness barely diminished. Still, he turned toward him a little more. Why couldn't you sleep? You're in Class A, you'll breeze through this. Izuku hummed, dropping his eyes. The images flashed under his eyelids when he blinked, blood, guts, detached limbs. The sounds filled his ears, screaming, sobbing, heavy breaths. He shivered, clenching his teeth as he willed it all to disappear. The boy reached out to him right as Izuku clamped his hands over his neck, again searching for any indication there was a physical scar there, and it wasn't his imagination. I had a nightmare again, nothing too bad. The boy pulled back, hovering around him for a moment before continuing to walk, with an offhanded good luck that he wasn't sure was about the festival. Izuku kept walking, managing to get the thoughts out of his head by the time he opened the door to his class. Deku-kun! Uraraka called, running over to him and clenching her fists in excitement. You really did come? He smiled, though he was definitely confused. You thought I wouldn't? Well, I kinda thought you wouldn't want attention on you. I mean, you were kidnapped and you always kept to yourself, right? Never left the screen, always stayed behind his music. He could see why she would think that. He didn't want to be there at first, anyway. No, I want to do my best. Even if I fail, I can say I tried. He smiled wider. But if I can, I want to get to the top. Attention might be overrated, but it's still good to get. Like hell you're beating me, Deku. Izuku flinched. That was the first thing he'd said to him since that day. He shook his head, bringing himself back to the present. I'm not saying I can, but different people are good at fighting different people, and someone might beat you who I'm good at fighting and... Kaken scoffed, turning away and grumbling to the corner. Speaking of which, he heard murmured from somewhere before Todoroki was beside him, and when he turned in his face. He gulped, intimidation rolling off the dual-haired boy in thick, heavy waves. Objectively, I think I'm better than you, he stated clearly, face giving nothing away. Izuku felt a drop of nervous sweat roll off his forehead. I'm going to beat you too, whether or not you use your new quirk. The world stopped. His ears rang insistently, but his mind blanked, not forming a single word as the seconds crawled by. The room was silent, he could tell, but even if anyone was talking, he wouldn't hear. Proving this fact, Uraraka got in his field of vision, mouthing something his mind couldn't process. Your new quirk. Your new quirk. Your new quirk. He wasn't talking about that. He wasn't talking about one for all. He had a cover for his strength. He wasn't talking about that. Izuku's veins filled with fire. How dare he? His fists clenched tightly, enough for his knuckles to turn white immediately, and he vaguely saw someone pull Todoroki away from him. His arms were shaking. Your new quirk, he'd said. New quirk. Oriya. Kaldash. He turned on his heel and left the room, sliding down the wall and to his knees the second the door shut. Your new quirk, writhed in his thoughts, until the voice morphed and shifted, and his lungs strained for air, and he couldn't feel anything but the burning of his throat and the tears on his cheeks. He thought the nightmares were getting better, Though? Your new quirk. But it wasn't his. Your new quirk. It's not. Your new quirk. It's not. But if it wasn't, why did he have it? He barely heard the people walking alongside him, his head numb from his thoughts earlier. He was going across the field, in front of a podium where Kamen stood and said something, but he couldn't tell what it was. Something bad, if he based it off everyone's reactions. He looked at his face. Whatever it was, he was taking it seriously. They were led away to a tunnel, where he caught a short glimpse of the purple-haired boy a few feet away from him. He met Izuku's gaze for a moment before he turned away blankly, then his eyes settled on Todoroki. The fire in his bloodstream intensified, and he could barely keep himself from blaming his classmate. The man's voice filled his thoughts, and this time, it's something he actually said, not a twisted version of someone else's words. Aren't you lucky? It's meshed quite well with you. But. He'd only been lucky a few times in his life, he would not consider that luck. The horns sounded for the start of the obstacle race, and forced himself off his feet, launching into the air with Todoroki just a couple feet ahead. His legs were burning for all but a couple seconds before the bones went back to normal. No, they didn't just return to normal. They healed. He hated the word. He hated healing, he hated luck, he hated everything. Aren't you lucky? It's meshed quite well with you. Tears stung his eyes, but he wasn't sad. He wasn't guilty. He was furious. His feet hit the ground and he was running, side by side with Todoroki, but he didn't look at him. He stared directly ahead, eyes burning harsher than a million suns for someone they'd never seen. His flame-filled eyes met with metallic red ones, and he was up against the 0-pointers from the entrance exam again. Back then he'd broken his body to defeat it, but he couldn't break his piano anymore. He could play the keys at any volume, and they would build themselves up again for another chord. He reared his arm back and bent his knees, but before he could do anything, the closest robot froze and he finally looked over to Todoroki. His face was a cool mask, void of any emotion except something his anger-flooded mind couldn't process. He dropped his arm and began to follow, before Todoroki called out. I wouldn't do that if I were you. They froze when they were unstable. And it was true. The robot collapsed a moment later, and he barely got out of the way in time to avoid being crushed. Not like it would do anything, he thought. He hated that thought. He hated everything about that thought. He wiped it from his mind and carried on, ripping some metal off of a smaller robot and strapping the slab to his back, blindly running alongside the rest of his grade. He saw you somewhere nearby, and then Kirishima popped up at his side, face hardened but eyes soft. Midoriya, are you okay? He could tell he wasn't. He was far from okay, and he knew exactly why. He had a new quirk. It healed him over and over again, and the healing needed food, which was why he was hungry now. He hated the growling of his stomach. Izuku turned to look ahead again. No. I hate him. He hated that man, he hated him so much. Why did he need to give him a quirk he didn't want? Why did he need to help him? Why did he need to exist? I hate him so much, and I hate his stupid bar, I hate everything about him. Kirishima was quiet as they ran side by side. He let go of Angel's voice's hold on him, and heard him sigh. This isn't about Todoroki, is it? His heart hurt at the thought that he could be so angry at his classmate. He looked back at Kirishima, finally feeling his fury mellow just long enough to express his other thoughts. Of course not, he gulped, feeling something sting his eyes before it disappeared. It has nothing to do with any of you. Kirishima pursed his lips at Izuku, then fell back a bit to look at the scene in front of them. Izuku looked too, finding he's regained his hearing. They're come across the fall. An obstacle you can't slip on, or you're out of commission for the rest of the festival. Izuku stared down into the pit. He looked to the other side, where Todoroki and Kamen had already gotten to. He could jump across too, it would hurt for only a second. And he hated that. So he didn't. He grabbed a hold of one of the ropes and crawled across, burying his fury and not daring to open his mouth as Angel's voice bubbled up. Someone he accidentally looked at offered to help at the third pillar, but he shook his head and got away before they could try. Once on the other side, he ran again, kicking dust behind him as fire raced through his veins. He vaguely heard Mike saying something about a minefield, but only processed it when he saw a pink explosion. He looked at the ground. It would be easy enough to avoid them all, but if he wanted to get ahead, he couldn't waste his time on his toes. He needed to make it past Todoroki and Kaken, who were all the way at the top. Again he could jump. But that thought disgusted him, so he rejected it, and looked back at the mines and remembered the weight on his back. He threw off the scrap metal he'd taken from the robots and stabbed the ground, unearthing the mine underneath. If one could toss someone light a foot up, then he'd need a lot. Blindly, he dug out more and more, piling them on top of each other over and over again until his pile was almost taller than he was. He held the metal in front of himself, then ran forward, jumping up just enough and landing on the mines. He was flying through the air before he knew they exploded. Izuku passed Todoroki and Kaken easily, seeing them both rush forward at his appearance from the corner of his eye. Soon he was right over them and then right between them. He had close to no time to react, but he did. He threw the metal at the ground so hard he dented both and shot forward again, landing on his feet, breaking his ankles, gaining his balance and full-on sprinting to the finish. They were both on his trail, barely inches from passing him, so he threw his FS into the wind and pushed one for all into his legs, breaking them as he leapt past the finish line. He landed on his back by flipping over in the last second. The ground ravaged his skin and spine, but it was all healed in a split second. He stared up at the sky with his blood boiling, until his breathing evened and he could hear again. He almost cried, hearing the melody of his own song echoing around him in harmony with the cheers of the crowd. He sat up, meeting eyes with himself on the screens above the audience, and saw himself start bawling, before it was graciously switched to the half-second moment that was caught of him winning first. He lay down and let himself cry for a little longer, and blanked out for a bit more than he wanted to. A few of his classmates eventually got him to stand up, and Ishido and Tsuyu were at his sides both holding him up and making sure he didn't start crying again. A few others glanced over to him, like Kirishima and surprisingly Kaken. And now the main section really begins. Izuku looked up to see Midnight addressing everyone in the stadium, smile wide. The press corps going to be jumping out of their seats, so give it all you've got. The screen in front of them lit up and shuffled through the options as Midnight cheered. Now, on to the second event. I already know what it is, of course. He stands straighter, keeping his eyes up at attentive. Dying of suspense. Next up is... She called the answer as the screen settled on it. A cavalry battle. So this required teamwork. So he definitely needed to calm down for this, or no one would want to be on his team. He listened absent-mindedly as he put chains on his emotions, locking his anger away for it to hopefully dissipate. Though, he kinda knew it wouldn't go away just like that, but your individual point values start at 5, at the bottom. So the student who took 42nd place is worth 5 points, 41st is worth 10, you get it? But he didn't like that, but when said like that, it almost never meant something good. Our first place participant is worth 10 million points. Yeah, he didn't like that very much. Eyes locked on him from every direction. Ishido and Tsuyu were among them, a little more caring than the rest, but no less chilling. He felt a pit of fear growing in his gut. The higher-ranked students are the ones to aim for, oh no. He could see the struggle already. This survival is a chance for a comeback. It's anyone's game. He blanked out again, trying to rein in his thoughts and emotions. Unfortunately, by the time he'd brought himself back, Midnight had told them to form teams, and he missed everything she said. On the other hand, Tsuyu and Ishido were still next to him. Sorry, but what are the rules? They look between each other, and Tsuyu puts her finger on her lip. You zoned out, didn't you? A little, yeah. Ishido laughed loudly, patting his shoulder. Don't worry, we'll fill you in. All you have to do is form a team of 3 or 4 people. The rider would wear a headband on their head that is the cumulative amount of their team's points, and all the teams stay the entire time, Tsuyu added, even if they lose their headband. He nodded to them both, feeling his heart rate pick up as he thought of what to do. He could ask Uraraka and Ida to team up with him. Of course, he already had a plan brewing in his head. But he needed to do his best, and that plan didn't include him using Angel's voice. So he couldn't use it. 10 million. Izuku perked at that after a moment, realizing whoever it was meant him, and turned to see a girl with pink dreads and large goggles leaning right into his face. "W.O., too close," he shouted, falling backwards. She seemed unbothered by that, instead stepping back up to him with a solid smile. "Who are you?" he managed after a moment. She grinned wider and pulled up her goggles, revealing yellow sniper eyes. "I'm Hatsune from the support course. I don't know you, but I could use someone in your position. Ultimately, joining your team would mean I'll be right the spotlight." Her eyes shimmered. She didn't mince her words, did she? "And that means my spectacular, super cute babies will be too. They'll be noticed by the industry big shots. They have to." Izuku glanced over to Ishido, noting that Tsuyu disappeared. Hatsune kept talking. "But this could be advantageous for you too. In the support department, we develop equipment to make heroes' quirks easier to use. I've got plenty of my babies here, and I'm sure you'll find one or two that you like." Perhaps this one is to your liking?" she hummed, pulling out a jetpack. His eyes widened. "It's modeled off a certain pro's backpack with a few of my own additions. That's Buster Hero Air Jet's pack. I love that guy, he used to have his agency in my neighborhood." He blinked at himself before she could respond and held up his hand. "Wait, since you're joining my team, I need to think of how to form the rest of it." Ishido jumped into his field of view then, smiling widely. "Can I join in then? I'll do my best to protect the 10 million. He looked at her, evaluated her, and grinned widely. Yeah, of course." He took her hand and jumped in joy with her before mellowing again. "Now all we need is someone with a mental quirk, but the chances that someone made it this far with the ideal quirk are pretty slim." 10 million, why do you need a quirk like that? To cover up my quirk, or the first part of my quirk?" He pulled one hand out of Ishido's grip to rub his neck, quickly checking to see if he could feel his scar and sighing when he still couldn't. "It's kind of like hypnotism, and it's not officially in my quirk registry, so I want to use it to win, but..." "So you need mind control?" "Huh." He turned to the slightly familiar voice, meeting purple eyes accompanied by wild purple hair. "Oh, you're the kid from this morning." "Oh, so I'm memorable," he drawled, stepping into their circle. "My name is Shinso Hitoshi." Izuku blinked at him and held out his hand. "Nice to meet you, Shinso-kun. Or, to formally meet you." Shinso blinked at his hand like he'd never seen someone hold their hand out to him before, but ended up shaking it anyway. "So, can you repeat why you need a mind control quirk? I'm curious." His eyebrows crossed and he glanced to the girls. Ishido shrugged and Hatsune just watched them, so he started again. "My quirk works like an influencer, so if I say, like..." He cleared his throat. "Do you mind if I use it on you?" He rose his eyebrow, then smirked. "Only if I can use mine on you." "Sure." A dash. His mind filled with static and his vision blurred, but he could still hear and see just fine. Shinso grinned wider, then said, "Let's see." "Slap yourself." So he did, hard enough to knock himself aside, but he caught his balance the moment he had his thoughts back. He stared wide-eyed at Shinso, whose smile wavered, but Izuku replaced it for him. "Wow, perfect mind control. That's amazing, Shinso-kun." He blinked at himself, dumbfounded by his own insolence. "Oh, Midoriya?" Ishido leaned into his vision, waving her hands in front of his eyes. He stays quiet for half a minute longer before looking her in the eye. "Ishido-san, I think I've been spending the last 10 years of my life as an idiot." She pursed her lips. "How so?" "I thought Angel's voice was a pointless and useless quirk." He looked at his hands. "How come I had to see someone else's to know it's not?" His group went quiet. He looked back up to see what Ishido's expression was and nearly jumped back at the awestruck faces of the other two. "Did I hear you correctly?" Shinso asked incredulously, before Hatsune burst out with another $1 million smile. "Oh, I see. Your quirk, your hair, your hands." She bounced as she talked, waving her arms around herself. Excitedly. "You're Kamen, aren't you?" I have just the thing for your clarinet. That was not what he was expecting. But, what? Wait, what about my clardash? I don't have it with me, of course, but I have the blueprints back home for a new reed and design that will make it last longer. Other than your clarinet, I have something for your cello, piano, harp, and chimes too. When I'm done showing off my babies, I'll ask my parents to bring them here. You can get them right away. Hatsum, Ashido intervened. We need to talk about the actual battle. Yeah. But I think I have an idea. He looked Hatsum in the eye, who now seemed to be sulking a bit. Do you have anything, or do you have a lot that's good for running away? She lit up at that, pulling countless contraptions out of her pockets and dropping them all in his arms. He blinked owlishly at them, looking a few over as she listed off what they all did. Midoriya, do you actually have a plan? He smiled at Shinso over the equipment piled in his arms. Sure I do. I just got one, and you're at the center of it all. He rose his eyebrows and looked at Izuku, then grinned widely. Lay it on me, nightmare boy. Izuku's stomach growled. He hated that. But he had other things to think about. Ready to go 1 million? Completely, Hatsum-san. He took her hand and hoisted himself on top of them all, shifting so he wouldn't fall off too easily. He felt around in his chest for the familiar warmth of his quirk and drew it to his lips before smiling at her. Are you ready? Absolutely, she cheered, reaching up to adjust the equipment on his shoulders and arms. What about you guys? Totally. Sure. Shinso locked eyes with him, looking over his shoulder to do so. He was the front horse, after all. Your plan better work. Izuku grinned, but it was a bit weary. That's just what I was thinking. Your 15 minutes are up, Midnight called, stretching her arms in front of herself and drawing all eyes to her. Time to get started. Right after, it was Mick's turn to talk again. Izuku vaguely realized he must have been talking during the obstacle course, and he felt a bit bad for tuning him out. Not to say he didn't understand why he ignored him. He was still angry, but he managed to control it for the cavalry battle. For his team. Hey, wake up, Eraser. Izuku found it funny that his teacher fell asleep while his class was running around rampant. They've had time to form their teams and strategize, and now all 12 teams are lined up and ready to move. There was a pause, and Izuku looked around himself. Interesting, the teams they've come up with. Which they were. Not including his team, his classmates mainly paired together. Todoroki snatched up what could be the best formation, Ida as his horse and Yaoyorozu and Kaminari as his right and left wings. Kaken had Shiro and Kirishima with him, as well as someone who was probably from 1B. Hagakure was, embarrassingly, shirtless, with Jairu, Satu, and Koda holding her up. Shuji seemed to be standing alone, but he must have had his arms up for some reason, probably to hide someone. Clever, he might need to plan around that. Tokoyami and Uraraka paired together with Ojiro. He felt chills go up and down his spine. Whether it was nerves or excitement or something else, he wasn't sure, but he wouldn't back down. Let's get a battle cry. He heard Hatsum chuckle, and turned to smile at her, being greeted with one in turn not a second after. Here comes the starting signal. Blood begets blood in the UA Grand Match. Before everything could go to hell, Izuku took his chance and yelled, "Could you all listen to Shinsuke?" as calmly as he could manage. He was immensely happy that the reactions were so gentle. A couple people chuckled, a few just smiled, and while most didn't do anything, he could still tell that they all agreed to do it. Now what he had to do was keep Angel's voice in his throat and not say anything else. Easy enough, right? He knew it wouldn't be. Sure, the longest he's kept Angel's voice active was much more than the time they had then, but he was always using it. Now, he would be trying the opposite, just keeping it ready to go and trying to keep it in. Meanwhile, he had to protect the 10 million points without being able to speak to his team, or he might say something wrong to them and have to break the spell for them and everyone else. He couldn't risk using Angel's voice twice. 3. Izuku startled, pulling in a deep breath. 2. He tensed, taking a glance to his teammates. Hatsum flashed a grin at him, and 1. Everyone charged, but he knew that would happen. He held his breath in his throat and held his finger against his thumb, and carefully put one for all into his flick. Everyone blew away, but his team nearly fell over, only saved by Hatsum starting the jet boots. They fell back on their feet, and Izuku sighed in relief. He looked ahead and sealed his lips. Two teams toppled over, with their riders on the ground looking shocked and the horses glaring at Izuku's team. The others who managed to stay up were a little less angry in some people and a lot more in others. Example 1 being Kaken, who was now screaming. Fun. Midoriya, Shinso started, turning around to look him in the eye. Are you ready? He nodded, glancing up at the charging teams again and catching sight of one that stayed in the back, watching the rest. He put up a shaky smile and hunched over to grab his shoulders. Good. Hatsum, Ashido, are you? Yep. I'll always be ready. Shinso nodded at them, and they started their jet boots. Izuku closed his eyes as the boots started up, his backpack formed the dome, and they raced past the teams. Hatsum's backpack dome faded a moment later, then they landed next to the team at the back. The rider was so shocked in that moment that Izuku took his chance and snatched the headband off the blonde's head as Ashido threw acid at his team. They backed off the second after, letting go of their breath as Mike commentated as he loved to do. Midoriya's team shockingly went on the offensive. Will they wipe out their opponents and be the last one standing? Pfft, if we could do that, we wouldn't be using the dome. Aren't my babies just great, 10 million? Aren't they? Izuku smiled and nodded to Hatsum, brushing his fingers against his neck as he velcroed the headband on. He froze for a moment, feeling his throat for any physical imperfections, frustratingly rubbing as he knew the red staining his skin. Midoriya? He shook his head, thought through his words carefully, and said, let's stay focused. They all nodded, looking more determined than before and staring straight ahead. He shut his mouth again and watched the teams, most of which decided to go against each other instead of deal with them. Two of the teams that didn't, however, were Todoroki and Kaken's, who were fighting around the teams to get to Izuku's team. He knew that his teammates took notice. He personally noticed that the blonde had disappeared into the crowd, and Hagakure was missing her headband. Todoroki's team made it there first. Ashido threw acid at them, but Yaoyorozu blocked the attack, and Todoroki threw his arm out, forming a huge wall of ice before Kaken's team could get in. He was both glad about that and a little terrified that he was essentially trapped now. Midoriya. Shinso looked back to him. Izuku looked ahead at the enemy. Kaminari was very good at taking the offensive side, even if his quirk overworked him easily, and it would be a lot of trouble if they were exposed to his power, so they had to be extremely careful. Yaoyorozu had a spectacular quirk, and if given enough time, could make anything. They couldn't let her do that. Ida, the front horse, was perfect for his position, and given that Kaminari and Yaoyorozu had roller skates, he could go as fast as he wanted. That's all with keeping Todoroki out of the equation, whose abilities far surpassed anyone's on Izuku's team. Though, he didn't use his fire side, which he could use to his advantage, though Kaminari is on that side. But they had Shinso on their side. Go on, Shinsu-kun. He saw the flicker of recognition in his classmates' faces. He knew they could tell he was using Angel's voice when it wasn't directed at them when they were on edge. But they didn't know why he was using it. Shinso nodded, then turned back to them and took a deep breath. He really only had one shot at this, and God if they needed it to work. Hey guys, he said, a showy smirk on his lips. What's that celestial body that people use to wish on? Without thinking too much, thanks to Izuku's request earlier, thank God, they all said, a shooting star, with the exception of Kaminari, who said, I don't know. It didn't matter that he didn't know, because they froze the moment they said it. That's what you'd need to get this headband from us. Too bad you can't wish on one now. So stay still. So they did, as Izuku's team carefully crept forward to make sure they stayed frozen, before they stood a meter away. Then Shinso liked his lips and said quietly, now, Double Hair, I want you to hand over the headbands around your neck, and after he does that, the rest of you should walk him and yourselves out and back into the crowd. Todoroki grabbed the headbands off his neck and held them out to Izuku, who took them carefully as to not break the trance. While he put them around his neck, he watched as they all turned around to the ice to leave. He let himself sigh at the sight of the disappearing danger, and his stomach growled again. He decided to ignore it. What he couldn't ignore, however, was the appearance of his childhood friend, attached to a long strand of tape and vines. Right after, his team came running, just in time to pull him back to them. Silence fell between Izuku and Kaken's team, where Ishido shifted to a more offensive stance than before, holding her arm out. The 1B kid on Kaken's team, who had thick green vines on her head, unwrapped her hair from around Kaken. "Deku," was the first word he said. Izuku didn't reply, so naturally he took that as a threat. "What, are you too good for me now? Now that you have nothing to hide, you're all that and a bag of chips." "Okuga-san, I would recommend using gentler language as you speak to your opponents. That fucker should hear the foulest language the worst sailor can come up with." He looked at the vine girl as he said that, faltering just slightly when he met Izuku's eyes. "He's a lifelong liar." Izuku winced at that, feeling the words sink into his chest and wrap around his heart. But still, he didn't respond. "Come on, boo, he has a reason dash." "Shut up, shitty hair. He's been doing this for 10 years. Well, that facility." He could just tell that everyone's thoughts jumped to his YouTube career. Well, except the 1B girl, she still looked confused. 10 million, what should we do? He looked back to Hatsum, holding her gaze for a few seconds before he swallowed his worry and faced Kaken once again. "Kaken," he started, focusing carefully. "Kaken, why are you attacking us?" "Because I don't understand you." "Okay, time to ask something else." He needed simple questions, yes or no's that were specific to right there, in the festival. "Are you going to try taking our headbands?" "Yes." His teammates' faces all agreed with him. "Do you think it'll be easy?" "Yeah." "Well," Shinso pitched in, "I have a question for all of you." "What is it, bro?" Siro peeked out from behind Kaken. "How quickly do you think you can beat us?" All their replies were different. Siro said, 5 minutes. Kirishima said, "I just hope we can." The 1B girl said, "I'm not sure." And Kaken said, 1 minute. They froze the second after, and Izuku's nerves settled. His team sighed too. They weren't really equipped for a drawn-out fight. "Okay, leave us and join the rest of the teams." The 1B girl's hair grew away from her, picking the whole group and carrying them out of the iced-in area. Izuku looked around, seeing that they were alone again, and dropped his head in his hands. "You good, Midoriya?" He nodded to Ishido, taking a deep breath and sitting up again. He went on the defensive again, checking their surroundings for anyone approaching. Luckily, no one else was coming, and he felt his stomach pinch in hunger. 3 more minutes passed while they were waiting for someone to attack again, but the time ended with Mike yelling something about Team Kendo losing against Team Todoroki. Izuku checked the headbands around his neck, finding mostly small numbers except for one in the 500s. He looked to the scoreboard, finding that he was in first, of course, with Kaken and Todoroki taking second and third, and Team Monoma took fourth. So finally, he let Angel's voice fall back into his chest and got down from his teammates' shoulders. "Midoriya?" He blinked as he turned to Shinso. "Yeah. How are you feeling?" He thought on it for a moment. I think I should be more excited about this." Shinso gave this lopsided grin, like he knew what Izuku meant and understood it. He probably did, thinking more, since he knew that he at least had a nightmare the night before. So Izuku returned it, taking the headband off his hand and joining the rest of the disassembled teams. Unfortunately, while Midnight was talking, his stomach growled really loudly, and he stopped paying attention for a minute or two. By the time he got his mind off what he could eat when he got to the cafeteria, the names posted for the next match. His was the first fight, and he was against. Who was Tsuburaba? "Ah, Midoriya. You did a great job." He chuckled lightly, rubbing the back of his neck with his free hand. "You think so?" Lunch Rush laughed right with him, taking the tray from Izuku's hand. "Of course. The obstacle race was very fun to watch, what with you jumping around so much. Admittedly, the cavalry battle could have had a little more finesse, but I can't blame you for that." He waved the tray gently. "What do you want?" "Oh, his stomach growled again, making Izuku blush a little while he pressed a hand to his gut. "Anything filling?" I'm pretty hungry. Lunch Rush hummed as he put together a large serving of curry. Any reason why? His lips formed in a line and he looked down. Yeah, but... He felt the hero's eyes on him through the silence, but he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he said, I hope this fills you up then. Come back if you think you need more. He smiled and nodded, taking the tray and turning to search for a place to sit. Across the cafeteria, his eyes matched with Todoroki's, but a second passed and he looked away again. That's odd, he thought, and started walking towards the boy before someone nearly tackled him from behind. Deku-kun. Oh, I'm so upset. He jumped, quickly catching himself to face her. Uraraka-san. You scared me, geez. Sorry. She clapped her hands together, ducking her head quickly under them. I just got excited when I saw you. Your team did so well, and mine just barely got out. He thought about it for a second, trying to remember the scoreboard. Oh, you got 5th place, didn't you? Yeah, but that's alright, isn't it? Yeah, you tried your best, and that's what matters. Izuku smiled to her, then looked away to search for a place to sit, catching Todoroki's eyes again. Hey, do you think something's wrong with Todoroki-kun? She looked at him as well, and in response, Todoroki left through the hall. I don't know. Isn't he always like that? Izuku hummed to himself, picking up his spoon and shoving some food in his mouth. I think I should ask. Shouldn't you eat first? I can eat while walking. You shouldn't though. I also shouldn't write 5 songs at once, but that didn't stop me last year. There was a pause, where he contemplated what could be wrong with Todoroki. The triple upload. Yep. I didn't sleep. Those tritones almost killed me. I have no idea what you just said. He turned to her. Well, in Waltz of Flame, all those weird-sounding chords where the sound just echoed unpleasantly, those were tritones, because the notes were 3 whole steps away. It sounds pretty bad, so in history, they were called the devil in music, or Diablo en Musica, and everyone tried to avoid it, since music was said to be given to humanity through God. A lot of music history intervenes with religion, because that's where it was used most. Uraraka stared at him for half a minute with the most confused yet focused face he'd ever seen, and by the end of it, she dropped her head into her hands and ran her fingers through her hair. So, people avoided it because it sounded really bad, and they thought that what? That it was a symbol of the devil, so they didn't want to acknowledge him. Because they thought music came from God. Yeah. He smiled widely, bouncing on his feet a little. Great job. Her eyes lit up in that moment, and he shut his lips as Angel's voice fell. Her expression changed a little, but her excitement didn't diminish. Really? Yeah. If you want, I can teach you all about music theory. It's really interesting. He glanced back to the hall, seeing Todoroki's white hair poking out from behind the corner. But I should probably check on Todoroki-kun. I'll be here when you get back. He nodded, then slipped away from her towards Todoroki, scooping food in his mouth as he went. He passed Kirishima, who gave him a thumbs up that he returned just as happily, and made it to the hallway. Todoroki met his gaze again. You have curry on your face, Midoriya? He blinked, wiping the corner of his mouth. Sorry, I'm hungry. Then why aren't you sitting with the others? I thought you might need some company. Izuku's gaze softened as he took another bite, swallowing quickly. Are you all right? Todoroki looked away. I'm not here to make friends. Izuku's heart pinched, and he poked his food for a second. Well, no one's really here to make friends, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't, you know? Todoroki watched him strangely for a few moments, where Izuku idly poked at his food. He looked down and sighed, stepping away and gesturing to Izuku to follow. So of course he did. Izuku tried his best to finish eating while they walked, but Lunch Rush did give him a lot of food. Todoroki led him to a small hallway where no one else was, and leaned against the wall to Izuku's right. He turned to the left wall and faced Todoroki, taking one last bite before deciding to set his food down and keep a few manners. So, is there something you want to talk about, Todoroki-kun? Don't you want to finish eating first? It can wait. I want to hear what you have to say. He watched Izuku for a moment longer and stuffed his hands in his pockets. He stared him dead in the eye, and with the power of 1,000,000 typhoons, asked, "Are you All Might's illegitimate child or something?" It took Izuku a couple seconds of blinking to figure out where that question came from, and he still didn't know. Your voice and your strength, Todoroki elaborated. They're very powerful, even overwhelming when taken by surprise. In the first few seconds of the cavalry battle, you'd knocked down and disqualified 2 teams with just a flick of your finger. Even when you weren't talking to me, I was compelled to listen. Yeah, I did that, and I guess you felt like that too, but it's not like that. He's not my dad, but I guess I'd say that even if I was, so I don't sound convincing, but I'm really not. He rubbed the back of his neck, tentatively meeting Todoroki's eyes again. Why did you think that? Todoroki didn't answer the question. So there's something else between you two then? Izuku couldn't do anything but gape at Todoroki. How long had he been thinking this? How deep did his thinking go? Why did he start thinking about this? Then, had he always been dismissive like that? You know, my father is Endeavor. He's the second greatest hero of all time, right behind All Might. Why? If you have a connection to All Might, then as Endeavor's son, I have an obligation to prove that I'm better than you. Izuku gulped, fidgeting awkwardly while he waited for the tension to release. He realized after a couple seconds that nothing would happen if he didn't talk, so he started again with, Todoroki spoke instead. My dad. He's a powerful BSTRD who only thinks about getting stronger. He's gone all out to make a name for himself, but that's all he is. He sees All Might as a roadblock he has to overcome, or even just an eyesore. He looked almost desolate then, with his eyes on the ground. My father could never beat All Might on his own, though. So he came up with another plan. Why are you telling me this? He wrung his hands, trying in vain to avoid sounding too curious, because he was, just a bit. What's this all about? Have you heard of Quirk marriages? There, he was sure, the mood dropped completely. They started becoming a problem during the 2nd or 3rd generation, after Quirks appeared. Strong individuals would choose partners and force them into marriage for the sole purpose of having children with quirks stronger than their own. Todoroki's arms trembled, maybe in anger, maybe in fear, he didn't know. Those generations lacked ethics. With his wealth and fame, my father convinced my mother's family to agree to the marriage, just to get his hands on her quirk. Izuku felt his skin crawl and blood run cold. He hated this too. He raised me to become a hero that could exceed All Might, all to fulfill his own twisted ambitions. I hate it. I'm nothing but a tool to that human garbage. His hand went over his scar, and he still stared at the ground. Izuku's hands trembled now. He couldn't have, could he? In my memories, I can only see my mother crying. I can't stand to see that left side of yours. She said that before pouring scalding water on my face. Somehow, that was worse. I pledged to myself that I would never use his quirk. That is my revenge against him. I'm going to rise to the top without ever using it, and deny him everything. He couldn't help but let his eyes drop as well. Just under his skin, his blood boiled, making him shiver and clench his fists. Their lives were so different. Their perspectives, experiences, and pasts couldn't be compared, so even as he wanted to say something, he couldn't. He heard Todoroki sigh then, and saw when he shifted on his feet and started walking away. You can keep your connection to All Might a secret. Even if you don't, I'll rise above you with just my right. Izuku drew his eyes from the ground to watch Todoroki's retreating back. Sorry for wasting your lunch. Todoroki-kun, stop. He did immediately, and turned around without delay. Izuku looked at his hands for a moment as he felt Todoroki's eyes linger around him, before taking in a deep breath and letting his thoughts out, quirk and all. Your history, it's like the backstory of an anime protagonist. No, he shook his head. What I meant is that, I've always had help for everything. If no one would have been there for me, I wouldn't have gotten this far. Not in life, not in music, not in anything. But you. Izuku brought his eyes up to Todoroki's, rolling the taste of Angel's voice around in his mouth. You didn't have anyone, did you? No, he said almost solemnly, I never did. Yeah. He coughed. I want to be like All Might, and to do that, I have to be the strongest. I know it sounds kinda lame, especially compared to your reason, but I don't just want to make music for the world. I want to save that world too. So, he leaned over and picked up his tray, but didn't take a bite. I'm not going to let you beat me so easily. For everyone who helped me, and all the people who expect less from me. So, Izuku cleared his throat, feeling Angel's voice fall. So I'll return your declaration. I'll beat you too. Todoroki blinked at him, and his expression of what could be interest changing to something more like confusion. You won't, because only one person can win. Oh. Well, I won't give up then. He nodded back to Izuku and walked off, just like that. Izuku picked up his spoon and shoveled some food in his mouth, eating more even though it got cold. He turned on his heel and walked down the hall, back to the cafeteria. He turned his head at the sound of feet shuffling, but he didn't see anything. Except a corkboard with no clubs listed. While walking back to the stadium, Izuku accidentally bumped shoulders with Kaken. He got ready to apologize for it, saying it was a complete accident, but the thing was, he didn't even acknowledge him. Deku-kun? He turned to the sound of Uraraka's voice, meeting her eyes quickly, and then her outfit. Are you all right? He decided not to mention the outfit. Oh sure. He turned his head toward the blonde instead. I just don't know why Kaken stayed quiet. Maybe he's nervous? I mean, his first fight is with that girl on his team. Ibra-san, right? Yeah. Her quirk is pretty good. He looked over to where she was standing, vine hair falling past her waist. She was kind of pretty, but with a faraway look that made you wonder what her life was like. Maybe that was just an after effect of talking to Todoroki though. He thought about Uraraka's life too. Where did she live? What kind of birthday gifts did she get? He was shocked out of his thoughts by Mick's voice. Before we get to the final event, I've got good news for all of you that fell out. This is still a sports festival, so we've prepared recreational activities for all participants. We even shipped in cheerleaders from America to get you pumped up. What's this? What are they doing? Izuku knew Aizawa meant his female classmates, who unfortunately matched the American cheerleaders pretty well. Class 1A? Why? Mineta! Kaminari! Yaoyorozu shouted and shook her pom-pom at the pair, and Uraraka sighed deeply next to Izuku. You tricked us? What did they do? Oh, they just told Yaoyorozu-san that it was another competition. She made the outfits herself. She scratched the back of her head, holding both her pom-poms in her other hand. They're pretty nice too. I bet she's disappointed she made them for nothing. Really? What's the material? Uraraka laughed. I have no idea. But it's super breathable and soft. Do you want to make your mask out of it? Izuku laughed right back, digging the toe of his shoe into the dirt. Am I that obvious? A little. It's fine though, that just means I know you well. She smiled so brightly he couldn't help but smile with her. Hope everyone enjoys this little recreational competition, featuring Kamen's music again. Once that's over, we're on to the final event, so get ready for your one-on-one matches. The stands nearly went silent. Even the other students did, with the exception of Kaken, who was already quiet, and Kirishima, who Izuku could tell was trying not to burst right there. Well, Uraraka looked basically the same, but she held it in a little better, and managed to not look at him. What did I say? I don't think anyone but Kamen knew that their music was playing. Well, except the musicians and teachers. Slowly, murmurs rose to passionate conversations between anyone standing or sitting next to someone else, and everywhere Izuku looked, he saw excited faces and hopeful glances across the entire stadium. His nerves skyrocketed, but he was absolutely elated to be surrounded by so many joyful voices. It was like every comment on his videos all thrown together into one long, beautiful sound, and, Midoriya, why are you crying? Huh. He turned to find Kirishima's eyes, which looked a little worried. He wondered how he got that scar over his right, and when he came over, or why Uraraka left. What do you mean? Well, sure, you're smiling and all, but you're crying too. Is this bothering you? Izuku shook his head. I think it's beautiful. Kirishima blinked at him for a moment, then crossed his eyebrows. So, is that a no? He laughed, nudging Kirishima's side. It's a no. I like it. Alright, good. Before he could ask what he meant by that, Mike called out again. Sorry for the shock, I should have said that before. But anyway, back to business. We're going with the recreational games now. The games are completely optional for all of you, so have fun. Izuku decided to drop the question and start with another, putting a wide smile on his face. Are you going to participate in the recreational games? Yeah. What about you? Do you have to talk to the band? Well, no, but now that you mention it, I kinda do want to play something. He smiled to the redhead and turned to fully face him, hands clasped behind his back. Anything you want to hear? He blinked almost owlishly, then chuckled. What I want to hear? But you're the one playing. But you're my friend, and I'd have fun with the song anyway. His grin grew wider at that, and Izuku watched gleefully as a bashful flush seeped onto his cheeks. Then you know that song, Still Breathing? It's English and kinda old, from this band called Green Day. Sure, I've heard of it. You want to hear that? If you can. I like it. Izuku hummed and rocked on his feet, twirling behind Kirishima a moment later and heading for the exit. Before he was gone, he called, I'll see you in the second round, Kirishima-kun. A beat passed before he heard him call back with, Oh yeah. I'll see you then, Midoriya. He couldn't help his laugh. Izuku slipped into the changing room a few minutes prior, pulling on his mask and hoodie and grabbing a notebook and pencil to talk through. He carefully went through the halls, up to the pit, and pushed open the door. Two violinists were standing and arguing with each other, while the conductor stood in front of them with her hands on her hips. The cellos and basses all leaned back in their chairs or against their instruments and chatted together, and the man on the chimes listened in. Everyone else kept to themselves, playing on or checking their phones. Izuku shut the door behind him, catching the eye of an oboist, who shook the shoulder of the flute next to her. The lower strings saw him soon enough as well. Kagamito. Kamen, what are you doing here? Kagamito-san, how did you do? He put his hand up, flipping open his notebook to a blank page and writing down his first response. He flipped it over to show to the orchestra while he wrote the next. Please don't use honorifics, they aren't necessary if it's not my real name. Right, sorry. But how did you do, Kagamito? He flipped the notebook over. If I tell you how I did, you could figure out who I am, and I'm not ready for that. Right, sorry. He smiled and tilted his head. It's all right, he wrote, then crossed everything out to write his reason for being there, nodding to the woman who asked. She perked up, settling her instrument in her lap and waiting patiently. It made him smile. She had a really pretty viola. Shiny, sleek, and deep brown. He flipped the page over, waiting for his words to be read as silence fell in the orchestra. I asked my friend if he wants to hear a certain song, and he said that his favorite song is kinda old. Do any of you know Still Breathing by Green Day? From the pre-Quirk era. Well, I guess I do, but I don't know it well. Izuku smiled to the bassist who said that, turning to him and writing something else. Do you know the melody, or the lyrics? Just the melody, but I know it on the guitar. Does UA have a guitar? Izuku tapped his chin with his pencil, trying to think if UA really did have a guitar. If not, he could ask his mom, right? The bassist could use his guitar for the performance. He looked around the room for a moment, trying to see if he could catch a hint of anything in someone's eyes. All he could see was a small hint of confusion. Does anyone know the lyrics? They all looked between themselves, but in the end, everyone shook their heads. It was an old song after all, and he supposed that not many people would know the words to something old, unless it became a hit or made a comeback. He sighed through his nose, tapping the pencil against the notebook before writing something else down. It'll be fine with no lyrics. I'll ask my mom to bring my guitar so you can play. For now, could you all please play on page 5 while I call her? The orchestra nodded back to him, and the bassist had this look of overwhelming joy, spreading out from his eyes even into his posture. Izuku nodded back to everyone, waving gently as he went to the door, and the conductor rose her arms. She hovered her hand over the switch for the microphones, and he quietly shut the door so he wouldn't mess with the audio. Izuku pulled out his phone and dialed his mother's number, putting the phone just a bit away from his ear for the incoming burst of sound. "Izuku," she cried, quite literally. He could hear her tears through the phone. "Hi Mom, can you dash?" "Oh, honey, I'm so proud of you." He smiled to himself, leaning against the wall as he talked. "Thanks Mom. But is it possible for you to bring my guitar?" "Of course, honey. I'll be there right away, with chocolates too." "Oh, I'm so proud of you." Izuku laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. Light phantom pains sparked to life against his fingertips. "I know, thanks Mom. I love you, bye." "I love you, Izuku. I'll see you in just a few minutes." His phone clicked when she hung up, and he tucked it back in his pocket. He heard the sound of his music through the door, and felt that certain air he can only get from his works. Were all musicians like that? Could they all feel the thrum of their own hearts in their music, even when they weren't the ones playing? He thought so. If not, something could be wrong with him. Izuku stood up, adjusting his mask and hugging his notebook while he went through the halls, eventually turning the corner and finding himself outside. He turned around the corner again and leaned against the wall, texting his mom and Nedzu that he was at that corner and that she can come in. Both confirmed that they understood, though Nedzu was a bit concerning with how he worded his reply. Quietly, Izuku watched the heroes on patrol for the school and the vendors trying to offer them food. Not too many civilians were around, but a few started talking to the vendors, and a couple more had food in their hands. No one looked over to him, but that was better than being noticed anyway. He couldn't really hide his mask, after all. Holy shit! Izuku jumped, looking over his shoulder at a blonde boy who'd rounded the corner. He stumbled to his feet and brushed his uniform pants off, then made eye contact with the student again. He only gaped at Izuku. "You're Kamen." Meekly, he nodded, hugging his notebook closer to his chest. "Oh my God," he breathed, holding his hands over his mouth as he almost bounced. "You're Kamen." Again, Izuku only nodded, but the boy's eyes lit up, and this time, he did start jumping. He then flung his hand forward and held it to Izuku, grinning wider than what Izuku thought was possible without a quirk. "I'm Minoma. Minoma Nito. Your music is amazing. You're Kamen." Izuku blinked at the hand, recognizing the name as the team that took fourth, but carefully took and shook it. Minoma looked like he could implode right there and be satisfied with life. Izuku pulled his hand back and started writing on the notebook, and Minoma stayed silent as he did. "What are you doing? You made it into the tournament, right?" Minoma looked absolutely giddy at being recognized. "Yeah, I did with the rest of my team. I came out here to get away from Class 1A and all their snottiness, and to see if I could get Kendo some coffee." Izuku made a face at that, which Minoma quickly noticed. Did I say something that offended you?" Izuku scribbles in his notebook with his eyebrows furrowing a bit, and Minoma bounced on his feet while he wrote. "Class 1A isn't snotty, they're working just as hard as the rest of the school. They have all the attention on them, of course they aren't trying as hard, they don't need to. They didn't choose to have attention on them. If it were up to him, everyone would be getting the same attention, regardless of what class they were in. Their class wouldn't even be told." Minoma seemed to think about this for a moment, crossing his arms and glaring at the floor where he tapped his foot. "They're still stuck up because of the attention. 1B is also full of hero students, but we aren't seen at all." It was Izuku's turn to think. A few moments passed before he wrote, "You're right about that, though they never chose to have the attention." Minoma shrugged at that. "It still gets to them, makes them feel more important than they are." Izuku pursed his lips, not able to argue anymore. He decided to change the subject, and crossed out all the writing from before. "What did you say about coffee?" "Oh yeah, I'm looking for coffee to give to my friend, Kendo." Wait, you're a student too, demanded. Izuku blinked. "I think I can still help. Do you not know where to get it?" Plus I'm not sure they'll sell to the students." Izuku turns his head to look around the corner, seeing the vendors talking to people still, and even a hero or two stopping for a snack. He didn't see any coffee, but Kamui Woods was holding a coffee cup. He made a quick decision then. He closed the notebook and tucked it under his arm, putting the pencil behind his ear and pulling on the strings of his hoodie. He gestured for Monoma to follow him as he turned the corner, then walked right up to Kamui, shifting his notebook back into his hands. Kamui looked at Izuku skeptically, before noting the mask under the hoodie and widening his eyes. Kagamito? Izuku nodded, catching Monoma in the corner of his eye, and smiling up to Kamui while he wrote. Where did you get that coffee? Kamui blinked hard, looking at his cup like he just noticed it was there, and then between Izuku and Monoma. He blinked again as he asked, Why do you want to know? He wants to get a coffee for his friend, but can't find where they're selling it. It's in the break room, for the heroes on patrol. Oh, Monoma started, and Izuku turned to see him kind of deflate. Well, I don't really need it, sir, sorry for bothering you. Izuku could tell that Kamui made a face at that. No, I'll get you a coffee to take to your friend. He turned and started walking towards a semi-large building. Just don't say where you got it, okay? Izuku started following right away, and turned around to see if Monoma did the same. Once they made eye contact, he unglued himself from the ground and jogged over, falling in line with Izuku quickly. He glanced at Izuku, who smiled back, and he quickly looked away. Thank you, Kamen. Izuku smiled wider as a warmth in his chest spread, filling him up with a sense of helpfulness. He wrote in his notebook again, and tapped Monoma's shoulder to get his attention. No problem. I'm happy to help. He smiled to Izuku, who kept on smiling back, up until Kamui turned around to open the door for them. They both stepped inside, Kamui following after and leading them over to the counter, where a coffee machine sat. Izuku saw Monoma dance awkwardly on his feet while Kamui poured the cup. It was a bit of an awkward situation, he supposed. An anonymous musician who goes to your school asks a hero on patrol where they got their coffee, then gets you a coffee to take to your friend. Kind of funny too. There you go, Kamui turned around, looking at Monoma with a confused eyebrow arching. I don't know your name. Oh, I'm Monoma Nito, Kamui Woods. Monoma gently took the coffee held out to him, ducking his head down for a second. And thank you. No problem, Monoma-kun. And Kagamito, he said with a smile, turning towards Izuku, how come you're out here helping this kid? Is he your friend? Izuku thinks for a moment, glancing at Monoma for a second before waving his hand slightly. He decided it was better to explain fully and wrote out, I only just met him, but he's nice. I'd like to be his friend. Kamui laughed at that, and Monoma started blushing. Why think I'm nice? He muttered. Izuku shrugged. From what I can tell ya, you're doing something for your friend, and you have good manners, for the most part. Monoma looked almost shocked, and also touched at the thought. He covered his mouth with his hand and stared at the ground for a moment, like he had to process what he'd been told. Thank you, Kamen. Thank you. Izuku smiled back, then turned toward Kamui. We should go now, right? That's probably a good idea, yeah. Good luck you too, he called as they made their way out. Izuku waved one last time to Kamui before shutting the door, and once he turned, he saw his mother looking around for him. Izuku tapped Monoma's shoulder before he could speak, and the boy waited while Izuku wrote. I have to go now, but I hope you do well in the tournament. I'll be watching. Monoma sputtered, rubbing the back of his neck bashfully as he laughed. Thanks, I'll listen to your next upload, but I always do so that doesn't mean much, Izuku chuckled, then immediately slapped his hand over his mouth, staring wide-eyed at Monoma. He didn't seem to care, or rather, didn't seem to notice anything from the laugh. He just smiled a little oddly too. He glanced around them, dancing lightly on his feet. I think I should go now. Thank you for the coffee, and for, saying you'll watch me. I'll try to do well. Izuku nodded, and Monoma turned to leave, still holding the coffee close to him and rubbing his neck. He smirked to himself. He was kinda interesting, wasn't he? Izuku turned to hug his mom and get the guitar from her, and ended up attracting a few eyes, but not enough to make him worry. With his guitar in his arms and a skip in his step, Izuku made his way back to the pit, waiting until the song had stopped before opening the door. All eyes were on him immediately, smiles pointed towards him from nearly every angle. It gave him a warm, fuzzy feeling. The conductor turned to him then, also smiling. "Welcome back, Kagamito." He nodded with a wide grin, flipping to a clean page and starting at the top. "I have the guitar." Izuku then turned towards the bass section, meeting eyes with the one who knew Kirishima's song. He almost jumped at the attention, but straightened his spine and squared his shoulders. "Am I, playing on your guitar now?" Izuku nodded, motioning for him to come over to the front. He complied easily, setting his instrument down with care and slipping through the rows. Once he'd taken a chair and sat in front of the microphone, Izuku handed his guitar over to the man, who stared at it for a moment in what he thought was awe before gently taking it in his hands. Thank you, Kamen." Izuku nodded to him delicately, checking the microphone for him and angling it down to the instrument. He still wished that someone could sing the lyrics with it. That would be so nice, and Kirishima would be ecstatic. He could hear them in his head as the bassist started warming up, checking the instrument to make sure it was in tune, strumming a few chords the song used. Izuku had been leaning over the mic while thinking about the lyrics, and began humming. It was off, of course, but he still got a few eyes from the orchestra. They glanced away quickly, but he knew what they were thinking. Why wasn't he playing the song? Why wasn't he singing? Why wasn't he singing? His tutor said he was a good singer whenever he tried vocals. Marini-san was a nice person, but she was blunt, and she didn't lie, or even dance around the truth. So he was a good singer. And he did kind of want to sing now. "Kamen, what are you staring at?" Izuku's eyes shot back up to the bassists, before slowly falling off again as he kept thinking. Was it a bad idea? Really, would it be so bad? It couldn't be, right? Someone might recognize his voice, sure. His classmates said his voice changed when he used Angel's voice. He just had to make sure not to project, right? If he was singing a song that's more like a story than some questions or orders or requests or anything, like some songs are, then his quirk wouldn't really start working, right? If he doesn't want anything, there's nothing anyone can do for him. There'd just be listening, which is all he really wanted, right? Kamen? Izuku looked around for a moment, finding an extra microphone behind the podium and plugging it in, then pulled the cord around to besides the other microphone and held it to his lips. He breathed gently, then looked to the man, mouth opening and closing as he tried to form his thoughts. "I'm going to, he cleared his throat, bringing Angel's voice to the roof of his mouth. "I'm gonna sing. So you can start playing whenever." "Yeah, of course." He placed his fingers on the strings, strumming gently to check all the notes one last time. Izuku glanced behind himself, seeing the wide eyes of the rest of the orchestra, and quickly turned back around. He had to calm down. This was just like playing in front of a camera. Just like it. The man flipped the switch on his microphone and started playing, so Izuku followed after quickly, counting out the beats in his head the moment he turned on his microphone. He should have done warm-up exercises, but it was too late now. He started singing. "I'm like a child looking off on the horizon. I'm like an ambulance that's turning on the sirens. Ooh, I'm still alive." First line. He got through the first line. He could get through the rest just fine. There was his next cue. "I'm like a soldier coming home for the first time. I dodged a bullet and I walked across a landmine. Ooh, I'm still alive." He was doing well. He didn't know when he closed his eyes, but he pried them open then, and started bouncing the beat out on his foot. "Am I bleeding? Am I bleeding from the storm?" He could hear a drum in his head. It would be better if they had more instruments, or more people to play with them. Stop thinking, he told himself. Just sing. Just shine a light into the wreckage, so far away. He took a deep breath, leaning into the words, "'Cause I'm still breathing, 'cause I'm still breathing on my own. My head's above the rain and roses, making my way away, 'cause I'm still breathing, 'cause I'm still breathing on my own. My head's above the rain and roses, making my way away, my way to you." Izuku took a breath, leaning back for just a moment while the bassist, guitarist? Neither really fit, he played both, bounced to the sound of his own playing. He was doing really well, considering he hadn't prepared much at all. He'd only strummed a few chords he needed, and while guitar wasn't that hard, he remembered how much anxiety he felt posting his first few songs, even so long ago. Performing was no small feat. It was hard to do. Izuku felt something in his eye, but his part came back, and he didn't have time to figure it out. I'm like a junkie tying off for the last time. I'm like a loser that's betting on his last dime. Ooh, I'm still alive. His eyes stung. Why did they sting? I'm like a son that was raised without a father. I'm like a mother barely keeping it together. A tear slipped down his cheek, but he kept his voice from choking up. Ooh, I'm still alive. The man's playing hiccuped. He took a glance at him and saw tears in his eyes. Forced empathy. That was part of Angel's voice. He couldn't stop singing now though. He had to keep going. Am I bleeding? Am I bleeding from the storm? Why was he crying? It didn't make sense. He didn't think he was sad. He was just singing. A phantom pain from around his neck spiked with the next tear, and his hand flinched up to grasp his neck. Images flashed through his head, the ones of himself dead that man inspired, his own blood beneath him, the Numu standing with its hand around his throat. Tears kept rolling down his cheeks, but he didn't stop singing. He was almost late though. Just shine a light into the wreckage, so far away, 'cause I'm still breathing, 'cause I'm still breathing on my own. Damn it, his voice was catching. It could break soon. My head's above the rain and roses, making my way away, 'cause I'm still breathing, 'cause I'm still breathing on my own. My head's above the rain and roses, making my way, away. He nearly gasped for air at the break, moving his mask aside to rub at his eyes as the images kept appearing. The blood, the bar, the man's shoes, the ground under his feet as he ran, as I walked out on the ledge. Are you scared to death to live? Keep it together, Izuku, stop crying. I've been running all my life, just to find a home that's for the restless. He thumped his foot again, once for every beat, and the truth that's in the message, making my way away, 'cause I'm still breathing. He cried out the words, voice straining to stay steady, yet still failing, 'cause I'm still breathing on my own. Was the performance even good anymore? He couldn't tell. My head's above the rain and roses, making my way away, 'cause I'm still breathing, 'cause I'm still breathing on my own. He pulled at the skin of his neck, not feeling how strong his grip was, not caring at this point that his hood slipped off. My head's above the rain and roses, making my way, away. He gasped for air. He was almost done. Finish strong, he told himself. He was still crying. Harder now, even. 'Cause I'm still breathing, 'cause I'm still breathing on my own. My head's above the rain and roses, making my way away. Last line, come on please, my way to you. He hurried to switch his microphone off, hands shaking as he set it down, and the bassist finished the song, if a bit shakily. He silently backed up to the wall, sunk to the floor, cupping his hands over his mouth. His knuckles soon drenched in tears. He could barely breathe without gasping or sobbing. 3 musicians came running over before the bassist had stopped playing. One woman knelt right down to him and started wiping at his tears, another person prying his fingers off his neck. He forcibly shut Angel's voice off, and heard a ripple of relieved sighs flow through the room. More people started trying to come closer, but the third person held their arms out and kept them back while the other 2 cooed to him. The first woman gently pulled him into a hug while the other held his hand, but neither said a word. Eventually, everyone else stopped talking too, going back to their chairs and looking over the music. The third person sat near them, not really reaching out to Izuku, but just being a presence. It was kind of strange. He was still crying, sure, but it was more momentum than him still being sad, or scared, or whatever he was before. Through the moderate silence, there came a knock on the door, to which the conductor responded to by quietly opening the door and letting the person in. Of course you're still in here. Izuku looked up carefully, meeting the eyes of his homeroom teacher, since that's all he could meet through his bandages. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku heard him sigh and walk up to him, crouching between the musicians and gently waving them off him. Mike told me to go find you. He's not really allowed to leave the commentator box right now. Why not? He'd hurt people's ears. Aizawa rubbed his own then, and held out his hand. Did something happen? You were using your quirk, and you made the entire stadium cry. Probably everyone at home watching too. Izuku blinked his tears away, taking Aizawa's hand. I did? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to dash. It's fine, I know you're still figuring out your quirk. Aizawa pulled them both to their feet then, put the mask and hood back over Izuku's head and face, and turned to the rest of the room. It's obvious that you all know who Kamen is now, but I'm going to have to ask you all to keep quiet about it until he decides to tell the world himself. Until then, you should only talk among yourselves about this and carefully. Am I understood? Of course, yes. Crystal clear. Yes, sir. Completely. He nodded, then looked to the musicians getting themselves off the floor from around them and bowed gently. Thank you for calming him down. Oh, yeah, the first woman stammered. I'm just a mom, it was kind of my instinct-ish. Either way, thank you. They all nodded back, then carefully made it to their seats as Aizawa and Izuku walked out the room, hand in hand. Once the door closed, Aizawa sighed loudly, dropping his head in his hand. I'm sorry, Aiza-dash. It's fine, kid, not your fault. Just, he sighed again, let's try to keep from crying into microphones. No one could do anything but stand around and sob. I had to turn Mick's quirk off so he wouldn't blow any eardrums. Izuku nodded meekly, looking at the ground. A few seconds passed quietly where Aizawa just had them start walking, before he nudged Izuku's shoulder. Don't look so glum. You're fine. I made everyone cry. Because you were crying. Plus you can't control your quirk yet. Aizawa let go of his hand for a moment to rub Izuku's head, then turned a corner Izuku didn't need to go down. Now don't be late for your fight, okay? It's in just about 10 minutes. Izuku stared after him, gently tapping the top of his own head as his eyes shined. A moment passed where he processed what happened and opened his mouth to respond. Oh, I won't. He ran to go get changed again and hide his hoodie and mask in his bag. He didn't run into anyone. Izuku waited quietly in the hallway to the stadium center, his hand over his heart as he felt his nerves taking over. Cementos just about finished making the platform they'd fight on, and from there, he couldn't see the boy in the other hallway. Tsuburaba was his name. Izuku didn't know his quirk, or his strategy, or even what class he was from. Tsuburaba could have asked any of his classmates about him, or anyone who had some insight on Izuku. He could have been studying Izuku during the cavalry battle. He could have an intelligence quirk that made figuring him out a lot easier. Stop, he told himself. You're spiraling. Izuku breathed deeply, holding it in as he felt his pulse drop slowly, then let it go slowly. He opened his eyes again and looked ahead, seeing the platform fully intact now. Thank you, Cementos. Mike called over the speakers, then raised his voice louder and asked, Hey guys, are you ready? It's here that you'll brawl, and you can only rely on yourself. You don't need to be a hero to face such trials in life. You get it, right? This will test your body, your skills, your very soul, your wisdom and intuition. So you'd better be ready, all right? Hey! Izuku turned around and blinked at the sight of All Might in his shrunken form. Oh, hi, he replied as All Might came closer. How are you doing? Right, he'd made everyone cry. Oh yeah, I'm fine. I just got a little emotional, that's all. What about? Oh, just, Izuku rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, and after a moment, realized his fingers were searching for a change in texture again. There was none. He knew that the scar was just red, nothing else. Nothing much. Another moment passed, before All Might gently set his hand on Izuku's shoulder, drawing his eyes up to his sunken sockets. Are you sure it's nothing? I felt pretty distraught. Izuku's jaw hung open for a moment, before he looked back down and shut it. Well, to tell the truth, I was thinking about the USJ incident and what happened. When you were kidnapped? Izuku nodded. He heard All Might breathe in to talk more, but Izuku held his hand up to stop him. I feel like I should say something. There was a moment of silence between them, where Mike could be heard still pumping up the crowd, and Izuku realized he didn't have much time to talk. So, yes, my boy? Izuku bit his lip. I did actually get a quirk from that man. The one in the bar. I healed myself. Through the continued silence, Izuku felt the pressure to keep talking. Todoroki-kun told me before the festival started that he'd beat me, no matter if I used my new quirk or not, and I panicked in the hallway, but then during the race I'd used one for all at full percent, and the new quirk healed me a second later. In the cavalry battle too, my first move was to use that tactic of healing before I was really hurt, and dash. My boy, you don't have to explain so much. Izuku looked back up. I don't. All Might smiled and shook his head, letting his hands slip off his shoulder. Everyone in the staff who knows who you are also knew that you were trying to ignore the new quirk. We've been waiting for you to say something about it to address the issue. But now isn't the best time, young Midoriya. He smiled wider. You have a battle to win. Oh yeah, right? Izuku nodded, puffing his cheeks up and letting the breath go. Right. All Might chuckled and patted Izuku on the shoulder before stepping back. Don't tell anyone, but I'm rooting for you. Izuku's heart swelled with a sort of self-pride, or confidence probably, he definitely didn't know. He nodded to All Might and turned around, hearing Might call for him and his opponent to step out a moment after. The timing was pretty good. Match? He called, drawing out the A. What's with that nervous face? You've done great so far, didn't you? Our current number 1 from the hero department, Midoriya Izuku. Izuku breathed deeply again, cracking his knuckles as he brought his eyes up to Tsuburaba. Versus, blander than the first boy introduced, who won 4th for his team in the last stretch of the cavalry battle. Also from the hero department, Tsuburaba Kozai. They both stopped walking a few meters away, and Tsuburaba matched eyes with him. A chill went down Izuku's spine. The rules are simple. This is a scuffle won by getting your opponent out of bounds, making it impossible for them to move, or getting them to admit defeat. Feel free to wound. We have Recovery Girl waiting in the infirmary. Hope you've left your moral sense of decency at the door. But you aren't allowed to endanger each other's lives. Tsuburaba's eyes strayed up to Mike in the narration box, but only for a moment. He seemed tense, which made sense, given the impression Izuku believed he'd left. That's an instant out. It's only when capturing a villain that a hero must never stay their hand. Midoriya Izuku-ha? Izuku blinked at Tsuburaba, heightening his guard when he relaxed it. Yeah. Relax, he said as Mike called for them to start. He began walking to his left, but Izuku didn't budge, just following him with his eyes. You Class A kids are so stuck up, honestly. Izuku's eye twitched. Monoma said the same thing earlier, and he was able to convince him otherwise, but he wasn't on guard then. We aren't stuck up. I'm being wary. Wary? You've gotten first through the entire festival so far, why should you be wary of me? It looked as if he steadily sighed through his mouth, with his lips puckered. I've barely done anything. You haven't done anything, which is why I'm wary. He didn't want to admit his lack of information on him, but it was hard to avoid. Izuku shifted on his feet a little to maintain eye contact, and in turn, let his arms drop just the slightest bit. I think I've done something. I got through the first 2 rounds. But you were so caught up in yourself that you didn't notice, did you? He breathed through his puckered lips again, and Izuku thought on that a little too long to reply. He shrugged, breathing out again. No comeback? Class A seems pretty weak to me. After the UJ incident dash. Shut the hell up. Tsuburaba blinked back at Izuku, who'd pulled his arms closer to his body with his fists balled. What? Is that a touchy subject? Izuku glared at the boy, who, strangely enough, pulled out a small rubbery ball and started bouncing it against the concrete. Izuku's eyes watched it instinctually, trying to ignore his words. You don't like it when people bring back that time you got kidnapped? Class A thinks it's so great, but one of you got kidnapped the moment you left the immediate school grounds. We were attacked. It was a planned ambush against All Might. Doesn't really change the fact that you all were so disorganized that they took you. Izuku's lips formed into a snarl, and his fists started shaking. Calm down, Izuku, he's trying to rile you up. Again, it was planned, they wanted to kill All Might. I wasn't taken until dash. Sheet, he shouldn't have said that. Until what? The rubber ball kept bouncing steadily, so he kept his eyes on that. Tsuburaba kept circling him though, passing his original position as Izuku had to turn again. He gasped dramatically, and caught the ball in his hand. Did you do something to get kidnapped? Oh wow, then Class A is worse than I thought. It was just me, he snapped, anger rising and boiling in his chest, intermingling with caution. I tried fighting back. My class isn't in the wrong because of whatever dumb shit I did. And what did you do? He smirked slyly, like he'd just caught a lead in a murder. It chilled Izuku's blood, just a bit. I just said I tried fighting back. How? With my quirk, I punched someone dash. Tsuburaba hurled the ball suddenly, not at Izuku, but way to his right, where it sharply changed direction mid-air and shot out to his left. Izuku turned swiftly to follow it with his eyes, watching it carefully and seeing it bounce against something. The air? It was more like glass, a solid surface that it rebounded off, to fly past his right again. But then, if Izuku was able to so easily dodge the ball, then why would he throw it? It was a distraction. Coming to that realization, he turned again just in time to see Tsuburaba about a foot away from him, his arm pulled back and fist balled tightly. Izuku panicked, unable to react soon enough, and the fist landed on his cheek, knocking him back from the impact alone. The pain and injury itself was gone before he'd really felt it, leaving behind a vague warmth. Izuku pulled his own fist back, rethought it in a split second, and pressed his middle finger against his thumb, activating one or all and flicking it at Tsuburaba before he could dodge, screaming, smash. The boy crashed through something multiple times, and it shattered around him. He probably made invisible shields in the air, anticipating that he'd be knocked back. The breathing. It suddenly clicked, the sighing he was doing as he talked, it was to make the shields, wasn't it? No, wait, that didn't matter right now. Tsuburaba crashed into another shield, nearly breaking as he hit it, but it just barely kept him in bounds. This was his chance, Izuku thought, already running over. If he could get him to step out of the ring, then he'd win. He made it over, and had just reached out to shove Tsuburaba over the edge when he breathed in his face suddenly, and Izuku face-planted into another shield. He couldn't stop though, he could already see Tsuburaba taking deeper breaths, sweat dripping down his face. Izuku used the shield to steady himself and reached out, pressing his hands against Tsuburaba's chest and pushing with all his strength, in case any shield was behind him still. There was none. Tsuburaba tumbled to the ground ungracefully, landing on his back and barely keeping his head from hitting the concrete. While falling, his legs kicked out from under him and hit Izuku right in the jaw, knocking him back as well, but also breaking the shield. Izuku landed sitting up, held so by his hands. Tsuburaba pushed himself off the ground, fully looking ready to keep fighting, but mixed words over the speakers stopped him. Tsuburaba Kozai is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku wins. Cheers resounded around them, drawing both their eyes away from each other. Izuku looked up to the narration box, watching Mike perk up and wave at him, then show him a thumbs up. Hizawa beside him did sort of the same thing, but seemed a lot less enthusiastic. It's hard to be more excited than Mike though. Great job, Midoriya-kun. Izuku looked back at Tsuburaba, who got on his feet and held a hand down to Izuku. He looked skeptically at it, and Tsuburaba laughed. Come on, I only said that to distract you. I don't really think Class A is that bad. Izuku pursed his lips at the boy, still not taking his hand. You sounded like you meant it though. He snickered, dropping his hand. I did? Gosh, you sound pretty childish right now. I really am sorry I said all that, especially that stuff about you getting kidnapped. Izuku scrunched his nose up, reaching back up to rub his neck. I didn't want to use it unless I had to. But I lost anyway, fair and square. Izuku lightly glared at Tsuburaba, but sighed and got off the ground. He held out his hand to him, nodding subtly. Thanks. You caught me off guard. He hummed, taking Izuku's hand and shaking it firmly. I'm glad I did that much at least. It's nice to meet you. That drew a small grin out of Izuku, so he let it grow a little wider. Nice to meet you too, Tsuburaba-kun. He nodded, and wordlessly let go of Izuku's hand, turning around and walking off the concrete platform. Izuku watched for a few moments, before turning around himself and heading to his side of the stadium to leave. He blushed under the loud praisings Mike called out and the cheers of the audience, but focused enough on his music playing to make it back to the hallway. Great job, my boy. You were stunning out there. Hee hee. Izuku bashfully scratched his cheek, eyes falling to the ground. I did my best. All Might paused and hummed, before setting his hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku looked back up to him, blinking at his expression. I'm proud of you, young Midoriya. A fire lit in Izuku's chest, flickering around his heart and filling his lungs with warmth. He took a deep breath as he felt the warmth spread up to his eyes, and cleared his throat before tears could escape. The thank you, All Might. He ruffled Izuku's hair gently, then backed away and leaned against the wall. Well, the next match will start soon. Why don't you go get some food and watch with your class? Izuku blinked owlishly. Food? I've kept my eye on you, my boy. That new healing quirk makes you hungrier when used, and you healed your fingers and jaw. Even a granola bar may help. Numbly, he nodded, then followed it with a steadier nod backed with a grin. Izuku turned on his heel and waved to All Might, just after replying with, Okay, I'll go eat. Thank you. All Might waved back as Izuku hurried through the hall, then turned the corner to the cafeteria instead of the stands. He'd be there soon. Walking back to the stands with his pockets stuffed with the snacks lunch rush gave him, Izuku blushed under the gaze of other classes' students watching him with curiosity, intrigue, or apprehension. Hopefully not apprehension. He didn't think he'd be able to handle any kind of fear. The one girl was eyeing him more warily than he wanted. Oh, Midoriya. Izuku blinked away his thoughts, bringing his eyes up to meet Kaminari's. He smiled, jogging up to the blonde and stopping in front of him. Kaminari stepped back and chuckled, turning back to the rest of the class. You did so well. But you didn't really say anything. I thought that would be your go-to. Oh no, he laughed, awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. If I use my voice, then people would start putting two and two together, and I kinda still don't want that to happen. Oh right, yeah, I get that. Kaminari chuckled, eyes flitting away, but not in an embarrassed way, more like something grabbed his attention. So, Izuku followed his eyes, walking up to his group of friends while they all looked down to the stadium. Izuku had been tuning Mike out, but he'd caught onto what he was saying as he watched Kirishima get pushed to the edge of the bounds, barely keeping within the line. And it doesn't seem like Kirishima will be able to stay in this. Kaibara just needs one push and dash. Suddenly, with a blinding and sharp grin, Kirishima unfolded his arms from their protective hold and grabbed both of Kaibara's spinning wrists, a sharp screeching sound filling the air as his hands twisted around Kirishima's hardened skin. He pulled and turned, Kaibara losing his balance in the confusion and tripping over the bounds, with Kirishima still holding his wrists but standing with both feet in bounds. He looked so happy and proud. With a sudden and unexpected twist, Kaibara-sen is out of bounds. Kirishima Aijuru wins. Kaminari cheered to Izuku's right, and he felt a huge grin spread across his cheeks, watching his friend look up to the crowd with an astonished smile plastered on his face. He reached down and pulled Kaibara up off the ground, shaking his hand before backing away and leaving through the tunnels. Kaibara followed suit the other way, smiling to himself. Next is Shiro-kun and Todoroki-kun. Uraraka mused to his left, leaning her elbows on the rail and squishing her cheeks with the heels of her palms. Izuku turned to her as Mike talked over the speakers, tuning into what she had to say. Who do you think will win? I think it's Todoroki-kun. Izuku's smile fell just a bit, eyes trailing back down to the stadium, to the tunnel where Shiro was supposed to be coming out of soon. I think it'll be Todoroki-kun too. I mean, Shiro-kun is great, but Todoroki-kun is too much. He might win the tournament. He let out a small chuckle. He still has to get past 4 people, and I'm one of them. I won't go down without a good fight. Kaminari laughed as Shiro walked up to the stadium, putting a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Are you assuming that you'll beat Kirishima? Izuku grinned, leaning against the rail with Uraraka. I at least hope I will. I have a reason to meet Todoroki-kun in the 3rd round, so I hope I make it. And we're back, folks. Next we have these two. Izuku looked back out to the field, a smile stretched on his face as he thought of Kirishima coming up the stairs soon to join them after his victory. He's turned in an excellent performance to make it this far, but what's with that plain face? Shiro Hanta of Class A. versus you who stand at the top of the top. He who is way too strong. From the same class, Todoroki Shudo. My bet's on Todoroki-kun. Uraraka-san, Ida chided, sounding disgruntled as he turned to leave the class. Izuku didn't really question why. Don't place bets on your classmates. Start. Shiro seemed almost too relaxed for a moment, stretching his arms behind his back and grabbing his elbows as his lips moved lazily. Then he threw his arms forward, tape spilling out of his elbows and wrapping around Todoroki tightly, dragging him across the arena grounds. That only lasted a few seconds. Izuku barely caught when it began, but Todoroki's right foot dragged on the concrete, snapping out a sheet of ice that almost immediately grew into a glacier. He barely had enough time to pull himself and his friends away from the rail, avoiding getting their noses frozen off from the ice stretching all the way to the side to them. Todoroki had formed an entire miniature glacier in a matter of seconds. Seconds. Silence followed the intense cold, where everyone could hear teeth chattering together with small, astonished sighs, accompanied with puffs of white air in front of their lips. Shiro-kun, can you move? Of course not, he managed, voice shaking as much as Izuku assumed he could. Shiro Hanta is unable to move. Todoroki Shuto advances to the next round. A few more seconds passed in silence, before a woman stammered out, "Don't mind." And soon, that's all people were saying. A chorus of "Don't mind" rang throughout the stadium, of which a few classmates joined in on, but Izuku's attention was caught on something soon after. From the angle he had to watch from, Izuku could see both Shiro and Todoroki, but just barely. Todoroki seemed sad. Extremely sad. Deku-kun? Izuku turned to look at Uraraka, and noticed how worried her expression was. He forced a small smile on his face, but kept a bit of weariness in it. Yeah. Are you worried? Not quite. But that was close to the truth, and he was good at avoiding saying it all. Yeah. You'll do great. Her lips formed into a line, and she balled her fists. Either you or Kirishima-kun, you'll both do great. And whoever wins will do great against Todoroki-kun. He nodded back to her. He could win the festival though. So could you? Izuku blinked, turning around and matching eyes with Kirishima walking up to them. The ice near the class had started melting off in chunks, and he almost slipped on the water on the ground. Izuku covered his snicker with his fist. Graceful entrance. He chuckled louder this time, growing louder at Kirishima's comically offended expression. Shut it, you, he returned just as humorously. Anyway, did you see my match? Uraraka and Kaminari took seats behind them, so Izuku sat with them, patting the chair to his right. Kirishima took the indicated spot as Izuku spoke. Unfortunately, I only saw the end, but you turned it around so fast and so easily, I was impressed. Ha, you think? Izuku nodded quickly, amused at the way Kirishima rubbed his neck and laughed. Anyway, I forgot, who's next? Izuku looked away in thought, before Kaminari piped up from behind them. Ida's going up against that girl on Midoriya's team. He blinked then and looked at Izuku with an amazed look. Half your team was girls. How'd you manage that? Izuku blinked owlishly at him and shrugged. They said they wanted to join my team, so I let them? You got to be on Todoroki-kun's team though, isn't that great? Yeah, he sighed, but I was used like a weapon or like some kind of secondary defense. It was flattering, sure, but kinda. I don't know. Kaminari shrugged, then smiled a moment later. But who am I to complain? I got into the battles. Kirishima chuckled, reaching out and patting Kaminari's shoulder. Izuku's eyes followed Kirishima's hand, but he shook his head and blinked at himself, confused at why he would do that. It wasn't a strange action, he was just being an affectionate friend. I bet you could have made it this far without Todoroki, you're pretty strong in your own right. Kaminari's smile brightened at that, and he nodded along as Kirishima retracted his hand. You think so? Of course. Izuku piped up. While you don't have great control over your quirk, it's enough to scare people off who don't know the limits. That's why Todoroki picked you anyway. Not only did you complete his team, you would be hard to fight against. Izuku could swear his eyes shined then, before it seemed something in his head clicked and he said, "Oh sheet, what was with the singing earlier?" He had to take a second to himself to catch up with the turn in conversation, and in that second, Kirishima spoke again. "Oh yeah, dude, you didn't have to do that for me. And did something happen? You were crying." "Oh, nothing really happened and sheet, he didn't have an excuse for singing, it just happened, I just kind of felt like singing it. It'd be more recognizable, right?" "Oh, but still, you were great." "Yeah, it was amazing." Izuku turned to look at Uraraka, and saw more people tuning into the conversation. His face flushed, realizing they all knew he had been singing. Kaken turned away. "You sounded great, I didn't know you could actually sing." Ajuru said, adding on to it a moment later, "Oh, I mean no offense. But you were crying, right? Why were you crying?" Hagakure leaned closer into the conversation, waiting for an answer. He couldn't really play it off with so much attention. "Oh, I was just remembering." He cleared his throat, playing with his hands in his lap. "I was just thinking about the USJ attack." "And what happened?" "When you were kidnapped, Karo?" He pressed his lips together, those gory images flashing back in his head. "Yeah. I just got emotional is all." An odd silence settled around the class, where the rest of the stadium kept up the noise they didn't let out of their mouths. After nearly a moment too long, Ashido clapped her hands together and asked without an intended target, "So, when do you think they'll be done drying the stadium?" Ajuru hummed and Tokoyami said, "It may take a few more minutes. It is quite a lot of ice." Then why don't we play some games?" Ashido's eyes widened and she smiled gleefully. "Oh, or we can go and talk to the other classes, or go to the cafeteria and get some food from lunch rush." "Mina-chan, you should give him a break, Karo." "Yeah, but what if he has extra food?" Uraraka said, fully dragging the attention off Izuku. He smiled softly to himself as her arms waved in the air. "We shouldn't waste it." As the class carried on talking, with Izuku idly thinking that maybe he gets food from lunch rush too. Often, Kirishima reached out to his shoulder, drawing his eyes up to meet his red irises. Kirishima pressed his lips together as he watched Izuku, a moment before speaking. "Are you really doing all right?" Izuku hummed and smiled lightly, nodding. "Yeah, I'm all right." He didn't seem convinced. "I'll be here if you ever want to talk, okay? I know that you're really stressed right now, even if you haven't said anything about it, so if I can help at all, I want you." He patted Izuku's shoulder, leaning in a bit more and dropping his voice. "I'll always be here for you, you're my friend." Izuku stared back at him for a few more long seconds, before muttering back, "Yeah, you're my friend too. And I'm doing alright I guess, he sighed, hanging his head low. "I'm really stressed I guess. I haven't slept well the past few nights, and I didn't really want to get so much attention because I don't want to be caught, but it still feels nice, you know? To be getting all this attention. I feel important." "You're extremely important," he said without hesitation. "You make millions of people's lives brighter every day, and you're barely trying. You're just doing what you love to do." Izuku chuckled, bringing his eyes back up. "Writing music? And performing? If you'd never gotten in front of a camera to play a song, well, I think a lot of people wouldn't be where they are now, even in little ways." "Why do you say that?" Kirishima smiled, bumping his fist against Izuku's chest. "Because it's true. Someone like you can't change nothing, that's just not possible." Izuku chuckled, then built up a laugh, and hunched over himself and pressed his head against Kirishima's chest as he laughed. He felt something loosen from around his lungs and heart, letting him breathe and feel deeper than he thought he had in a while. He heard Kirishima's voice join him as his hand rubbed his back, until Izuku could sit up again and rub the happy tears out of his eyes. "Feeling better?" he asked so calmly, so nicely. "Yeah, a lot better," Izuku sighed. "I'm glad." Then, with an upturn of his lips, he whispered, "I think Shuji snuck in Uno. Do you want to play with everyone?" Izuku snickered, nodding back and leaning away from Kirishima. A bit of warmth had gathered between them when they were huddled, so he felt a little chill when he got up to watch the ongoing game. Kirishima stood next to him while they watched Kuda win, and sat down with him when the new round began. Once the battle area was cleaned and dried off, Ida and Hatsum stepped up to fight, but Izuku knew how it would turn out. "What are you thinking about, Midoriya-chan?" He turned to glance at Tsuyu, smiling gently to her. "Ida-kun is going to win, but Hatsum-san is going to draw it out to show off." He pulled a granola bar out of his pocket and took a bite. "That's why she was on my team, after all. To show off her babies." Tsuyu hummed questioningly at him, right as Mike called out the beginning of the match. Ida launched forward, donned in Hatsum's gear, which had already been discussed, and the girl only grinned. It was obvious after she adjusted the mic at her mouth that she would quite obviously just be selling her gear, so he leaned back in his seat and crossed his ankles as her voice echoed around the stadium. Halfway through Hatsum's presentation, Izuku heard Kirishima sigh to his right, and in turn, he turned to look at his friend. "Midoriya, I'm bored," he groaned, head tossed back and hands held at the nape of his neck. Izuku snickered. "We aren't being kept here, you know. Whose match is after Ida-kun's?" "Bakugo, and that 1B girl that was on his team." Izuku blinks, turning more of his body towards Kirishima. "The girl with the vine hair?" Kirishima hummed in affirmation, sitting up to look at Izuku. "I think Bakugo will win. I mean, she seems pretty powerful, but I can't see anyone beating Bakugo." He shrugged, getting onto his feet. "Except maybe Todoroki." "Speaking of," Izuku started, standing with Kirishima, "do you think you could beat Todoroki-kun?" He laughed, curling his lips up and showing off his teeth. "No, I don't think I can. Neither can you if I'm being honest." Izuku started laughing too, lightly punching his shoulder in mock aggression. "Hey, come on, you're dropping me that fast? I'm sorry, man, but I don't think anyone can beat Todoroki. Except maybe Bakugo." "So you just don't know?" He shook his head. "Nope." Then he reached out and threw his arm over Izuku's shoulders, pressing his weight into him. Izuku had to shift his feet to keep from toppling over. "But I know that I can't beat you, you're too powerful." Izuku pursed his lips at that, pushing back on his side. "Give yourself a break, you're plenty powerful." Then he nodded vaguely at the walk area behind the seats, asking, "Do you want to go on a walk?" Kirishima shrugged, standing up straight again and letting Izuku do the same. "Sure, where to?" He shrugged, taking the first step and letting his arms sway at his sides. "Dunno. Do you want to get food?" "Not really. Any other plans?" Izuku hummed, tapping his lip in thought. "No. But I could just play something. I mean, the orchestra brought extra instruments in case something happened." "Just for me? Are you trying to woo me?" Izuku snorted, shaking his head as laughter consumed him. No, it was just a suggestion dash." "Well, I'm not opposed," he said, half grinning and half smirking. "You aren't unattractive, and while I usually veer away from romance and stuff, it's 'cause I get turned down way too easily." Izuku mellowed down the laughter enough to retort. "Wow, who in their right mind would turn you of all people down?" Kirishima shrugged, opening the door for them to the stairs. Izuku started walking to the stairs leading up, so Kirishima followed him that way. "It's only been direct once, but I've had a lot of crushes, mostly on tough guys that turned out to be total JRKs. That one time I actually asked, instead of overhearing some misogynistic or insensitive crap, he said he had a crush on an upperclassman girl. Granted, she had a nice personality and didn't look bad, but it still hurt." Izuku whistled, swooping up quickly and drawing it out lower. In an attempt to lighten the mood again, he asked, "So, you have a thing for buff guys? Big, muscly arms?" Kirishima turned his head away and laughed, nudging Izuku's shoulder. "Don't say it like that, dude. Am I saying it a certain way? I don't think I'm wrong." Kirishima groaned, pressing his face into his hands. Izuku laughed lightly, linking his arm through his elbow. "Come on, I'm just teasing you." He took a hand off Kirishima's face, peering through his fingers to see him blushing. It felt strange to see him so flustered. Izuku felt something rise up in his chest, lodging in his throat. It wasn't his quirk. "I didn't really mean to tease you," he managed to mutter, realizing they stopped on the stairs, and he was 2 steps above Kirishima. Izuku had leaned into Kirishima's personal space, a bit too close to his face. Kirishima pulled his other hand off his face and just looked at him, still red-faced, with his lips slightly parted, as if at a loss for words. Izuku pulled away, standing up straight. Sorry. Kirishima cleared his throat. It's alright, I knew you were just teasing. Izuku nodded back, squeezing his hands together, and jumping lightly in shock when he realized he was holding Kirishima's hands instead of his own. He cleared his own throat then, fumbling over what to do, before dropping his head and letting go of one hand, pulling his friend up the stairs by the other. Come on, the pit isn't too far from here. Kirishima hummed behind him, and from then, they walked quietly. Izuku didn't let go. The orchestra already knew what he looked like, from his accidental reveal to them during his performance, but that didn't mean his nerves weren't getting to him. Once they'd made it to the pit door, Izuku paused, hearing chatter and laughter through it instead of music. So they weren't interrupting. Awkwardly, he felt Kirishima's hand slip out of his own, and took a short glance his way before pushing the door open. Eyes landed on him quickly, before falling behind him onto Kirishima. Hi. Izuku snickered, feeling a bit of his weariness slip away. Nice introduction. Kirishima scoffed playfully, bumping his shoulder as he stepped ahead of Izuku. Hi, I'm Kirishima Idru, and we were bored, so I'm going to play something if that's all right. A man near the back smiled and nodded, the woman sitting next to him saying, Of course, go ahead. The conductor, leaning over the podium and holding a small screen that showed Kaken fighting that vine-haired girl, smiled as well. So, Ida already won. I'm watching for when we'll need to play, so I'll warn you too. Izuku nodded awkwardly at her, then looked around. There were 1 or 2 extras for each instrument, except for his guitar resting in a corner leaning against an extra compact piano. The pianist, sitting at his instrument, gestured to the extra, before returning to conversation. Izuku cleared his throat and lightly thanked the room, grabbing Kirishima's wrist and pulling him over to the piano. He pulled it out a little bit, setting his guitar down gently, and sat on the stool, seeing Kirishima lean against the instrument. He snickered. So, is the plan still to woo me with your music? Izuku laughed harder, hunching over the keys and accidentally pressing a few down. No, I said that's not what I'm doing. He shrugged, chuckling a bit himself and smiling, sharp teeth glinting. What can I say, it's revenge. Oh, revenge makes so much sense. Izuku shook his head, placing his hands down. What do you want to hear? Anything. If it's you, it'll be great. Izuku let out a strange embarrassed noise, babbling about how wrong he was while shaking his head. Kirishima only hummed in response, but Izuku had buried his face in his hands. You can't really think you're not that good, you're world famous. Yeah, I know, I'm just bad at taking compliments. He hummed again. Well, it's true whether you like it or not. But I don't care what you decide to play. Izuku opened his eyes and peered through his fingers at the keys, remembering an old piano piece he wrote when he was 12. The notes played in his head, and he recalled how long the song was, and how fast it went. He cleared his throat and stretched his shoulders, sitting up with a faint blush still on his cheeks while he set his hands. He started playing a moment after. At the time, he'd found a new brand of chocolate his mom liked a lot, and once he tried it he fell in love as well. The notes flowed slow but free, warming the air around him, and he could almost swear he smelled cocoa. He slipped up about halfway through the first section, hitting a flat note instead of a natural, but nearly ignored it and carried on. He messed up 3 more times after that, and once he finished, he sighed gently. Geez, Midoriya, how do you play so well? He looked up to Kirishima, laughing lightly, and stretched his fingers. I've been playing since I got my quirk. Besides, I messed up 4 times. Kirishima blinked at him, leaning forward a bit. Wow, really? I didn't notice. He reached forward and tapped one of the keys, a low G, and pressed his chin into his palm. That was from 3 years ago, right? After Izuku nodded, he sighed. I don't think I could ever do something like that. Izuku tilted his head at his friend. What do you mean? I just mean, I'm too rough to do something so delicate. He traced a finger along an F flat, draping himself over the piano. I can't play sweet music, and I definitely can't make people feel things from music. Izuku pursed his lips at Kirishima's moping, tapping the back of his hand to get his attention. Once their eyes met, he nodded his head beside him, scooting off the bench. Sit here. Kirishima blinked owlishly, then shook his head. Oh no. I just said I can't play, I'll do poorly dash. Kirishima-kun, just sit down, it won't be a hard song. Izuku rolled his eyes playfully, patting the seat. Kirishima got up awkwardly, stepping slowly around the piano and sitting down, like if he made one wrong move he would shatter the instrument. Relax, pianos aren't that fragile. He reached his arms around Kirishima, putting his hands over top his, and led them to the C position. He had to lean over Kirishima's shoulder to see, and in his peripheral vision he saw him blushing. He couldn't hear him breathing either. He decided to ignore that first point, since his own cheeks felt hot at the thought. Kirishima, breathe, he said, and Izuku could feel him freeze. You won't break anything. He nodded and hummed, staring holes into the keys. Izuku laughed. I'm not a buff guy, Kirishima-kun. I mean, he murmured, you kind of are. Izuku coughed awkwardly. Alright, I have abs? Forgot that. Kirishima laughed, losing some of the tension in his shoulders. Izuku adjusted his arms, and pushed his left pinky and right thumb down. Through Kirishima's hands, a low and high C played. That's first finger. Going from there to the right are the other four fingers, second, third, fourth, and fifth. The keys are C, D, E, F, and G. You're in C position. Kirishima nodded numbly, pressing both Cs simultaneously again, and carefully going up the scale. Izuku hummed affirmatively, and then pressed his first, third, and fifth fingers down on Kirishima's. That's the C chord, but you don't need to know that yet. Okay, alright. Kirishima nodded, starting to turn his head towards Izuku before quickly turning back. Geez, you're so close. Izuku laughed a bit, trying to shift away just a bit. Sorry. It's fine, I don't mind that much. He looked at Kirishima for a moment, smiled, and settled back down. A few minutes later, the conductor stood up and called for everyone's attention, focusing intently on the screen still. Izuku stood up straight and brought Kirishima's hands up, startling him until he realized that the orchestra was ready to play. The conductor turned the microphones on moments after Izuku pressed a finger against his lips. While the orchestra played, Kirishima sat quietly on the stool and Izuku settled on the ground, listening to them play his music. He closed his eyes and smiled, swaying gently. When they'd finished playing and the mics were turned off, Kirishima got up and asked the conductor who was fighting next. Izuku caught the gaze of a violin, who nodded towards Kirishima with a smile and threw a thumbs up. He looked quizzically at him, but saw a few others doing similar things, until Kirishima came back and suggested they go back to the rest of the class. The room wished him goodbye as he shut the door, and he awkwardly waved back. So, who's next? Shinso Hitoshi and Yaoyorozu. You know, that purple-haired guy on your team. Ah, Izuku nodded. Shinso-kun and Yaoyorozu-san. Kirishima nudged him, and he turned to see him smiling widely. Who do you think will win? Izuku blinked at him, then thought for a moment. It depends if Shinso can get her to talk. She can end the fight quickly, but the moment she says something, he wins. So, it really hinges on if she knows to keep quiet. Kirishima nodded to his words. And which of us do you think will win? He laughed, looking Kirishima in the eye. We'll have to wait and see. While they walked back, they playfully joked back and forth, and a few times, Izuku managed to fluster Kirishima again. He looked nice when he was embarrassed. Izuku didn't quite pay attention to the following matches. He knew who won, and knew who would fight who next. He'd fight Kirishima, Todoroki was fighting Ida, Kaken would fight Shinso, poor Yaoyorozu, she lost so fast, and Ishido was fighting Kurwaro, from Class 1B. Izuku suspected that Kaken would beat Shinso very fast, and would have made sure to watch to know how Yaoyorozu lost. Even if he didn't, he would have already known from the cavalry battle, wouldn't he? Kaken had said he didn't understand him during the cavalry battle. That made his gut feel weird. But it wasn't time to think about Kaken, it was time to think about Kirishima. He was preparing to fight him after all. Kowaro and Kaminari's fight ended a few minutes ago, and there was a short pause between the first and second part of the tournament so the watchers could take a break or something. It really just meant Izuku had extra time to prepare, which he wasn't really doing. He was just sitting around, after doing a few squats and push-ups and stuff. Now he really was just waiting anxiously. Meaning that when a voice over the speakers, Midnight's he realized, said it was time to go, he jumped up happily and strutted out the door, jogging a bit towards the platform in his restlessness. Alright, I can do this. Kirishima is strong, he could probably turn this into an endurance match, but even if it does become that, the healing would work better for me. I just need to get him out of bounds before I overheat, or, Izuku thought for a moment, actively pushing down those boiling emotions about admitting to the foreign quirk inside him while doing so. Or get too hungry, I guess. That's all. He nodded to himself, setting forward through the tunnel to the stadium. The light from the outdoors berated his eyes for just a second before he adjusted to it, and he took a deep breath to steady himself, clenched his fist in preparation, and looked up to where Midnight stood, facing the crowd. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the crowd. Yamada's voice echoed through the stands, reaching farther than it really needed to. It settled a few of the hairs on Izuku's neck, and he felt his chest lighten just a smidge. Are you ready for the second round of the tournament? The cries and cheers rang out, and Yamada laughed. That's good to hear. Because up now is Midoriya Izuku, the current star of this year's festival. Izuku stepped out into the light, feeling the sunlight beat down on his skin. He took another steady breath under the loud, expectant cheers ahead, and trained his eyes ahead to the opposing side's tunnel. Versus Kirishima Ijuru, tougher than rock and able to withstand a tornado. Let me hear your cheers. The crowd cheered louder, if only for Yamada's comment, and Izuku watched Kirishima snicker to himself as he stepped onto the stage. When Kirishima straightened his spine and met his gaze, Izuku grinned back, mimicking his friend's trademarked movement and bumped his knuckles together. Kirishima laughed again, holding his hand over his mouth before doing the same. If not a very serious match, this would at least be fun. Are you both ready? Izuku and Kirishima looked up to Midnight and nodded in unison, then she nodded back to them. The two matched eyes again, and when she called the match, Izuku dove forward. And Midoriya takes the first move. But Kirishima's already prepared. What does Midoriya plan to do? Izuku clenched his fists and threw one forward, feeling heat spread up his arm and glad he aimed to Kirishima's left instead of at him. He got blown to the side, sure, but Izuku didn't want to think of what would happen if the punch was directed at him. He had to make sure to control what amount of one for all he was using. Kirishima rebounded quickly. He dug his feet into the ground, cracking the concrete and tearing his shoes as he jumped back at Izuku, arm hardened and aimed at his face. Izuku ducked, and as Kirishima passed over him, he landed a slightly powered punch into his gut. Kirishima made a retching sound, and luckily didn't throw anything up, but the mild sting on Izuku's knuckles told him that Kirishima hardened his stomach, expecting as much. He flew up for a moment, and when he was falling, Izuku stepped back to avoid being hit by the rubble of the broken concrete from where Kirishima landed. Izuku smirked. It was impressive, and little streams of steam drifted off from his shoulders. He smiled back, but it was way cockier. Is that all you've got, Midoriya? Izuku steadied himself as Kirishima ran forward this time, vaguely registering Yamada's voice above them. The sting in his knuckles was gone, and he wasn't hot or hungry, so he could definitely endure more. Kirishima had a scrape or two though. While Izuku was thinking, Kirishima landed a punch on his side with Izuku's lowered reaction time. Feeling a very sharp, painful jab into some intestine, Izuku realized Kirishima broke a rib. Either he wasn't scared of hurting Izuku, or he wasn't holding back. Maybe both. He landed and skidded on the ground, feeling the heat spread through him and linger a bit on his side. Some of his own blood remained on the concrete, and disturbingly on his tattering shirt, but he ignored that for now. He jumped back up and rammed into Kirishima, pushing off the ground with one for all to make an impact, and also ended up shattering more concrete. Kirishima winced, driving his heels into the ground to avoid the edge. Before Izuku could get away and strike again, Kirishima grabbed onto him on both sides and headbutted Izuku hard. Izuku was sure that he had a concussion for a moment, and then Kirishima hit him again and again. Izuku felt numb, the attacks coming too quickly to recover much from, and he felt blood trickle down his face with Yamada's voice getting hazy and distorted. He could feel heat rushing to his head, probably to heal the concussions each time, but it was distracting and still painful, and he couldn't think. In the haze, Izuku managed to steady his fist, pull his arm back in preparation, and push one for all to a higher percentage, he couldn't figure out how strong it was, and throw his fist into Kirishima's shoulder, or arm, or something. He heard a sickening crack, and Kirishima fell off him while he tried to steady himself. With the time he bought himself, the healing Quirk managed to close the bleeding wound on his forehead and restore his head back to not having a concussion, and he shook on his legs before he could focus and see again. Kirishima writhed on the ground, clutching his arm but still trying to get up. He made it onto his knee and sprang up from there, but winced and loosened his grip on his arm. They matched eyes, the both of them breathing hard, and Izuku was the first to move. Kirishima reacted too slowly. Izuku grabbed onto his arms, very worried about the audible cry of pain his friend uttered, and shoved him backwards. By the time Kirishima realized what was happening and attempted to drill his heels into the concrete, Izuku already had him at the edge, and just had to push a bit of extra power into the push. When he let go, Kirishima tried to fight more, but was stopped by Midnight's whip crack and voice. Kirishima Ijuru is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku wins. The cheers above responded quickly, and Kirishima settled to look above then and sigh. He smiled though, so Izuku hoped he didn't feel too upset. When their eyes met again, the smile grew more fond, making goosebumps run up Izuku's arms. I knew I couldn't really beat you, but you gotta admit, I did pretty well. In a stunning turn of events, and in a wonderful resolution, Midoriya managed to win once again. Izuku smiled right back, reaching a hand out to pat the shoulder Kirishima wasn't cradling. You did really good. I could feel myself getting concussion after concussion. Kirishima laughed awkwardly, putting his hand on Izuku's shoulder quickly before the nurse bots arrived. I at least hope you're okay now. You feel okay, right? With his nod, Kirishima sighed, and let his arms drop, just to wince again and cradle the injured one further. You really did a number. On me though. We both did a number on each other. Izuku nodded down the tunnel to their left, and started walking. Let's get to Recovery Girl, okay? Kirishima nodded gleefully, stepping beside Izuku and carrying on silently. Soon enough, the cheers and booming voices faded away, and they were left being led off by Recovery Girl's robot helpers. Izuku didn't break the silence, just because he didn't feel the necessity. He felt content, walking quietly by Kirishima's side. He must have felt the same, because he didn't speak either. Recovery Girl didn't let Izuku leave her office for a while, until she was absolutely certain he didn't suffer any injuries, and then didn't let him out of the door without filling his right pocket full of gummies, until they nearly spilled out. He made sure to thank her multiple times over for her concern, but she just huffed at him and made him promise to eat all the gummies before the festival ended. Kirishima, all the while, laughed from where he laid on the cot. By the time Izuku made it back to his class, Cementos had just finished fixing the stage, and the next fight was announced, being Todoroki against Ida. Izuku sat beside Uraraka, who had been playing on her phone before. What are you playing, Uraraka-san? She nearly jumped out of her seat, eyes shooting up to Izuku before she could relax. Oh, hi Deku-kun. You really snuck up on me there. Behind them, Kaminari snorted. Izuku rolled his eyes playfully and leaned back in the chair. Sorry. You were just so invested in it. Uraraka laughed delicately. Well, if I don't have anything else to do in the festival, I might as well be interested in something else, right? Izuku pursed his lips. You're upset that you didn't make it as far as you'd hoped, and you're trying to distract yourself. She almost physically winced. Yeah, I am. But there's no shame in that, right? It's like a kind of self-care. To distract yourself from what's bringing you down. She clenched her fists and smiled, but it still looked shaky. Izuku hummed to himself, then got an idea. Then, can I serve as a distraction? She blinked. Don't you want to watch Ida-kuen's and Todoroki-kuen's match though? Izuku blinked next. Oh yeah. Then when they're done. She snickered at him, then nodded. Uraraka then crossed her eyebrows slightly, but after she did, Izuku registered Yamada saying, "And go," and snapped his attention down to the stage. Ida, of course, started, running straight towards Todoroki, arms stretched out. Todoroki didn't waver either though, and as he sent out a wave of ice to his right, Ida swerved to his left side, and almost reached Todoroki. Todoroki moved and ducked under Ida's swinging arm, reaching out to balance himself as he crouch ran. His hand glided right above the ground, laying a sheet of ice under it. Uraraka tapped on his arm, taking his attention away from the fight. "Deku-kun," she muttered, leaning in slightly. He blinked at her and mirrored her actions, but she blinked harder and backed off a bit. He did the same. What is it?" "Well," she almost forced out, still in a quiet voice, "I was thinking earlier, before you followed Todoroki-kun out of the cafeteria. You told me a lot about the tritones." She lit up, snapping her fingers. "Yeah, the devil's music." He smiled a bit at her glee. "So I was thinking, since you taught me that so easily and I don't know much about music at all, I mean I just like listening to it, but it was really interesting, well, I just thought." Uraraka straightened her spine and squared her shoulders, holding her clenched fists in her lap, where she steadied her eyes on her knuckles. Her lip quivered. "Could you, lead a kind of a music club after school? Or before school? I mean, I would be willing to wake up early for music lessons from you, but I'm not sure about others. So, I think after school would be best." Izuku stared at her blankly, for maybe a moment too long, before clearing his throat. Her eyes shot up. "Well, I'll be honest, I do think that being in a music club would be a lot of fun, but UA doesn't have any other clubs." Uraraka looked truly crestfallen. It hurt Izuku's heart. "It doesn't? I didn't notice." He waved his arms around almost desperately, and heard himself babbling random syllables before he could process he was talking. I meant to say, we can ask Nedzu-san for permission to form a club. And I'm sure it would be so much fun, and a good way to meet people outside our department. Or, that is if anyone outside heroics even wants to join. But it doesn't have to be a big club, it can just be a few people." Her eyes came up slowly, but she didn't say anything. Izuku's mind seemed to buffer then, as he couldn't get anything out other than a few, s and s. "I'd like to join." Izuku's and Uraraka's eyes shot to the side, where Kaminari leaned on his elbows with his chin in his palms. He held a wide smile on his lips, and didn't look up or away when the match below was called, in Todoroki's favor. Izuku tucked that in the back of his mind. "You do." Uraraka chimed hopefully, and Kaminari almost lit up at that. Izuku tucked that away as well. "Totally. I've never been great with anything academic-like, but I'm good with music. I've been playing guitar ever since I got my hands on one, but if you teach more about music stuff, I could probably get even better." Uraraka smiled wider, looking between him and Izuku. "Can we really do it?" He smiled with her, throwing 2 thumbs up to reassure his friend. "Absolutely." He hoped he wasn't lying. "Yay!" she cheered, jumping out of her seat and twirling giddily. "It's going to be so fun. Oh, I'm going to go find Nedzu-san right now." She turned on her heel, running off through the stands as she waved to Kaminari and Izuku. "Bye." Izuku blinked, waiting a bit too long to wave, only managing it when she was already gone. Behind him, Kaminari started, laughing, shoulders bouncing and eyes scrunched closed. "Wow, she really is something, huh?" He smiled back to Kaminari, leaning back in his chair. Their other classmates giggled along to Uraraka's antics, but Izuku could swear he saw a small blush on Kaminari's cheeks. Definitely something to tuck away for later. "Midoriya-san," a voice called, and when he turned, he found it was Yaoyorozu who spoke. What was she talking about? I only caught the last part of the conversation. He turned in his chair to fully face her, but Kaminari spoke before he could. "She wants to start a music club, because Midoriya has a lot of musical knowledge, I guess." "I see," she replied, putting her hand on her chin. Most of UA's students immerse themselves in their studies, so the school doesn't offer any clubs to support their devotion. But it leads other students who are on top of their classwork to have nothing else to do, as well as isolating the departments from each other. Yaoyorozu looked back up with a glimmer in her eyes, clenching her fists with purpose. I agree, it would be a good experience for all the students who join. I could assist you in teaching, Midoriya-san, as I have experience in piano and viola. While you teach more experienced players more, I could help others learn the different staffs and notes. Izuku found himself smiling more. Really? You do that? Of course. And I'm sure more of our classmates would like to join in as well. Yeah. Ashido cheered, leaning over Aoyama. Izuku then realized a lot of their class was tuned into what they were saying. I don't know anything about music, except how to dance to it, so learning would be super cool. Monju! This sounds awesome. It would be quite the experience. Izuku laughed awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. It would be a lot of fun. But Ashido-san, shouldn't you be heading down to get ready for your fight? Kaken already left for his fight. She blinked owlishly at him, then looked down at the field. It didn't need to be fixed, but it was almost done drying from Todoroki's ice. Oh shit, you're right. She stood up from leaning on Aoyama, who seemed a little relieved about that, and zipped past the class, following the same path Uraraka took earlier. See you all soon. He heard Ishido yelp and a few classmates snicker when Yamada started calling the next match. Now that the ground is dry again, it's time to introduce our next match. First we have Bakugo Katsuki from Heroics, who's made an explosive show so far. On the other side, we have Shinso Hitoshi, who has proven to be more than worthy of his current spot. But which one deserves a higher placing? Izuku wished he could say he thought Shinso could win this round. His quirk was amazing, he really thought so, but it was so easy to avoid, and Kaken didn't jump into fights blind. He knew at least something about his opponent, and usually that something was a weakness. Not to mention, brainwash was used once on him already. He had to know about it. Despite this, and despite also inwardly cheering for Kaken as well, Izuku lightly pumped his fist in Shinso's name. He watched as, when the match started, Kaken rushed forward and kept his lips sealed as Shinso threw words at him, soon desperately trying to dodge and work something out of his opponent. It didn't work, but Kaken seemed a little forgiving and settled for letting the force of one explosion make Shinso stumble out of bounds. The whole fight lasted no more than 10 seconds. Around him, the crowds cheered loudly, and his classmates laughed about how Ishido was probably running for her life to get down there in time. Izuku's eyes stayed trained on the battlegrounds, though, where Kaken was acting strange. He reached a hand down to Shinso, who begrudgingly took it. Kaken pulled Shinso up and leaned over his shoulder, maybe to whisper something to him? And then Shinso smiled, looked up from the ground, smiled at Kaken, and said something back to him. Kaken let go of Shinso's hand and shoved Shinso's head down, paused, and let go, walking away. Shinso still smiled and walked the other way. Since when was Kaken so chivalrous? And what could he have said to Shinso? Izuku didn't want to make assumptions, but Shinso didn't seem to smile so easily, and anything he could think that Kaken would say naturally after a fight didn't sound like anything anyone could easily smile to, Kirishima and the rest of Kaken's new friends not included. You're muttering, Karo. Izuku nearly jumped out of his skin, whipping around to see Tyu, who took Uraraka's previous seat. Sorry, I didn't mean to. She shook her head, leaning on the heels of her palms and pinged her head at him. It's fine, but what were you muttering about? Izuku's brain, for some reason, needed to reboot in that very second, so it embarrassingly took a bit too long to reply. Oh, it was nothing important. Speaking of though, he started, ping his head at her in response to her own habits. Out of Ishido-san and Kuwaro-san in 1B, who do you think will win? She smiled lightly and snickered, putting a hand over her mouth. Shouldn't we keep from betting on our classmates, Midoriya-kun? Izuku laughed lightheartedly with her, but his mind still seemed to be rebooting. He had things to think about, but they could wait, right? Between Kuwaro and Ishido, Kuwaro won, and along with his win came another break, of which Izuku used to get down to the waiting room and work out a plan. His opponent was Todoroki. He was probably dealing with a lot in his head today, since he told Izuku about his awful childhood, so either he was more vulnerable than normal, with more openings and weaknesses, or he was holding a tighter defense than usual, and wouldn't that be mission impossible? Either way, ultimately didn't matter if he won or lost. All in all, he just needed to get through to him. Fourth or maybe the? He wasn't sure. Place was great, a huge splash that he honestly didn't expect or deserve. He didn't need anything higher, even if he told Todoroki that he wouldn't be giving up. He wasn't giving up, because winning wasn't his goal. A conversation was his goal, and if that conversation had to be done through fists and ice, then it would be done through fists and ice. He had no food left, since he ate all the energy bars Lunch Rush gave him and the gummy bears from Recovery Girl. He expected to have a stomachache, but instead he just no longer felt hungry. He could feel that thinking about that healing quirk would mess with him too much, so he stopped his train of thought there and slapped his cheeks, getting down onto the ground for a few push-ups. So, his plan. It had to be good enough for him to get his message through to Todoroki, which could just need time. From the previous matches, it looked like Todoroki seemed intent on finishing his battles quickly and cleanly, a glacier in the face and cheering 5 seconds later. So, to avoid the glacier, could Izuku just punch through it? His bones would heal, but that wasn't necessarily the best course of action. He could dodge, maybe, but the only way he could do that would be by being as fast as Ida, and if he wanted to be as fast as Ida, he'd either need Ida's quirk, which was impossible and out of the question, not to mention that if it was possible could maybe be illegal or just against the rules. Get back on track. Or he'd need to kick at the ground pretty hard, which would still shatter his bones, but they would be his leg bones instead of his arm bones. Even if he got past the glacier, what would he do next? Ida's fight was the closest he had to seeing what it'd be like to fight Todoroki for a while, and not only did he not pay much attention, his and Ida's styles weren't that close in comparison. Izuku was pretty sure Ida got trapped and lost anyway, so did he just need to not get trapped? But he could break the ice, so it didn't matter if he got trapped or not, he could just escape. No, instead of thinking about what Todoroki and his opponents have done, he should think about just Todoroki's fighting style. He's a long-range attacker, so the way to get the upper hand is to get in close. Izuku wasn't necessarily a close or long-range fighter, so that was fine. But, for his purposes, he couldn't use Angel's voice. It wouldn't help Todoroki if he was under his influence. It's time for the fight. Midnight's voice spoke over the speaker, get to the stadium for your battle. Izuku took a deep breath, pushing open the door of the waiting area. His plan was simple, get in close, stay in close, and convince Todoroki he needed help. Easy peasy. And we're back, now in the semifinals. We only have 3 battles left to see, are you ready? All across the stadium, cheers echoed loudly, shooting Izuku's nerves. He'd put a lot of pressure on himself by trying to help Todoroki, but as he looked out across the field, meeting eyes with the boy, he couldn't help but feel like this was the best thing to do, the only thing that could get through to him now. We could have the most exciting match of the tournament here. Todoroki Shudo, who has swept through his competition in under a minute each time, and Midoriya Izuku, who hasn't led in once through the whole festival. Who will end up the victor? We can only imagine. The crowd cheered loudly as they both stepped into the ring, keeping steady eye contact while they took their places. Todoroki was calm, his cool expression giving nothing away. Izuku could tell he wasn't as composed. His fists clenched in preparation, his heartbeat rang in his ears. He wasn't ready, but would he ever be? They stopped 10 feet from one another. Midnight looked between them, then raised her whip in the air. Are you both ready? She asked gently, looking them both in the eye. Todoroki replied with a short nod, and Izuku bit his lip before responding. Yes, sensei, we're ready. All right, she said, unsure. Then she cracked her whip, and Todoroki and Izuku's eyes locked again, and Todoroki jumped away from Izuku. He grit his teeth and immediately ran towards Todoroki, but a giant sheet of ice had already begun rushing towards him. Izuku shielded himself in vain, the glacier fully encasing him. Despite this, his body was warm, and he felt the pinch of hunger form in his stomach. Ignoring this, Izuku tightened his fist and tunneled one for all into his arm. With the slightest shrug of his shoulder, The ice surrounding him shattered, creating an icy cave to walk out of. From out of it, Izuku saw Todoroki ready himself, eyes narrowing as he widened his stance. Izuku did the same, bending his knees and focusing one for all into them instead. The burn of his arm got quickly outshined by that of his legs as he shot forward, arms outstretched to latch onto Todoroki. He narrowly dodged out of Izuku's way, who caught a glimpse of him shifting his weight to face Izuku again. Another torrent of ice came his way, but he hit the ground and darted to the side just in time to miss it. He felt hungrier again, but ignored it. He was fighting. He couldn't think about that healing quirk. "Todoroki-kun," he screamed, crouching in preparation to run again. "You can't keep doing this." Todoroki narrowed his eyes, raising his arm to Izuku. "I don't know what you mean." Another sheet of ice raced his way, and Izuku faced it head-on. First, jumping towards it, next, minimizing the recoil by flicking his finger to destroy the wall. He made it to Todoroki and grabbed his shirt, punching his stomach with his other hand and watching for his right arm. "You're consumed by anger. That's no way for a hero in training to live his life." Todoroki grit his teeth against Izuku's barrage, and his left arm came up and hit a solid punch into Izuku's head, knocking him off the boy. They both steadied quickly, and Izuku dove back to avoid the new glacier Todoroki made where he just stood. "What would you know?" he shouted, hunched over just slightly. His right arm shook. Izuku noted quietly. "How would you know the right way for a hero to grow up? You aren't one, you're just training too." He was right, he didn't have anything to say there. But still, he had to keep talking. He owed it to Todoroki, he deserved to be happy. "It doesn't matter. Your healing can't be infinite. It will stop soon and you'll break yourself, just like before the USJ." Izuku glared through his eyelashes, clenching his fists tighter. He wasn't wrong, he was getting hungrier as the fight grew longer, but he also wouldn't give up because of something like that. "Who says I'll stop if I break? That would just make you an idiot." Izuku jumped forward again, this time dodging the ice and diving straight past Todoroki and springing right back at him. "Then what does that make you?" Izuku tackled Todoroki, wrestling his right arm away and at the ground as he tried to pin the rest of his wriggling limbs down. "You're insane. I can last way longer than you. And I can win in a split second if I wanted to, but I'm not going to." "Then why don't you win?" Todoroki landed a kick in Izuku's stomach, but Izuku didn't let up, biting down on his cheek to keep himself focused. A drop of blood escaped his mouth and splattered on Todoroki's cheek. His body burned, and his stomach cried out in pain. "Because I care about you. If you don't give your all, then I won't either." Izuku elbowed Todoroki's chin, slamming his head to the side and bruising the skin. "Everyone else is doing everything they can to win, and until you see that and do the same, I won't let you out of this ring with me." Todoroki got his foot loose and kneed Izuku in the side, shoving him off and rolling away. Eyes locked, they held their hurting bodies and breathed, circling slowly and reacting to the slightest movement of the other. "No matter what," Todoroki started, his voice low and heavy, "I won't be using my father's power." Izuku snarled, spitting his bloody saliva out. "You're so hung up on defying your father, you can't see the obvious. You need to let go of that motivation and find something better." "Well, what's the obvious then?" Another sheet of ice, slower and easier to dodge than anything else Todoroki had thrown at Izuku. He must really be tired, he thought. "What's obvious? What's obvious?" Izuku jumped forward, grabbing the collar of Todoroki's shirt just before he could widen the distance again. "That's not your father's power. He has no control over you using it, he can't do anything about it." Todoroki's eyes widened, shining with an emotion he probably hadn't felt in a long time. Izuku decided to put the final nail in the coffin, to finally seal away that anger inside Todoroki. "It's your power, Todoroki. Your power to control and use, he has nothing to do with it." Suddenly, the burn came from outside Izuku's body, overwhelming and bright. He had to let go and fall back, squinting at the blazing inferno sprouting from Todoroki's left side, accompanied by ice spikes formed quickly after. "Damn it, you really are meddlesome," Todoroki chuckled, an odd smile forming on his face. "You'd better put your all in now too, since I won't let you win now. Izuku readied himself, grinning ear to ear. He finally made it through. It's not as if you have a choice. One of us will win, the other won't. Todoroki looked relieved. While Izuku caught a glimpse of Midnight panicking, he powered up his legs, cracking the concrete under his feet and making his stomach grumble. Todoroki raised his arms and let his power flare, exploding around him. They rushed forward, and in the excitement, Izuku felt his throat bubble familiarly. He couldn't say he felt good about it, but it wouldn't be a true fight if he didn't do his all. Right before their collision, with the temperature insufferably stifling and unbearable, Izuku said one thing that sold the match for him. Land out of the ring. Izuku landed the final blow, an uppercut aimed for the gut that launched them both back. Learning from Kirishima in his last fight, Izuku dug his feet into the ground, pushing through the piercing pains striking from his feet. Once he stopped, he toppled forward onto his arms, panting heavily and shaking terribly. He felt like he was starving, as if he hadn't eaten for days. Todoroki Shudo is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku wins. The deafening silence moments prior dissipated into an eruption of sound. Izuku looked up, Angel's voice fading from his throat as he saw the crowd cheering for his victory. Todoroki stood far away, right against the arena's wall, looking more terrible than he did, half buried in concrete. Cementos came over and helped pry Izuku out of the ground. After thanking him, Izuku saw Todoroki walking out of the arena and sprinted over to catch him in time. Todoroki-kun. The boy turned around, meeting Izuku's eyes calmly. You're using honorifics again. Izuku blinked. I'm sorry. You stopped using them in the fight at the very end. Oh, I didn't notice, I'm sorry. Todoroki shook his head. Don't be, you can drop them. Besides, I wanted to thank you. But I just beat you and you could have one. He smiled again. It was awkward, but looked genuine enough. Exactly. Endeavor isn't going to like that you beat me at full power, and besides, you helped me. Todoroki held his hand out to Izuku. You didn't need to. Carefully, Izuku took Todoroki's hand and shook it. Before Izuku could say anything else, Todoroki turned around and walked away. If not quite happy yet, he looked less angry, and that was enough. I'll see you later, Todoroki. He didn't turn around. Izuku nodded and followed at a distance, giving Todoroki the space he needed. At the end, when Todoroki turned left, Izuku went right, smiling softly to himself. Izuku made his way to the cafeteria yet again, making Lunch Rush laugh as he prepared more to-go food for him, alongside a hearty bowl of ramen. Izuku thanked the hero profusely as he ate, apologizing almost as much for causing so much trouble. Even when he made it back to his class, the stadium was still being rebuilt. Yo, Midoriya. Izuku smiled back at Kaminari. Hi, did I miss anything? Did you miss anything? Ashido gaped, kicking off and out of her seat. How could you have missed anything when you were in that fight? That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. Izuku rubbed his neck sheepishly, the attention of his whole class not including Kaken, who wasn't there, landing on him in an instant. Even Todoroki and Tokoyami looked his way, interested in their own rights. I mean, it was just a fight at a festival. It's not like the All Might vs. Bone Crusher battle 6 years ago. Shiro snickered, patting Izuku on the back and grinning widely. You really are nerdy, huh? That was different though, we were all here to watch you. Izuku couldn't help but blush at that. WL, you're here to participate in the festival, not to watch me compete. Even if you can't participate anymore, it's not like you can leave, so you're just using your time to watch Dash. Come on, Deku-kun. Uraraka punched his shoulder, grinning widely. Even if we had a choice, none of us would have wanted to miss that. He felt the heat rise to his cheeks. Thank you, Tven. Uraraka smiled, reaching out and rustling his hair roughly. Ashido laughed, then said, Hey, maybe we'll get something good out of Bakugu's fight too. I mean, he is Bakugu. Probably, Shiro hummed, but he might also end it super quick. Then, Uraraka slapped Izuku's arm multiple times, forcing his attention back to her. Deku, Deku. Shielding his face, for some reason, he replied. What is it? I talked to Nedzu. He said that he would set it up with Present Mike as a supervising teacher, but 5 people needed to join right away. I know that I want to join, and you said that you want to, but we need 3 more people. Hey, I said that I want to. Looking at Kaminari, Uraraka blushed bashfully. Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry. He waved his hand at her. It's alright. I can loop some more people in from other classes. Kaminari-kun, our classmates already said they want to join. Izuku smiled, taking a seat and keeping eye contact over his shoulder. Besides, we don't want to force anyone in the club. Uraraka's eyes glittered. You didn't tell me more people wanted to join. Who said it? Yaoyorozu was the first to raise her hand, bashfully, followed by Ishido excitedly, along with Jair, Tokoyami, Sada, so many more than he remembered speaking up. Kirishima brought his up at the back too, meeting Izuku's eyes with red cheeks. He had a hard time keeping his own face normal then. He opted to not think about it. Wait, wasn't he supposed to still be in Recovery Girl's office? Deku-kun, this means we can start the club right away. He turned his attention back towards Uraraka, her smile wide enough it reached his face. Oh, I'm gonna go tell Present Mike, Nenetsu, whoever. I'll be back. Again, she left in a blur, the rest of the class breaking into smaller conversations. Izuku took this chance to approach Kirishima, who avoided his gaze but was inevitably unable to run from him. So, you're out of Recovery Girl's office? Yes, sir. I am. Izuku prodded his shoulder gently, his eyes sharp for any reaction. How's this doing? Pretty great. Her quirk really is something. I see. Then why did she insist you lay down? Because her healing made me tired. He glanced at Izuku, but couldn't hold the eye contact and retreated again. But I'm not tired anymore. So you want to join the music club? Yeah. Izuku sighed, plopping down in the open seat next to Kirishima. I'm actually pretty glad. I thought I'd be the only one interested in playing music at school. I thought, hey, American high schools have bands and after-school music clubs, right? But UA didn't, which probably meant no one cared enough. Kirishima stared at him for a moment. Izuku pet his eyebrow at the boy. What is it? If you're tired, you can just say so. He blinked at Kirishima, then sat upright and faced him directly. I'm not tired. What made you think that? Well, maybe not physically tired, but like, you've done a lot already today. You won every part of the festival already, and you sang, and taught me some piano stuff. Kirishima coughed and looked away again. I just mean you can take a break real quick. Your next fight is Bakugu, probably, and you want to be in your best shape for that. You can lay on me if you need to. That left Izuku speechless for a good moment, where he found himself fighting tears. He dropped his head and settled gently on Kirishima's shoulder, trying to relax like Kirishima wanted without crashing and burning. He realized then he had gone through a lot that day, and when he got home he would probably have another nightmare, another sleepless night, another stressful night, and he didn't want that, not on top of breaking down at an extremely popular event in front of millions, twice. Both in the start and over the speakers. Not to mention what would happen during his fight with, presumably, Kaken. Kirishima set his hand on the back of his head, and he couldn't hold it back anymore. While he cried, he vaguely heard 2 things. Over the speakers, Kaken really did win, and the final fight would be in 15 minutes, and Kirishima told him it was manly to admit where you need support. Does that mean I wasn't being manly? His voice was wet and gross. No, it means you've become manlier. It's not a do or don't, but it's okay if you don't. I'll still be here. That both helped, yet didn't at the same time. He cried more. The final moment is upon us, and it seems we'll end it on a bang. On one end, we have Midoriya Izuku, whose skill seems to have no end. And on the other, there's Bakugo Katsuki, a well of pure power. Who will win it over in the end? We can only imagine. Izuku finished drying his eyes, not minding their puffiness as he stared ahead. His childhood friend had been elusive up until that point, not speaking a word in his direction, acting strangely to those he knew, and somehow not even being near him much. During the cavalry battle too, he said something so curious. Because I don't understand you. I don't understand you either, he wanted to say, but was it the right thing to say? Nothing seemed like the right thing to say to him, not a single thing. Would he ever be able to talk to him again? If they could talk, what would it be about? No, he couldn't get distracted. He had a fight to complete. Whether he won or lost, he didn't know if Kaken would be satisfied. He could only hope that a full-out battle would satiate his palate. Kaken looked up at him from the ground, far across the arena. They both went up the stairs, stepped past the boundary lines, and stopped a dozen or so feet from each other. Midnight held her whip to the side, glancing at both of them and nodding, signaling that she would begin the match in a moment. The crowd cheered louder than ever. Kaken rose his hands, sparks in his palms. Izuku widened his stance and checked how far they were from the borders. He had no plan. He would have to improvise every step of the way. Midnight raised the whip up and swung it down swiftly. What followed next was a deafening explosion and a blinding light. The entire arena silenced when the smoke cleared. Izuku stood in the same spot, protecting his body with his arms, but nothing reached him. Bakugo hunched where he once stood, smoke on his skin and hands shaking. A tear escaped his wide, pained eyes, followed by blood that flowed from the sides of his head. His arms trembled, his legs trembled, but he stood up again, removing his hands from his ears. Quieter than he normally is, but still the loudest thing in the area, he said, "Your words can't get to me if I can't hear them." Then suddenly he ran in front of Izuku. The barrage of attacks was ruthless, explosion after explosion, right on his skin, in his gut, to his face, all the smoke burning Izuku's eyes. All he could do was defend, but no one won by defending. He channeled a portion of One for All in his finger, waiting for his chance to aim properly. He found it, just a second where they settled their weight on their feet, and he blasted Kaken away, blood splashing on his shirt. Kaken caught himself, and while Izuku nursed his healing finger, closed the distance once again. Izuku decided to launch himself in the air to avoid his childhood friend for just a bit longer. This had the opposite effect, as Kaken just did the same, only getting higher. From his gained altitude, he aimed his hands back down at Izuku and fired away, launching him back into the concrete. Izuku felt his bones crack at the impact, along with the stone itself, but let the heat wash over him and restore his body to proper condition. Kaken landed in front of him, and Izuku punched him down, just with less force. He realized that was a mistake, since Kaken grabbed his arm and blew it up, ripping through his skin and muscle until he almost saw bone. The pain was agonizing, but he couldn't dare do something similar to Kaken. He knew Izuku could heal, and Izuku knew that he couldn't. No matter, he had to get away. Izuku tore his arm from his grasp, leaving behind blood and a piece of flesh. He managed to hold back vomit from seeing the flying piece of himself, and from seeing the bloody, gory mess his arm had become, but it was close. His muscles were stitching themselves back together, so he had to protect the arm while it worked its magic. Ahead of him, Kaken stumbled back up to his feet. Izuku vaguely noted that the stands were still quiet, save for a few people screaming something he couldn't hear. He recognized one voice, Present Mike, and took a moment of his attention to figure out what he was saying. Hey, don't do anything permanent. The teachers were going to break them up. Kaken wouldn't want that, not after the lengths he'd gone to. In a bare attempt to stop them from interfering, he shouted as Kaken prepared himself to dash forward again. I promised to finish the fight quickly and get him to Recovery Girl. I'm fine though. He heard mixed disagreement to his last statement, but had no more time to respond. Kaken was back in his face, and Izuku had to kick himself above the boy, to which he reached by grabbing his ankle and setting off yet another disastrous explosion. Focus on me. I'm your opponent. Izuku grit his teeth and forced himself to spin in air. The motion worsened the damage done to the area Kaken touched, but it wasn't anything he couldn't handle. He landed far enough away to allow a stumble, but his body was burning. His bones were no longer on display, but the skin had yet to return. As he said, he had to finish it soon. Now or never. Throwing caution out the window, he ran forward, all effort going into ramming his head into Kaken's stomach. The boy fell over, and Izuku pinned him down, one leg pressed on his calves, both hands on his wrists, and his foot on his back. Kaken squirmed, fighting as hard as he could to get released, but Izuku did not budge. Tears filled and escaped his eyes as he looked at the malformed, bloodied ears, hoping with all hope that it was fixable. He paid no mind to his own injuries, not the arm, not the foot, not his ribs or nose or hand. Kaken shouldn't have had to try so hard. I'm sorry, it's my fault, isn't it? He didn't know how it was his fault, but he was certain on that fact. A moment more of struggling passed, then Kaken stopped and breathed slowly. A choked sound escaped his chest before he yelled, louder than needed, I forfeit. God damn it. Carefully, Izuku got off his back, and the heroes rushed over to them. Midnight made it to Kaken and picked him up, laying him gently on an incoming cot, and Cementos watched Izuku's wounds heal for a moment before turning towards the stadium. Bokugu Katsuki admits defeat. Therefore, the winner of this year's Class 1 sports festival is. The crowd began to murmur, coming to life once again. Cementos took Izuku's hand and raised it up, like a wrestler. Midoriya Izuku. The cheers for him felt bittersweet. Everyone knew that. This wasn't a real victory, and there was no winner. The loss was felt thick in the air. Cementos let go of his hand and nudged him. Follow them to Recovery Girl. He didn't wait to follow that order. He made it to Kaken's side quickly, panicked to find him half awake. Those tears made it back to his eyes, as did the lump of his quirk's activation. Please, he hiccuped, his vision blurring as Midnight grasped his shoulder as well. Please heal quickly. Recovery Girl's robots wheeled him away quickly. He barely had time to look at the boy. Finally, the festival was over. Izuku tried to follow Kaken into Recovery Girl's office, but she told him to head to Lunch Rush instead. When there, he found Aizawa waiting for him, who began telling him about the after-festival events. So, you'll take me there when I'm done eating? Yeah, he drawled, leaning against the wall and receiving an applesauce pouch from Lunch Rush. Then I'll lead you and the other students out so the crowd doesn't maul you. Izuku nodded, turning to the meal Lunch Rush provided. A bowl of katsudon, brimming with pork. He worried about Kaken again. Do you think Kaken will be okay? Aizawa didn't answer. I'll be outside the door for when you're done. He didn't complain. Todoroki and Kuwaro waited with him under the stadium, situated on the podiums that would soon rise out of the ground. Who they waited for was obvious. Kaken still wasn't with them. Recovery Girl appeared, bringing everyone to attention. She put her finger over her lips and ushered Kaken in behind her, who refused to look up from the ground. His ears hid under cotton pads, taped down and looking fresh. But he was awake and moving, and that's what mattered. Thinking that the injuries would scar made the skin on his neck sting. He reached to touch it, but as usual, it felt like nothing. The stadium will be loud, Recovery Girl muttered, stopping because Kaken didn't react. A bit louder, she said again, the stadium will be loud, and he brought his eyes up. It will hurt a lot if we don't build up to the sound. He huffed as he took his spot on the podium. Recovery Girl turned to the other students and told them to slowly start shouting, until the doors above them opened and the crowd saw them. It was silent for a moment. Everyone was uncomfortable with the situation, so much so that no one even looked at another person. Recovery Girl was the one to start, breathing in and holding a low G. Surely not on purpose, but the note brought Izuku to his senses. This was for Kaken. A small sacrifice, not even a sacrifice, to save someone from hurting. He followed with a higher G, then thought that being in tune wouldn't sound like a crowd and lowered the note a half step, to a grosser F-sharp and low G sound. After him, Todoroki started, with no note in particular, and Kuwaro followed along with an off-tune, flat B. Kaken looked angry, but not in pain. Recovery Girl raised her voice, and so did the students, gradually, until they were all yelling and Kaken even joined in. The doors above them opened and their podiums rose out from the ground, cueing for them to get quieter and let their voices melt into the cheers that surrounded the stadium. They really were loud, naturally, but their yelling warm-up was too. Kaken seemed okay, just still angry. And here are our champions. Todoroki Shudo from Class A and Shirhai Kuwaro from Class B are tied in third place, and Bakugu Katsuki from Class A is in second. Izuku rose above them then, taking the attention for himself. Oddly, he couldn't feel the eyes on him. It was like he was in front of his camera, doing something people would see later when he released the video to the public. But he knew he wasn't on YouTube just then. It was interesting. Landing high above the rest is the one you all know the name of by now. Everyone, give it up for our first year sports festival winner, from Class A, Midoriya Izuku. Even the cheers they built up to hear seemed quiet now, but he didn't let his confusion show. He held a big smile up for the crowd, rubbing his neck and trying to forget all about scars, healing bars, blood, and everything else that caused him trouble. He was supposed to be happy then. So he'd act like he was. Their class congratulated Izuku and Kaken for their positions, and pointedly said nothing about the match itself. They left with the rest of the classes while all reporters and viewers were still in the stadium. Despite everything, the second year's festival was still going on, and the third year's finished theirs half an hour before. Kirishima said he checked with the pit and made sure his guitar would stay there over the weekend. Izuku appreciated the thought a lot, but he had a hard time convincing Kirishima of that. Uraraka also confirmed the music club's starting date, 2 weeks from then almost exactly. They had time to spread the word, gather interest, all those things. Izuku still felt a rock in his gut. When leaving the school, Shinso caught his attention and waved. He held up a smile and waved back, but this didn't seem to be what he wanted. Despite this, he walked away, probably towards his house. Izuku did the same, going towards the train station. Kaken walked behind him. They didn't talk the entire way home. Now, Izuku wished he'd talked to Kaken while walking. We're having dinner, where? The Bakugas are going to choose, apparently. They're having trouble deciding. His mom smiled at him and set her phone down. The smile melted away from joy though, into something more solemn. I'm really proud of you, you know that? Izuku nodded, letting her cup his face in her hands. I know, Mom. You were really amazing on the screen. And you sang too. You did so well I started crying. Everyone cried, Mom. I was using my quirk. Bitch. She nodded and pressed her lips together, then took a deep breath. You know that I'll love you no matter what, right? I know, Mom. And I'll support you through any decision you make, yeah? Yeah. She brushed his hair away from his eyes and back off his forehead. Her eyes fell to his neck, where the jagged red skin remained unchanged. Whether you decide to perform, or save people, or both or neither, I'll be right here. The rock sitting in his stomach jumped into his throat, lodged perfectly to threaten tears. I know, Ma. You've told me before. She nodded, taking one hand off his face to wipe tears off her own. I know. I just want to make sure you know too. Is this about anything in particular? She hesitated, her eyes staring away and remembering something. A lot has happened to you since you got to UA. During the festival too, you were doing so much. I don't know what you're thinking sometimes, but I know what you want. Her eyes made it back to him and she smiled widely, her eyes squeezing out her tears. You want to help people, and that's the best trait I could hope for in a child. I'm just so very, very proud of you, and so worried at the same time. Izuku understood then. The knowledge that he scared his mom with his actions that day, it was too much, and he began crying with her. He sniffed hard in an attempt to quell his tears, but of course, they were a family of criers. Izuku flung his arms out and hugged his mom tightly, shoving his face in the crook of her shoulder. I'm sorry, Mom, I didn't realize. She shushed him, cooing soft words and petting his head. Her voice choked with her own overwhelming tears, but she was a mother. She comforted him as he tried to return the sentiment, but in the end she was so much better at it. When he pulled away, both their eyes were puffy and red, but they smiled to each other and began laughing, just a little. She checked her phone while blowing her nose, relaying the message she got from Kaken's mom. We've reserved a table in a Western restaurant, how does that sound? Izuku nodded, cleaning his face from the tears. It sounds good. I'll tell her that. Go get changed, okay? He hummed back to her and scampered off, breathing fresh air into his lungs. Hi, Kaken. He shrugged and looked away. Hey. Izuku slid gently into his seat, glancing around the place. The restaurant had good furnishing and ambience, But for a Saturday night, it was pretty empty. Their parents sat him and Kaken across from each other, and at the rectangular table, Masaru sat off to the side with their moms also across from one another. Kaken sat hugged between his parents. "Hi, Inko. It's been so long, thank you for humoring me tonight." "It's my pleasure, Mitsuki. Thank you so much for inviting us out." The two leaned over their menus to talk together, so while that occurred, Masaru scooched closer to the two. "Hey, Izuku," he murmured. "It's been a while, I'm glad you're well." Agreeing that he was well felt like the wrong response, so Izuku just nodded. "I saw you last when I was 8. He smiled. "I'm so happy you remembered. You and Katsuki were really something in the festival." Kaken's head perked at the mention of his name, but he didn't raise his eyes from the menu. Izuku took a glance back at his, but nothing more. "Thank you. We tried really hard to win." It was pretty neck and neck there at the end, wasn't it? He wasn't mentioning the events of the fight, but he was the first person that day to actually mention it. It was. Kaken is really amazing, he was hard to fight. "Keep your mouth shut, Deku." Masaru pouted. "Katsuki, Mom wants this to be a peaceful celebration." Kaken only grumbled. "It's okay, Haru-san, that's just his personality. I'm glad I was able to fight him, really. I just hope." Izuku dropped his eyes to the menu, his vision settling on the word hamburger. "I hope that next time we fight, it'll be on more even grounds." Masaru hummed, a bit non-committal. "I hope so too. But next time, you might not have to fight." Before Izuku could react, Masaru held his menu up and pointed at an item. "What do you think of getting some pasta? I know it's pretty simple, but spaghetti seems nice." Izuku made himself grin back. "I don't really feel like noodles right now, but thank you. I'm getting chilly." Kaken threw his menu down on the table and stared past Izuku. "Mild or spicy?" Kaken didn't react, so Masaru tapped his shoulder and spoke a bit louder. "Mild or spicy?" "Spicy, obviously." "I'll order for you then." Kaken grumbled more, crossing his arms this time. Izuku let his eyes linger on him for a moment before turning back to the menu in his hands. Maybe he'd have pierogies. They seemed like a potato steam bun, or something like that. "Mom, can you make pierogies?" "Honey, I don't know how to. But they're so good." His mom laughed. "That doesn't change that I don't know how to make them. I'll look for a recipe though, how's that?" Izuku nodded fervently, hugging her tightly for a moment. "Thank you, Mom. I love you." "See Katsuki," Mitsuki said, nudging Kaken's shoulder. "Izuku loves his mom. I wonder if I could have a son that says he loves me." "Get lost, tag." A vein nearly popped on Mitsuki's forehead, but she kept a smile up. "Masaru, should we try again?" "No, gross, shut the F up." Izuku hid his face in his arms and his mom rubbed his back while laughing. "They're only joking, sweetie. I'll get to making you pierogies as soon as we get home. Does that sound good?" He ummed in despair but nodded, turning his head back up to look at her. "Are we having dessert tonight?" "If you'd like to, of course." She waved her hand and flagged down a waiter, smiling gently as he approached. "Could we have a dessert menu, please?" "Of course, just a moment please." "Inko-san," Kaken started, matching her eyes. "Can you pay for my dessert? My parents are dogs hit." "Katsuki, be nicer to them. I'm sure they're happy to pay for it." The waiter came back and Izuku's mom thanked him. "There's brownies and pie a la mode, parfaits, cake, any of that sound good? Can I have pie? Wait, what kinds of pie are there?" Izuku watched as Kaken reached out and plucked the menu out of Izuku's mom's hands. "Hand me the menu, I'm looking at the cake." "Oh, can you tell me the pie flavors?" Before each flavor, Kaken took a pause. "Moldy socks, but bleach, rocks, and vomit." "I'll take rocks." "What?" I'll have the rocks, I guess." "Pumpkin pie then." "I'm getting cheesecake." Izuku held his hands together, trying to understand the atmosphere around them. "Thank you, Kaken." He didn't say anything, but he did react. His hand clenched as he put the menu down.